This is a story that I've carried with me for the last 24 years. I haven't really spoken much about it since I was a child. You're free to not believe me. In fact, I encourage you to doubt anything that you're told from anybody. I'm writing this because as I've gotten older and I've spent over 2 decades developing a life to the best of my ability, I've carried an immense weight on my shoulders that nothing seems to alleviate. So I thought maybe telling my story would help. I am not from here, and by here, I don't mean where I currently live. I don't mean where any of us live. Anyone who is hearing this right now, it's now a few days after my 30th birthday, and this time of year always strikes me, because I started kindergarten on my birthday when I turned 5. I thought at the time that everyone did that. You turned 5, and when you turned 5, you went to school. I didn't realize that my birthday just happened to coincide with the first day of school. A little over 1 year later, in about 2 weeks' time, it will have been 24 years to the day that my entire world vanished. I was born in San Diego, and I lived in a poorer suburb of San Diego as a child. I lived in an apartment complex called Lemon Vine Apartments. They were a bit slummier versions of the Lemon Vine apartments found in Lemon Grove, which is a suburb of San Diego. My parents were divorced but friendly. My mother was young when she had me, and she was beautiful. She was in her early 20s and was aspiring to be a model. She would regularly take trips to LA to do photo shoots. She did glamour modeling for magazines. She had a darker skin tone, being 1/4 Indian, and it gave her an exotic look. My favorite picture of her as a child was her modeling a luxurious wedding dress for a bridal company. I used to sleep with that picture when she would go to LA, and I would stay with my dad, who worked for the city of San Diego. They shared custody pretty evenly, and we even did Christmas together as a family, even though they had split when I was still a baby. My dad, his girlfriend, my mom, who was single, and me. Maybe things weren't as good between them as I remember, but I was 6. So if there was drama behind the scenes, they did a really good job of hiding it from me. On September 17th, 1996, I was staying with my dad's parents in Riverside, California. They had a small farm where they raised chickens, pigs, and goats. No horses or sheep or anything. But my grandma had several pet ducks that would eat from your hands, fly away, and return every year like clockwork. My dad had to work at night for a week, and my mom was in LA, so I stayed with my grandparents. Schools back then were pretty cool with this kind of thing, and I was sent home with the sorts of nonsense assignments that you would expect of a first grader who had just gone back to school after summer break ended. The 17th was the 3rd day that I was staying with my grandparents, and my grandpa had told me to be careful outside, because he'd seen a rattlesnake and wasn't sure where it had gone. So, since nobody knew where the mystery snake had gone off to, 6-year-old me decided to go hunting for it. In hindsight, letting a 6-year-old go looking around a farm for a rattlesnake was probably not in any Parenting 101 handbook, but this was the 90s, and I guess they didn't actually expect me to find it. There were woods on the property, but I wasn't allowed to go in there, so they probably figured that's where the snake had gone off to. I spent all day outside playing jungle exploration on the farm, trying to track down this snake. And, much to my excitement, when I decided to open the well house, there it was. Curled up, rattling away. I immediately slammed the door shut and ran to my grandparents' house to tell them that I'd found it. Now, this might be my 6-year-old memory exaggerating, but I'm pretty sure that snake was like 900 feet long, give or take. I found it, though. I was excited to tell my grandpa that I had found it so he could do what he did, go out and shoot the thing. I ran in the back door of the house, which leads you into the laundry room and through the kitchen. I paid no mind to anything until I turned left and entered the living room, expecting to see my grandparents, my uncle, and the neighbor couple, all sat in the living room where I'd left them. Except they weren't there, and it wasn't the same living room anymore. The furniture was completely wrong. The hard and memorably uncomfortable hardwood furniture my grandpa loved so much was gone. The coffee table that he had made out of a tree stump was gone, replaced by fluffy grandma-looking furniture. A 3-person sofa with a floral design on it. The TV was in the wrong place, newer than my grandpa's old sit-on-the-ground cabinet television. The hardwood paneling on the walls was gone, or at least covered by blue wallpaper. The hardwood floor was a shaggy off-white carpet. The pictures of my dad, my uncle, me, and my grandparents were gone from the walls, replaced by paintings and pictures of people I didn't know. As confused as I was by all of this, I was more confused by the fact that everybody was missing. In my 6-year-old brain, I accepted that they may have completely rearranged the entire house while I'd spent the day looking for a snake, but I didn't believe at all that they would just leave me alone. I didn't see anybody leave. I didn't see the cars go down the road. So I walked out the front door, which was attached to the living room, as they usually are, and I thought that maybe they had gone to the chickens or the pigs. Both should have been clearly visible from the front porch, but the chicken coop was gone, and the pig pen had lost its fencing. There were no pigs to be found. At this point, I was beyond confused, and I was getting very scared. I didn't want to be alone, and I didn't see anybody. Even though they lived on a small farm, the neighbors that had been visiting lived just across the dirt road. So I ran down our dirt driveway and across the road to their house, assuming that must be where everybody had gone. I remember getting more and more scared as I ran to their house, and I remember starting to cry when their house was the wrong color. It wasn't the faded yellow house it used to be. It wasn't even the right house anymore, but nevertheless I banged on the door. I remember that at this point I was crying quite profusely because I didn't understand what was happening, and I kept wiping my face, which covered it in dirt after having been digging around under stumps and logs for snakes all day. When the door opened and a woman in her late 40s or early 50s answered, and I'd never seen her before, I just started bawling uncontrollably. Everything after this point is largely a blur because nothing was right. I knew where I lived. I knew where I went to school. I knew where my grandparents lived. But I met the people who lived where my grandparents lived, and they were not my grandparents. I didn't know them. I begged for them to get my uncle to tell them who I was, but my uncle wasn't there. Through a series of various police and people in suits, I was brought back to the town that I lived in after what seemed like 10 hours in the local police station trying to contact my parents. I had my home number memorized, but told them that my dad would be asleep. But when they called that number, the person on the other end had no idea who I was or what they were talking about. I was asked to give the police officers my address, and I sat in the local police station while the police in my hometown went there. When they finally called the station back, they were informed that the name of the apartment building was incorrect. Lemon Vine Apartments didn't exist, and the address that I gave them was to an apartment complex called Merritt Manor. The apartment number that I had given them was unoccupied. I believe at this point they were operating under the assumption that I had given them the wrong name of the apartments and the wrong apartment number, but I did in fact live there. When I was finally brought to my hometown after changing hands a couple of times between police, I was asked to give the police officers my address again, and was driven to where I live. That was it. That was my apartment complex. But just like everything else, it looked wrong. It was painted a different color, and the sign that used to have a large image of a lemon reading Lemon Vine now read Merritt Manor. I took the police to exactly where I lived, and just as they had said, no one lived there. From this point forward, the police attempted to contact neighbors, all of whom knew me, but none of them were who they were supposed to be. Every person who came out of the apartment building was the wrong person, and none of them knew who I was. From this point, they attempted to contact my father, which should have been easy. He worked for the city, but no employee by his name apparently worked there in any capacity. A day turned to night, and I spent endless hours sitting in the police station as they attempted to find any person in the world who knew me. I couldn't do anything but cry and cry, endlessly. A woman in a suit, who I think was either a detective or just somebody who happened to work there, sat with me for several hours and tried to keep me calm. She gave me a stuffed dog, a Dalmatian puppy, that looked a little bit like one of the dogs from 101 Dalmatians. She told me that his name was Sparky, and that I could keep Sparky, and that when they found my parents, Sparky would go home with me and make sure that I never got lost again. She said he was a good dog, and he would protect me if I took care of him. During this time, they attempted to contact my school. I told them I went to Shawnee Elementary. It was easy to find. It was really close to where I lived. But a school by such a name, as you might have guessed by now, didn't exist. My school was apparently called Anza Elementary. At one point, I was asked if the police had ever taken my fingerprints, and they had. In my kindergarten, my entire class had our fingerprints taken by the police at the school gym for basically exactly this reason. Unsurprisingly by now, this didn't help at all. They couldn't find my parents, my grandparents, my neighbors, my apartment, even me. They couldn't even find me. I was too young to remember what my social security number was, but I severely doubt that it would have mattered. They asked my birthday and any relevant information that could help them figure out who I was and where I belonged, but nothing that I told them turned up any information. At some point during the day, I was briefly taken to the ER, as the police suspected I may have sustained some kind of head injury. After being looked over by a doctor, of course, they found nothing wrong with me, and I was sent back to the police station. I ended up staying with somebody that night, but I'm not entirely sure who it was. Someone from Child Services, I imagine. I couldn't stop crying long enough to really focus on what was happening after this point. I had cried myself to sleep several times in the police station, and I cried myself asleep again at the house I stayed at that night, despite the woman that I was staying with doing everything in her power to calm me. This was not the same woman who gave me Sparky. I clung to Sparky so hard I'm surprised I never popped his head off. I didn't have my picture of my mom. I didn't know what was going on, and nobody could find out where I belonged. This didn't make any sense to me. I was only 6, and just barely. I lived where I lived, and my parents were my parents, and my school was my school, but they all just disappeared one day. But they couldn't have, right? In between fits of crying and waking up, I begged to go home. I begged for the lady I was staying with to try and call my dad again. I just kept begging to go back. Over the next few days, I was interrogated and questioned by different people at different times, at different places, at all hours of the day. Police, investigators, people from departments I still don't know the names of, child psychologists, everyone under the sun was asking me questions. I was back and forth between the police station and the house I was staying at, until eventually somebody told me that they thought they had located my parents and that they were coming to get me. Finally, I was going home. Finally, this was all going to be over. Finally, I could get away from these strange people asking me the same questions over and over. When the couple showed up at the police station, though, my heart fell into my feet, as these were not my parents. But they'd had a son that went missing, and I fit his description pretty closely. The woman started crying when she saw me, though, because she immediately knew that I wasn't her missing son. I was out of tears to cry at this point. Eventually, I was collected by Child Services, and I was taken to a foster family where I stayed for a few months. The police launched a campaign asking for anybody to come forward with information about me. They took my picture at the police station for the newspapers to put on the news. I never let go of Sparky, not even for a second. They didn't want me to hold him in the photo because I didn't have him when I arrived, but I needed him, and I would throw an intense tantrum whenever somebody tried to take him away. They had me put back on the clothes I was wearing when they found me, but they had since given me new clothes to wear. In those months I spent at the foster home, parents of missing children would come to the house to see if I was theirs. I didn't realize that this is what was happening until I was older and looked back on it. They didn't just pull me out and say, "Is this your kid?" They were a little bit more subtle about it. The parents would come to meet me, and upon realizing that I was not their missing child, they would often leave in tears. Looking back at all these families that came to see me in desperation that they were going to have their child back, I feel so horrible for them. It's a feeling I can't really explain. Almost like a type of guilt. Almost like I wish I had been their child so they could have them back and know they were safe. Most of those people probably never saw their children again, but I try and imagine that all of them were reunited, even though I know that isn't likely. This guilt was one of the things that kept me in therapy as an adult, but like I said, no therapist has ever bought my story or believed what I've said. The most common belief suggested to me has always been that I was abandoned as a child, I lived in an abusive home, I was dumped on the side of a dirt road in the middle of a farmland, and I repressed all the negative memories I had of my past. I didn't stay in that foster home permanently. Eventually, while my case wasn't officially closed, I needed to start going to school, and I needed identification. I was issued a birth certificate for the date that I told them was my birth year, but the day and month were listed as September 17th, the day that I was found. I never understood why they didn't just use the day and month of my actual birth, but I imagine it was because they didn't actually think that I knew. My name was unchanged. I started going to school sporadically. One of the child psychologists who had seen me recommended that I not be placed back in full curriculum immediately, and suspected that I suffered from some form of PTSD. I was put in the special class and was made to go to school twice a week initially. Eventually, I started going to school full-time and changed foster homes a few more times. I really can't say how much time passed before it happened, but eventually I was placed for adoption. I was never actually told that I was up for adoption, so I'm not sure how soon after found it was. But eventually people started coming to meet me again. But these people weren't looking for a missing child. They were looking to adopt one. I definitely did not represent myself as a good candidate. I had a story that nobody believed and could verify. I insisted my parents would eventually find me, and I rarely had a day that I wasn't crying until my eyes burned. This story, sad to say, doesn't have a happy ending. I never saw my parents again, and I was a ward of the state until I was 18, and I went nowhere from there. My teens were filled with delinquency, and I did a brief stint in something similar to juvie that San Diego calls chaparral. I never went to college, and I never really started getting my life together until I was about 24. I've never publicly talked about this before, at least not since I was a child, speaking to everybody who was trying to figure out where I came from. I still have Sparky. He's old and worn, still in one piece, but no longer white. He's now a dark shade of gray. He sits on my dresser and is there, just like he always has been, as long as I've been here, wherever here is. I used to work as a guide and then as a backup, and even as a field director for several wilderness therapy programs for troubled kids in Arizona, Utah, and Idaho. They were all good jobs, but where I worked in Utah was in the West Desert, south of Dugway. It's possibly the ugliest and creepiest part of Utah. Tons of sketchy stuff happened to us out there. This story happened in 2005. The groups were camped in a really nice area for that part of the desert. It was called Indian Canyon. This spot was so nice, in fact, that in the late 1800s or 1900s, some enterprising pioneer family had built themselves a little homestead with a one-room cabin and a small barn, and a cedar pole fence around the perimeter of that little farm. All of that, of course, now was a crumbling, rotten ruin. The cabin, it seemed, had burned down well over 50 years ago, and what remained of the barn was poking out of the grass in 2 or 3 foot shards of gray wood scattered all over the nearby vicinity. This week, I was also camped in Indian Canyon, but farther down the road. I was manning the infield emergency response vehicle, or the ERV, better known as backup. A new position that I helped invent when I took a list of things that had gone wrong in the field to the directors and explained that because of the horrible response time and spotty satellite phone service, the only reason we weren't shut down or the people weren't dead was because we were lucky, not because we were prepared or efficient at responding to emergencies. Now we had radios and someone listening to them 24/7, never more than a few minutes away with a vehicle. That's how it worked in theory, anyway. One of the boys' groups was camped at the mouth of the canyon in the foothills, about 2 miles away from me. The other just a mile beyond them. The girls were close too. I was camped somewhere in the middle of the canyon on top of a small ridge that had a little jeep track side road branching off of the main dirt road running up the canyon. And the girls were just a couple of ridges over, maybe a mile away, though to drive to them might have to go back out on the main road and take a different jeep trail up to their spot, maybe a 5-mile trip. I was about 1.5 miles below the staff training group that was being held by my then-wife Jessica. There were going to be several groups of parents coming out to visit their kids later in the week, so both the boys' groups and the girls' groups, all on that side of the mountain, had all elected to stay put for a few days and work on building backpacks and gathering fire sets and a lot of other primitive skills. The training group had been in the field for almost a week, and they were getting ready to split up and go join the student groups for the last several days of their training. This left me with less to do than normal. I didn't have to find new sites for groups or drop anyone's water or food. Everyone was well taken care of, and no one was moving for several days. I decided to build a sweat lodge next to the creek, up near where the new staff were camped. I found the perfect spot, well out of sight of the group, on a little smooth sandbar right by the water. I got to work. I harvested some long willow saplings that were bendable enough to weave a frame with, and arranged them in a 10-foot circle, digging down 1.5 feet for each one to anchor it into the sand. I bent them into a dome at least 4 feet high and 10 feet across, and wove the branches together with supporting crossbars until I had a structure that I probably could have stood on without breaking. I walked down to the truck, which I had hidden in some pine trees 1/4 mile away, and hauled a large bin of tarps and cowhides and plastic sheeting, along with my fire set and some other gear, up to the lodge. As I was walking back to the creek, I remember feeling like someone was following me, but when I stopped to look, I couldn't see or hear anything. It was a beautiful day for July. The morning had started out with some high, wispy cloud cover, but that had long since burned off, and the noon sun was high overhead. It wasn't yet too hot, however. I was high enough in the mountains that the oppressive heat that I knew was slowly baking the kids' groups in the desert below wouldn't reach me for another couple of hours. I set to work placing hides first on my little domed frame. I covered those with some tarps and plastic sheeting and secured it all so that I had as close to an airtight and waterproof shelter as possible, with only a small arched opening for a door. I secured an old military poncho over the door so that once hot rocks had been placed inside of it, it could be sealed shut, and the sweat ceremony could take place. I wanted it as hot as possible. There wouldn't be any children involved in this one, so we could go as hot as we wanted. I took the extra time around the base of the lodge to bury all the edges of the coverings deep in the sand. This was as sturdy a shelter structure as I had ever built. It was nice. I spent a good hour gathering sage and juniper and covered the floor of the lodge with a thick padding of the fragrant plants. I did this in part so that it was a soft place to sit for an extended time. But mostly I did it because I was intending to invite the new staff down to do a sweat ceremony later, to help some of them prepare to meet actual students for the first time. And, frankly, a group of unwashed men and women who hadn't showered in a week in July, all crammed inside a sweltering homemade dome tent sweating buckets, is a smell that should not be endured without as much sage and juniper as possible. If it was really bad, which it was likely to be, I would rub some of it into my shirt and then pull it up over my nose and breathe through that. I went hunting for lava rock. I found an outcropping of some small, rounded boulders, perfect for heating on a bonfire and then rolling into the lodge, and I proceeded to gather 3 onto a tarp. It was heavy, almost too heavy for me to sling over my back and carry, but I managed to make it back to the fire pit I had dug with all 3. I left them there and went to gather more. I made this a smaller load because it's not like I was in a hurry. I could take more trips. When I got back to the fire pit, one of my rocks was gone. I just stared at the small depression in the sand where I had placed it minutes before, and then looked around for signs that someone, possibly one of the staff from the group, had come and taken it. No tracks. I looked around again and spotted it by the edge of the creek, 20 feet away. I had that feeling again, like I was being watched, but I couldn't see anyone in the trees. I walked over and retrieved my stone, the heaviest one I had carried, and put it back with the others. Maybe it had rolled there, through flat, soft, dry sand? Unlikely. I gathered a bunch more rocks, and none of them went missing, and then I built a fire. As I worked, that weird feeling came back, only this time it felt more ominous, like it was mad at me for being there. I stood up, determined to walk out into the woods and find whoever it was. The radio, which I kept on and strapped to my belt, had been silent all day, but suddenly it crackled to life. Brian, in the boys' group, was doing evening check-in a little early so that they could do their day hike without having to stop and contact me. After we talked, I felt more normal again. I cooked some rice and beans for dinner, and as they cooled off, I piled my stones, probably 30 of them, into a cairn in the center of the fire, and then just piled on all the dry wood and brush I could gather. I took my knife out of my sheath, because that feeling was back, still worse this time. As soon as my fire became almost irresponsibly large, I saw someone moving fast through the trees, straight toward me. I tensed, then relaxed. Will, a seasoned staff working in the training group with Jessica and Katie, came running down the creek. He stopped when he saw me and my sweat lodge, and my 10-foot-tall flames, and broke into a huge grin. "I thought it was a wildfire," he said. "Some of the new girls are panicking." "Nope, just an epic sweat lodge," I said. "I was planning on inviting you all down for it when you called in, but I'll consider this your check-in. If you guys want to, you're all invited to come sweat. It'll be ready in about half an hour." "Perfect," he said. "They're just finishing up dinner. I'll go let Katie and Jess know and we'll be down." He turned to walk away. "Hey, Will?" He turned back around. "Did you guys lose track of any of the new guys today? Or did one of you 3 come down this way?" He thought for a moment and said, "No, I don't think so." Why? It's nothing, I said. I just thought someone might have come looking for me when I was out gathering rocks. Some of my stuff was in a different place than I remember leaving it. That's all. He looked at me with an odd expression. Weird, he said finally. I'll ask everyone, but we've kept pretty busy today, so I don't know when someone would have had time to come down this far. It's okay, I said. Don't stress it, I was just wondering. See you in a few minutes. The other two kids' groups radioed me shortly after Will walked off. It was more like an hour before the staff group finally trudged into my sandy clearing. Some of them looked excited, and some of them looked confused at my dome of plastic and sand, and at my pile of glowing red boulders on the still blazing fire, and at the stack of blue 5-gallon water jugs that I'd hauled down from the truck for the experience. We thought we were going to die in a forest fire, one of the new girls, Carol Sue, said accusingly. She looked extra smelly. I pulled some essential oils out of my possibles bag. A possibles bag is just a type of leather purse we make on the trail. We call it that to disguise the fact that we're grown men who carry around purses. Put some of this on your wrists and neck. It will help you keep a good frame of mind in the sweat. How many of you have done this before? A handful of them raised their hands. Inside of the circle of the lodge is a sacred place. We will do 4 sessions, going longer and longer each time. We will dedicate each session to a different part of our lives, our histories, our families, our struggles, and our choices. Try to only speak from the heart about these things. It will be very hot once we begin pouring water on the rocks, and the heat will make it very difficult to speak anyway. So only speak if it is important. Katie and Will were already rolling the superheated rocks into the lodge, using some long willow poles I had made. I gave Jess a side hug. The trainees didn't know we were married, and we had found it best not to let kids or people new to the wilderness group know, because it could have become a distraction from the experience if they got caught up in our personal lives. So, side hug was all. As far as they knew, we were just coworkers. I took out a dried sage smudge and lit it on the fire and did the ritual smoke cleansing for each of them as they entered the hallowed ground. I made the last-minute decision not to go into the sweat lodge. That last boys group had a student that was a little bit of trouble, and I was worried I would end up having to take an emergency radio call about a runner in the middle of someone's heartfelt speaking about their issues with their family or their past. Also, the smell. Also, something just felt off. This was a perfect spot and a perfect time for a sweat lodge ceremony, but it felt not wrong exactly, just off somehow. Instead, I whispered my choice and that maybe I would join the next session to Katie, as she was the last to enter, and I sealed the door up behind them, burying the edge of the poncho in the sand like the rest of the construction. I stood by the fire for a minute or two and felt hot, so I walked in the water down the narrow stream about 100 yards and just looked at the stars that were slowly becoming more and more visible in the darkening twilight. I stood there for at least 10 minutes, enjoying the changing sky. I heard a twig snap somewhere to my left, and the crickets went silent. There was definitely somebody away up there in the trees. I stared hard and could not see anybody at first, but there was a small dark shadow under a pine, maybe 30 or 40 feet away. Too dark for this early in the evening. Was that a girl in the shadow? It looked like a small Native American girl with 2 long braids and some kind of headband. I called out to her, but she didn't move. She seemed to be glaring at me. And the longer I stood there, the worse I felt, like the warmth from the air around me was being sucked away. So I took a deep breath and I did what I always do in the woods when something unknown scares me. I ran at it. Whoever was there took off fast, and I chased them. I lost them quickly enough, I'm not a runner, but I was sure they had been headed in the direction away from my little creekside sweat lodge. I must have gone an eighth of a mile, almost to the road, when I heard all the staff at the sweat lodge scream behind me. My blood ran cold, and I turned on my heel and sprinted back up the canyon. I almost missed the sweat lodge clearing when I came to it because nothing that I saw made sense. The fire was out, not even a glow. The sweat lodge was gone. The tarps had all been pulled and ripped off, and they and the hides were flung out in a wide circle on the ground, in the bushes, and in the water. The frame was uprooted and folded over on its side to one side of the sandbar, and all the new and experienced staff were sitting stunned in a circle on a padding of sage and juniper around a pile of cold rocks. "What happened?" I yelled as I ran up. After a moment, Katie answered, "We were just sitting here, starting to pour water on the rocks to heat things up, and we started talking a little bit about what it means to know your personal history. The walls of the sweat lodge started shaking, and we thought you were outside trying to get in. It stopped for a minute, and Jess called your name, but you didn't answer, and we had just poured some more water on the rocks when the whole lodge went cold, like really cold, and it sounded like a massive windstorm blew in and ripped the whole thing off of us, frame and all, and threw it into the trees." I didn't know what to do, so I grabbed my bag and got out every flashlight I had. We started checking each other for injuries. I lied to them through my teeth and told them that it was a microburst windstorm and that they happened sometimes in Utah and that they were lucky nobody got hurt, and so on. Amidst the skeptical looks from the three who knew me, I got Jessica and Will to start taking the stunned newbies back to camp. But Katie stayed. Katie, who had been with me through so many other unexplainable things out here, knew what I was doing. She could tell I wasn't saying something. "The fire's out. Like, it's out cold. And it was 1,000 degrees 20 minutes ago. And the rocks that were glowing hot 20 minutes ago feel like they've been sitting in the creek," she said. "What are you not saying?" I took a deep breath. I just tried to chase down a Native American girl who apparently can run unnaturally fast in the dark. Katie sat down hard. I looked at her, but she didn't say anything, so I continued. "Today, while I was gathering rocks for the lodge, I felt like someone was watching me the whole time, and I swear I'm not making this up, but I set down that really big rock, you know, the first one you rolled into the circle, and I walked away for a few minutes. When I returned, it was over by the creek. Like someone came and moved it, but there were no tracks, and it couldn't have rolled there. And then after you all went into the sweat lodge, I walked down to the creek and heard something in the trees. It took me a minute to spot her, but she was hiding in a shadow under a tree. I think I chased her for maybe 30 seconds when you all started screaming, and I ran back up here." What Katie said next made me sit down too. "Did she have 2 braids and a headband?" I nodded slowly. "Early this morning, like 3, Jessica woke everybody up and said it was going to rain and that we needed to build a shelter." "There were no clouds last night," I said. "I know," said Katie. "But she woke us all up and insisted that we needed to build a shelter, and she wouldn't drop it until we all moved closer together and put up some tarps. I like to see the stars if I wake up, so I moved in close just in case, but I didn't get under a tarp. Neither did Will or Josh, and he's one of the new guys. Well, this morning, just before it got light, I had a really disturbing dream where I felt like I was awake in my sleeping bag and was staring up into the trees above me. And there was this little Native American girl with 2 braids and a blue-gray headband up in the tree over my face, just staring at me. I knew I was dreaming, but I couldn't move or wake up. I was only able to move when Josh, on the other side of the shelter, yelled and sat up. I thought it was just a horrible dream, until I talked to Jess about the rain last night. She admitted to me that she hadn't been worried about rain, but that she had been dead asleep when she felt somebody reach into her sleeping bag and shove her head to the side. She panicked and laid there and pretended like she was still sleeping, but they knelt over her face for a few minutes. She said she was terrified to open her eyes. When she felt them leave, she waited for a few minutes and then woke everyone else up. I was wondering why she slept in the middle of everyone. Now it makes sense. I was quiet. Katie spoke again. Before breakfast, I asked Josh why he yelled and sat up. I was grateful he did, but was curious as to why. He told me that he'd had a horrible nightmare about a little Native American girl, and when he thought he woke up, he saw her running at him. He yelled and she jumped over his head and took off, and that's when he really woke up and sat up. He was surprised that I had heard him yell. He thought he was still asleep at that point, and he dreamed the yelling part. I didn't tell Jess or Josh what happened to me, and I didn't tell them about each other. But at breakfast, Will told all of us about this horrible dream he had about a little girl dying in that cabin when it burned down. We all freaked out. It's all we've been talking about today. Half of the group didn't believe us, and Carol Sue, the loud, annoying one, has told everybody that we're just trying to haze the new guys. Even Josh, who's a new guy, is in on it, apparently. And then the sweat lodge thing happened. With what you just told me, I don't think any of us were dreaming. We were quiet for a long time. I think we should move camp down the road tomorrow, I finally said. I'll clean up this mess in the morning. Katie just nodded and stood up. Oh, and Katie? It's probably a good idea for everyone to be under the shelter to sleep tonight. And also, maybe don't light another fire. I'm guessing the one at your group site is out too. She sighed tiredly and walked off into the dark. I just sat there for a while, and then slowly made my way back to the truck. I didn't feel like anyone was watching me anymore, but that didn't stop me from sleeping in the cab with the doors locked for the rest of the week. My name is Jordan. I was a young kid of 7 years old when this all started. I have an older sister by 1 year. I'll call her Jess. We were both being raised by my mother. She began a relationship with her boyfriend that we'll name Derek. We moved into a house in West Bountiful, Utah. The house sat near a horse farm, which sat north from the house, away from the road about 50 yards from the back door. The house had 2 wagon wheels buried into the ground halfway for decoration, sitting near the street. We had an elderly lady as a neighbor who lived to the east of us. The next house east was my friend Brian's house. The house was kind of old, but still in good shape. Walking into the front door led you into the living room. The stairs to the right led upstairs, where the bathroom was first on the left, followed by my sister's room to the right, then my mom's room on the left, and my room on the right at the very end of the hall. Past the living room was a kitchen that, to the left, led to the driveway, and to the right led downstairs to another living room. This was adapted into a place where I had my Nintendo 64 set up on a tiny TV. While going down the stairs, there was a crawl space to the right, next to the furnace. Since I was 7, I can't recall how long we lived in this house before things started becoming strange. But to my mom and sister's recollections, the first oddities we noticed was that deep into the night, the toilet would flush randomly. I never noticed this, since my room was farthest from the bathroom. But my sister and mom were both convinced that I was being mischievous and doing it. I do remember them asking me if I really needed to pee last night, but I said that I didn't know what they were talking about, as I hadn't left my room. Weeks later, the toilet flushing became a common occurrence at night. I heard it happen as I was walking to the bathroom one night, so I turned around and went back to bed, obviously nervous. The next day, Derek said it had to be pressure in the sewer causing our toilets to flush. I took his word strongly since I thought he knew all things about plumbing. But the toilet flushing started to become boring, I assume, for after a pause in the activity, the faucets in both the bathroom and the kitchen were both suddenly blasting water out of them. The knobs opened up completely. Derek sprang awake to the sound of rushing faucets and quickly shut them off. After he turned off the kitchen faucet and was walking back upstairs, the toilet flushed as he passed by the bathroom. I slept through this entire ordeal, but my mom said that it pissed him off so much he actually kicked the bathroom door. The faucets joined the toilet in becoming a common plaything at night, and all of us felt pretty uneasy about it. I'm not sure in which order the next parts of the story should go, but all of this happened in the span of about a year, 6 months into living in that house. My friend Brian came over, and we were playing Smash Bros. On my Nintendo 64 in the basement. After several matches, he needed to use the bathroom, so he got up and ran up the stairs. I kept playing. He came running down the stairs. I thought he was excited to keep playing, but he stood there next to me, breathing heavily. His eyes were as wide as dinner plates. He stumbled over his words and asked if there was something wrong with my bathroom. Before I could say anything, he starts frantically explaining that the toilet flushed right before he got to the door, and that as he was done and was leaving, the faucet turned on full power right behind him. I told him that that's happened many times before, but only at night. Brian wanted to go back home after that. He didn't even look back as he walked down the street. I was sad. I was sure that Brian wouldn't want to hang out anymore after the house had scared him. This was, from what I recall, the first time that somebody from outside the house experienced its oddities. I told my mom about it, and she said that it was strange it had happened in the daytime. There were other times that my sister and I would stay weekends with our dad, every other weekend usually. On one of these weekends, my mother and Derek were in bed. She can't recall what time at night it was, but out of her sleep, she could hear the soft sobbing of a woman. She laid there half asleep, wondering if she had left the TV on in the living room. But the sound wasn't coming from downstairs. It seemed to be coming from the room they were sleeping in. The sobbing became more pained and louder. Derek bolted awake, thinking that my mom was hurt. But then they both just sat there in silence as the sobbing turned into a cry of unimaginable pain, as if the woman was either being tortured or in pain of losing a child. Derek quickly got dressed, saying that the neighbor lady next door might be hurt and might need help. He ran out the front door and over to the neighbor's house, but by the time he got to her door, there was no screaming or crying. He slowly walked toward the house, and the crying got louder. There was no mistake that it was coming from our house. Derek checked every square inch of the house when he got back, but there was no one in it except for him and my mother. As soon as it had appeared, it stopped. My mom says that that was one of the hardest nights' sleep in her entire life. One that I was present for happened about a month after the night of the crying woman. It is, of course, the dead of night, and we're all sleeping in our rooms. Suddenly, my mom and Derek were awoken by a blinding light, as bright as a lighthouse. My mother and Derek sprang up and tried to find the light switch in the house, but as they flipped it on, the light stayed. Derek thought it was a semi-truck shining its brights through their window, but as he opened the window, he realized that their window faced the horse farm. They had no window facing the streets at all. As soon as he spun back around from looking outside, the light died out. I remember the commotion afterward. Derek was running all over the house in a panic. He checked the fuse box, grabbed his tools, and tore apart their light fixture at 3 a.m., trying to find any logical explanation and shouting in frustration the entire time. My mother would stay up late most nights. She loved her horror movies and crime shows, so she'd watch them while we were asleep. It wasn't far from midnight when my mom heard the voices of children giggling. The only light on in the house was the TV. She assumed that my sister and I were trying to scare her, so she pointed at the stairs and said, "Both of you, go to bed, now." The giggling continued for a little longer before my mom stood up and marched up the stairs, but no one was there. The giggling, though, was getting louder. She finished climbing the stairs and opened my sister's door, only to find her fast asleep in her bed. She checked into my room and found me the same way. After she went down the stairs again, the giggling finally stopped. My mom claims that afterward, she sat there and thought of the woman crying for a while before this occurrence, and thought that these children giggling had some morbid connection. My mom caught the elderly neighbor one morning in her driveway and asked if she knew anything about our house. The lady said she lived on that street for half of her life and never heard or saw anything bad happen inside of the home. Just families moving in and out over the years. We never looked further into this theory. The time passes, and we now refer to our ghostly friends as the kids and the lady. The kids loved to play around in mine and my sister's rooms. They'd open and close our closets, slam my sister's hope chest to startle us, and still loved to play with the toilet at night. Of course, now being 8 years old, I had a constant, uneasy feeling in that house. My mother would assure me that our ghosts were a happy family that needed a place to stay, but this didn't settle my fears at all. I had grown accustomed to having multiple light sources in my room: a lava lamp, 2 plasma balls, and a fiber optic light. All of them were on the headboard of my bed, and I needed these on at all times to feel comfortable enough to sleep. When they were on, I never had anything bad happen in that room. My mom and Derek understood that I needed them on, and never touched them while I slept. But, from time to time, I would wake up and find that some, if not all of my lights had been switched off. Not just the power strip they were plugged into, but the little manual clicky knobs on the wires themselves had been turned off. I'd usually wake up late into the night to pitch darkness and scramble out of fear to get all of my lights back up and working. One night, after turning them all back on, I noticed the closet door, which had been closed when I went to sleep. It was wide open, but that was all. The next part is rather hard for me. Even as I tell this story now, I have goosebumps all over. I had a very gruesome dream that I could only describe as a horror that no young boy could ever dream of on his own. I was sitting in a room in the house in dress clothes, and I was crying. Loud bangs to the door of the room and a hellish scream echoed through the empty room, and I huddled into a corner and screamed. The room went dark with a shadow as the door opened. I couldn't see what was in the doorway, but I kept screaming for whatever it was to stay away. Silence fell. For what seemed like an hour, I sat there in the corner staring at the blackness of the door. Suddenly, people came walking through the shadows. They were all of my family, from my mom and dad to my sister and even a couple of cousins. I didn't leave the corner to greet them. They all just stood there, staring at me with pale faces and glazed eyes. My sister smiled eerily at me, and would take stiff steps toward me. I would scream, and she would step back and giggle. My dad walked up to me, towering over me. As he knelt down to my level, his eyes went from glazed and dull to being a void of darkness with small glints of light for pupils. I cowered in fear, turning my head from him. He then grabbed the top of my head and forced me to stare him in the face. Then he said, "You have to say your goodbyes or they're going to be lonely in heaven." Jess screamed in a shrieking voice as my dad grabbed me by my ankle and held me upside down. I was equal height to his face now, and I could see all of the faces of my relatives at that moment. They all had the same eyes as my dad, but had gaping and bleeding mouths, almost like their jaws had been nearly torn off. They all chanted the word "heaven" over and over as they carried me into a living room where a bed was set up. In the bed was a corpse. It was my sister. Still held by the ankle, they held me above her corpse. I remember every detail of her face. Her skin was olive green and white. It was cracking in places, and her eyes were cold and cloudy and lifeless. I stared at her face in shock and disbelief. One of her eyes moved and stared back at me, before she suddenly sprang from the bed and wrapped her arms around me, pulling me into the bed. She screamed and shrieked as she wrapped her rotting fingers around my neck and began to choke me. I screamed with my last breath for somebody to come to my rescue, but at the last moment I saw my sister placing her thumbs over my eyes and pressing in. I felt the pain of my eyes popping, and all I could do was scream. I was suddenly woken by my mother. I was apparently shouting in my sleep and flailing uncontrollably for several minutes before she got me to open my eyes. Not to my surprise, my lights were all off. I could barely see my mom's face as she held my head in her arms. I was in complete shock. I was shaking violently, unable to speak, darting my gaze over every inch of the room, looking for the demons that nearly had me. I struggled to grab my mom's arm and stuttered, asking where Jess was. At that moment, Jess, who had been awoken by the noise I was making, flipped on the light as she walked in. Upon seeing her, I broke into a nervous breakdown. I tried to crawl away from her, still choking on absolute terror and unable to scream. I grunted and wheezed at her, tears pouring down my face like a waterfall. My mom told Jess to go back to bed. Jess left the room, and my mom asked me if I wanted to stay the night in her bed. I couldn't answer. I was still in shock. She picked me up out of the bed and took me into her room and put me in the spot next to her. She threw blankets over me and said to try to get some sleep. I laid there, shaking like a leaf, the dream playing on repeat through my head as I trembled. Not even being near my mom made me feel safe at that point. I remember being like that for hours afterward. The exhaustion finally caught up to me, and I fell asleep once again. My mother says that when she looked at me the next morning, she noticed that I had slept through the remainder of the night, with my eyes open. I woke up a couple of hours later in a haze. My entire body felt heavy and weak. I made my way downstairs to where my mom and sister were. They asked me what I dreamt about. It all flooded into my head again, and I started crying hysterically. It would be several years later when I finally told them what the dream had been about. My mother called my school and let me stay home that day. She asked if I was hungry, but food was the last thing on my mind. She led me to my room and said I should have a nap since it's daytime and things will be more peaceful. I laid in my bed under the covers and wept. A chill ran through my spine, and I stopped crying. Listening carefully, I could hear the whisper of a child. "Shh, don't worry, it'll be okay." I laid there frozen. I slowly pulled the blanket from over my eyes, only to witness my closet door slowly closing itself. I stared at it quietly for some time before hopping out of bed and running down to the living room. I didn't tell my mom about the closet or the whisper. I knew she would just blame them on the dream I'd had. So I kept that one a secret for a couple of years. My mother believes me now, though, now that I've told her everything while we were sharing our experiences. Weeks later, my Aunt Dana stayed with us for a week. It was a weekend where we were going to my dad's house. My mom and aunt were alone in the house while Derek was at work. My mom was watching General Hospital, and my aunt was using the shower. My aunt came running down the stairs out of nowhere, pale as a ghost. She asked my mom if she had walked into the bathroom a moment ago. My mom said no, of course not. My aunt described looking through the foggy shower door and seeing a woman with blonde hair in the bathroom, staring at the mirror. My mother has brown hair. She then turned and walked out without making a sound or speaking a word. My aunt stared back up at the bathroom and said, "There's something very wrong with this house." She's not the only one who's ever said those words. I got my friend Brian to stay the night at my house with the promise of late-night gaming. He remembers the incident from before and asked how it was living in a haunted house. I said it's not all that bad, jokingly, of course. I didn't tell Brian about any of my personal stories in fear that he might end our friendship over it. The night hit about 11 p.m., and we switched from games to cartoons. We both fell asleep with the glow of my tiny TV upon us. Everything was fine until I was shaken awake by Brian. He was hysterical. He grabbed me and pulled me close and said, "I hear them. They giggle at me when I'm sleeping. There's something wrong with this house. I want to go home. Please let me go home." His scream woke up my mom, and she ran down the stairs to find Brian hyperventilating. She grabbed all of his belongings and walked him out of the house after he calmed down and down the street to his own house. She came back and said that Brian's dad didn't want his son to come over anymore just to get scared to death. I don't really blame him. He still came over sometimes, but he never stayed the night again, and he especially avoided the basement from that time on. There were a couple more parts to the story, but they played out in similar fashion to most of the other activity. My mom's relationship with Derek came to an end, and we were packing up stuff to move to a different city. After all of our belongings were removed, we walked slowly through parts of the house, talking about our stories of creepy happenings. My sister and I, feeling a bit brave due to us leaving and never coming back, had a surge of courage to ask the kids if they liked playing with us. It was dead silent in the house. My sister and I giggled to each other and said they probably hated playing with us because we were annoying. My mom says she felt something a bit different, almost like there were a couple of people who were sad to see us go. Derek also felt the same vibe. But after 2 years in the house in West Bountiful, we left. My mom and I still bring up the stories from time to time. We both get goosebumps from the blinding light story, and she's blown away by how terrible my dream was. I recently revisited that dream a month ago, not to my choosing, of course. Played out the exact same as that night when I was 8 years old, only this time I woke up calmly and shook it off. It was after that dream that I decided to write about what I can only describe as a ghost story. It may appear as fiction to many, but to us, it was a living reality. It saddens me that we didn't do more research into the house to see if there was ever a problem or a tragedy there. I don't live far from there currently, but there's a good chance that the house and many others were demolished in a housing project. Either way, I feel it's best left as it is, a creepy story. I'm 26 now, and I have a love of horror movies and creepy places. Maybe my exposure to these terrifying events flipped a couple of adrenaline switches in my head. I still don't have a definite answer as to whether ghosts really do exist, but I can't deny what we went through in the West Bountiful house. The cabin in the cypress. I rented the cabin because it was cheap, anonymous, and far enough from pavement that I could hear my own thoughts without a truck passing every 15 minutes. The listing said water access only. It came with a key left in a pill bottle wired to the underside of the dock, and a hand-drawn map that looked like a high schooler's doodle. Take the parish road to the ramp, put in, hug the right bank, past the split oak, left at the rusted drum, and then follow the cypress line until the roof shows. The man who owned it never met me in person. He sent me a message that said the generator burned oil, the refrigerator sulked if you didn't level it, and don't leave food on the porch lest you want to share it with the raccoons, and worse. He didn't say what worse meant. Around here, worse covers a lot. I put the pirogue in just after lunch and let the little trolling motor earn its keep. The air had weight. Dragonflies stitched bright lines over the black water. Cypress knees rose like old fence posts. A heron lifted off ahead of me, slow and resentful. I passed the split oak the map mentioned. The rusted drum was half sunk and furred with algae. I cut left into a corridor that smelled like wet wood and old rope. In places, the water was mirror flat. In others, it rippled without any breeze. I told myself it was Gar moving below. The cabin showed through the trees the way a buck shows through brush. Just a suggestion at first, and then a shape. It sat on tall stilts, gray boards and a metal roof dull as tin coins. A short dock jutted out with one rotted plank you had to step over. The screens on the porch had more patches than screen. The front door stuck on swollen jambs, and when it gave all at once and almost threw me on my face. Inside was one room with a small alcove for a kitchen, 2 bunks built into the far wall, a fold-down table, a kerosene lantern on a nail. There was a nail for everything. It wasn't much, but I wasn't there for much. I set my cooler on the table, cranked the generator, and felt the place settle around me. The sound of fuel burning is different in a city. Out here, the engine noise rides on the same air as fogs and insects, and the slap of water under pilings. It sounded temporary, like my being there. I took the pirogue back out to fish while there was still decent light. You come to a place like this, and it takes an hour or two for your ears to turn down the volume on what you brought with you. After my first cast, I could hear my own line tick the guides. After the second, I could hear something else. A hollow tapping out there under the dock, spaced like someone testing a board with a knuckle. I told myself it was a turtle knocking into the post, or a trapped bottle floating underneath. Anything sounds like anything if you want it to be there bad enough. I moved down the bank and put a spinner bait into the shadow of a cypress knee. Something hit it with a short, mean tug. A large mouth with a scar along its flank. I put it back. I wasn't there for meat. I was there to sit in a boat until my head was empty and the sun slid behind the trees. When I came in at dark, the porch smelled like a damp rope and hot iron all at once. I hung the fish stringer, wiped down the cooler, and locked the door out of habit. The first thing I noticed inside was small. The lantern had been moved from the nail to the window ledge. I wouldn't have sworn that I hadn't done it, but I would have bet a 20. I put it back on the nail, set the cooler by the bunks, and unrolled my sleeping bag. There was a stain along the baseboard behind the bunks, a dark line a few inches up the wall. It was the kind of mark standing water leaves when it sits and then pulls back. I've seen those lines in plenty of camps after storms. This one felt different. It was a shade too defined, like it had dried that way yesterday. I pressed my thumb to it. The wood was dry and cool. I told myself to stop looking for reasons to be spooked. It was just a cabin on stilts over black water. What else did I expect them to paint the walls with? Around midnight, the knocking woke me. It wasn't a creak or a possum, but a real knock. Single taps in no pattern I could recognize, sometimes under the wall by my head, sometimes at the far side of the room, and sometimes under the center of the floor. Between knocks was the slow sound of water pressing somewhere it didn't belong. I lay still and counted. Counting helped until the numbers meant nothing. I told myself I'd get up if it kept on. It kept on. I did not get up. Morning dropped on the bayou like a curtain. 1 second I was staring at the underside of the top bunk, and the next a line of light cut the wall where the door didn't quite meet the frame. The knock had quit. The stain on the wall looked higher. I told myself it looked higher because I wanted it to. So I took a carpenter's pencil from my tackle bag and put a mark at the top of the stain and wrote the date. It made me feel practical. A mark is proof, and proof is steady. I spent the day outside. The fish were lazy and so was I. A pair of big alligator gar eased around the pilings like bad ideas. Every now and then, something thumped the underside of the dock hard enough to vibrate the boards under my feet. I told myself it was the current. The current did other things weirder than knocking, after all. When I came back in the afternoon, the lantern was on the window again. The cooler had scuffed 2 inches to the left. A hand towel that I'd hung on a chair was on the floor in a wet heap. A wet towel in a humid cabin is nothing special, but when I picked it up and wrung it over the sink, what came out smelled like the bottom of a ditch that hasn't seen daylight in a long time. I checked the roof for leaks and found none. The stain had grown past my pencil mark. I put a new mark at the top and told myself it must have always been that high. I just hadn't looked. It's easy to be a liar to yourself when you are the only witness. That night, the knocking didn't so much start as continue. It was softer, but it never stopped. It walked the walls and then the floor. 2 knocks under the table, 1 near the door, 4 under my bunk, in slow, deliberate spaces. Between them now came a low wash of sound, like water slopping in a tub, and the occasional hollow thud from below, as if something heavy down there objected to the noises above and made its opinion known. I got up around 2. I didn't say out loud why. I told myself I needed a glass of water. What I did was cross to the wall with the stain and press my palm against it. The wood was damp to my touch. The damp carried a chill. Not night air cool. Cold like water being pulled from a well. When I took my hand away, I could see lines of moisture where my fingers had been, beaded and bright. The stain line had crept another inch in the time it took to humor myself with the drink. I slept on the top bunk the 3rd night because it felt like spite to keep sleeping low. There were 2 bunks, and the top one wobbled if you rolled over too quick. The latter had 1 rung repaired with wire. I set my flashlight and the little pump action on the board beside the mattress. I'm not the kind to sleep with a gun within arm's reach, but I believed in it as an object. A weight that said I could choose not to be surprised. It stormed after midnight. Not a full blow, but enough wind to bang the porch door against its frame, and enough rain to put a drumline on the roof. The cabin flexed around me. I listened to frogs roll up their voices and then go quiet all at once, when something heavy passed under the piling. Every time the door knocked, the jam, I thought about getting up to jam a wedge under it, but I didn't. And then, in a lull between wind, I heard a new sound. The distinct wet flop of a fish somewhere it had no business being. I thumbed the light and laid it flat to keep the beam low. The floorboards by the table glittered. Water pooled there. Not much, but enough to shine. I traced it with the beam. There was no trail of droplets from the door, and no obvious leak from the ceiling. The puddles sat where the floor met the little trap door that I hadn't noticed before. A square cut dead in the center of the room, with a ring bolt set in it. It looked like the kind of hatch you use to reach pipes. The smart thing would have been to leave it closed. I pulled it up anyway and propped it with the chair. The smell that came out was colder than the night. The beam cut down into water after about 3 feet of dark air. That crawl space beneath the cabin, if you could call it that, wasn't dry. It was a black box full of slow, shining movement, as if the bayou had established a second level inside my floor. The beam touched the slick back of something that turned lazily and was gone. A piece of old rope passed and then stopped, pulled back by a current I couldn't feel on my face. I listened. The knocks came from the edges now, polite and steady, as if keeping time for me while I leaned over that square of black. The water down there had its own sounds, soft shifts, the wet reach of a bubble, a sound like hair trailing. I closed the hatch. I put the chair back and put my bare feet on the mattress and stayed that way until dawn did its gray trick at the seam of the door. There's a rule I have when something starts to feel wrong. Do one practical thing. Get gas, check a gasket, find the source. The next day, I beached the pirogue on a hummocked bit of ground 30 yards from the cabin and crawled under with a headlamp to see how the water sat. It sat wrong. That's the only phrase for it. The outside water under the pilings was lower than it had been yesterday, pulled back with the wind, which had shifted. But directly beneath the footprint of the cabin, it looked deeper, even without a tape to prove it. The light buzzed and threw an uneven cone, and in that cone, I saw the mark water makes when it stands against a thing. On the inside of the pilings, that mark was higher. A tidy ring on the wood, like the tide that belonged inside the cabin didn't care what the outside was doing, and it had been up in the night and decided to leave its line. When I crawled back out, my knees and elbows were caked with black grit. I went to the wall with the stain and put another pencil mark. It felt like drawing a line on a moving animal. The generator popped and coughed. I topped its oil and told myself it was time to leave in the morning. I ate from the cooler and packed most of my gear. I didn't admit that leaving before sundown felt like I had already lost some kind of argument I didn't want to define. That evening, a fog moved in over the water so thick it ate the dock. I could stand with one foot on the last step and see nothing beneath. When darkness came, it came soft. The frogs started and stopped, as if something kept waiting through their chorus. The knocking began early. It had more purpose in it than before. It started on the wall by the door, moved to the corner by the sink, came in pairs and then singles, never forming anything like a pattern I could lay numbers on. I tried to read the dog-eared book I'd brought. The words held like gnats and then slid. The lantern was on the window again when I looked up. I hadn't moved it. I watched it for a while because watching a simple thing is better than listening to something you can't stop. The glass of the lantern fogged on the inside as if someone breathed on it. I set it on the table and sat back on the bunk with my hands empty. The stain on the wall had climbed past the level of my shoulder. A line of brown wrote itself through the pale boards as I watched, quick at first, and then slow, like a wick drawing oil. I don't remember laying down. I just remember the dream I had before the sound pulled me back. My father and I in a boat when I was small, and I dropped a lure over the side and watched it go, and never hit bottom, even when my father told me to reel it in now, reel it, and his voice had the same shape as the knocks. When I opened my eyes, the room was different. It took a second to say how, and then I knew. The sound of the storm was gone. There was no wind or rain or insects or frogs. The silence felt like someone holding a hand very close to my mouth. In that silence, something splashed inside the cabin, not down below, not at the hatch, but in the open air of the room, the way a body splashes when it finds itself where it can't stand. I sat up hard enough to make the bunk rock. The flashlight went over. I grabbed it, and it rolled in my palm and caught the floor. And then the table leg, and then the center of the room, where the water stood ankle deep. It didn't make sense. The hull of my mind that handles sense was closed. The beam skipped and found the hatch. It was closed. The ring bolt lay flat. The chair stood where I'd left it. I swung the light to the door. It was shut. The window over the sink was shut. There was no sound of water coming in from any direction, but water was there. A dark slab cut across the floor up to the second rung of the bunk ladder. And worse than that, in it, something moved. At first, I thought fish. The movement was wrong for fish. It swelled rather than darted. A skin of hair or moss pushed along the surface and settled against the bunk post. The post vibrated at the touch. The line of stain on the wall rose as if riding a tide you couldn't see. Another splash sounded behind me, closer, as if whatever had just moved had found something to push off. The water touched my heels, and it was so cold, my ankles hurt up into the shin. I pulled my feet under me on the bunk, and the frame groaned. The whole cabin answered the groan with a long, watery intake. The flashlight beam cut jittery figure eights because my hands weren't steady, and in those figure eights I saw shapes that can be named and shapes that can't. Roots can look like fingers. Eel grass can look like hair. When you've watched someone pulled from the water, you know there are other things it can look like. The beam crossed the center of the room again and hit the water, and something under it turned, and the light came back into my own eyes off a surface that was not a fisheye and not a bubble. The knock came up through the bunk frame into my bones. Once, again. Then a slow drag along the underside, like a hand exploring. There was a window that opened onto the screened porch. I don't remember deciding. I left the gun. I crossed the bunk, put my shoulder to the window frame, and threw myself into the mesh. It gave on the second hit. I rolled over the porch floor and into the open night. The fog sat 10 feet off the water like a roof. The dock was a gray smear. The frogs were still quiet. Even the generator seemed to be waiting. I tore at the screen door until the hook gave, and then I was on the steps with my feet slapping the wood. The slaps echoed down into the dark. Behind me, the cabin made a sound I have not heard any other house make. It was like a breath let out through clenched teeth. The front door creaked open against the swollen jamb without a hand on it. Water poured over the threshold and then fell back inside, as if the room were exhaling and then inhaling again. I didn't look longer than that. The pirogue was tied to the far post with a rat's nest of line I had cursed when I tied it, and blessed when my fingers found it now. I fumbled until the knot gave, and the boat swung, and I put one knee into it, and the knee went out from under me. I caught myself on the gunwale and almost went over, and then I was in with my chest banging the thwart. I pushed off with the paddle, and the blade found nothing. The second push found more nothing. The third push bit, and we slid sideways into the fog's edge. I didn't use the motor. Noise felt like a thing that would call attention. I paddled by learned motion. Short draws. Keep the bow straight with the grip hand. When the boat wanted to turn toward the cabin, I corrected without looking back. The water around me was plain bayou water, warm on the blade. The cold I'd felt in the cabin didn't travel. That fact made no sense. I took it and didn't examine it. A shape lifted beside me and then sank. A guar's back or a log or something I don't name. Another shape lifted ahead, and I lifted the paddle and let the boat ghost, thinking of mudflats and hyacinth mats and dead ends and every other way a night on water can outlast your nerve. The fog thinned where the corridor opened. The split oak showed as darker dark. I turned left by feel around the rusted drum. It sounded like someone tapped the pirogue's stern with a knuckle. A polite little note, and I did not look. I reached the ramp as a smear of gray rode itself along the eastern trees. Dawn on the water looks like the world remembering itself. I hauled the boat up, threw gear into the truck bed without caring where it landed, and backed the trailer in crooked. The line from the bow to the winch jumped in my hands like a live thing. I cranked until the bow kissed the roller, and then I drove. The mirrors showed me nothing but pines and the little wakes that tires made in standing puddles on the road. I didn't go back to the cabin to clean or leave a note. I mailed the key in a padded envelope from a gas station an hour north, where the coffee tasted like someone had cooked a wrench in it. I told the owner that the generator was temperamental and the refrigerator needed shimming. I didn't tell him that the inside water opposed the outside water, or that his walls were measuring something he shouldn't measure. He didn't ask. Money moved, and that was the end of our business. For a week, my ankles ached with a cold I couldn't walk off. I told myself it was a strain from the scramble. My shoes grew a film in the closet, and I tossed them. When I closed my eyes at night, I could feel the bunk knock against my bones. The sound pops into my head at the sink sometimes if the dishwater is running and a plate clinks the wrong way. I can be 6 hours from any swamp and hear it under the kitchen floor. Once in a while, if I let the shower run too long and steam blows into the hall, a line of damp prints appears on the drywall where the baseboard ought to be. That's not what's happening, of course. It's just the way water acts. It's just wicking. It's just poor ventilation. People like to ask questions when they hear I used to go into the cypress alone. They want to hear about snakes or gators or getting lost in the fog. They want a clean story with cause and effect and threat you can draw a bead on. I don't tell them about the cabin unless they won't let it go. And even then, I leave out pieces because it doesn't make sense in a way that cleans up. What I know is simple. The night before I left, the water inside that house rose when the water outside fell. Something in there learned the room and didn't like me in it. It knocked until I listened, and then it kept on, the way you knock to tell someone this is not where you belong. If anyone asks for directions and says they've rented a place out past the split oak, I tell them to keep their food off the porch and to bring mosquito coils and to put a wedge under the door the moment they arrive. I tell them the generator burns oil. If they ask about fishing, I say to work the knees at first light and don't keep more than you need. But I don't say anything about measuring stains or hatches. If they're the listening kind, they'll hear the knocks without me putting the idea in their head. If they're not, no warning will help. I still like water, but I like it moving. I sold the pirogue to a kid who wanted to noodle catfish and didn't need a lesson from me about what hands shouldn't go into. I told him to be careful around old pilings, and he said he would. People always say they will. The black water in those cuts looks calm until you remember it moves beneath, and beneath that there's another movement and then another. Somewhere under all of it is the part that never touches the sun and minds its own business until you put a floor over it and call it a room, and then it minds yours. I believe that, whether anyone else does or not. Believe the rest, or don't. The line on the wall moved while I watched. The water touched my heels and hurt them with cold. The door opened and breathed and pulled the dark back inside. I left at first light and didn't look back until the trees made it impossible to try. If that's not enough to make a person turn around before they ever go, then nothing I say would do it. I know where my hands were and what they came away with. I know that in a cabin built to stand above the bayou, something rose from beneath, as patient as the tide, and tapped until I understood the difference between renting a room and being invited in. The voice that knew my name. I like to hunt alone. It's the only place where I can count time by light instead of notifications, where a day is measured by the way frost lifts off grass and the way the evening wind sinks into your coat. I pick my spots carefully, carry out what I carry in, and leave no sign I was there. That October, I pushed deeper than usual into the Adirondacks, following a creek that braided through spruce and beech, and then opened into a flat of moss and fern. The ground was clean, the water cold enough to make my teeth ache, and the only marks I saw were deer prints and a bobcat pad sunk near a deadfall. I set my tent under a fir that had survived some old windstorm and snapped a branch to kindle an evening fire. It felt right. The first day went easy. I glassed a ridge at mid-morning, watched a small group of doe cut across the shadow line, then moved down to check an old game trail. There were no boot prints on the trail, no fresh cigarette butts, no candy wrappers. The only thing new that I saw was a snag with a set of small parallel claw marks about as long as my thumb. Raccoon or fisher, I figured. In the afternoon, I filtered creek water and let the sun warm my back. The world had that early cold weather silence, where it is quiet without being empty. A raven flapped through the trees and croaked there 3 times, then dipped down slope and disappeared. Night came fast. I ate from a pan, cleaned it, and set it upside down on a flat rock. A barred owl called a few times from east of the creek and moved closer in jumps. When I turned in, I left the tent fly half open so I could see a band of stars in the red eye of the coals. I slept well, with the kind of sleep you really only get when there's nothing left to do and no one expecting you to answer anything. The second day had a different edge. Not bad, just sharper. The air tasted metallic when I breathed hard on the climb. Clouds held low, and the smell of wet leaves followed me. I saw a single set of boot prints on a faint spur trail near noon. Heel-toe, wide stride, then gone as the trail ran into rock. Whoever it was had been moving fast, or had very long legs. I whistled once and waited, the way you do when you want to make sure that you're not walking up on someone. Nobody answered, so I shrugged it off and kept my line. Back at camp in the afternoon, I dressed a small pile of kindling and set a fire early, more for morale than heat. It's a good feeling to have fire lit before dark gets its full say. I cooked, ate, and sat with my back to the fir trunk. The creek had that steady hush that lets you forget it exists, until you suddenly hear it again. A few times the wind came up and threw different branches into each other, so they clicked like loose stones. I set out my boots to dry and crawled into the sleeping bag with my hat still on. Sometime after midnight, I woke like someone had nudged me and whispered my name. It felt that specific. My eyes were open before I knew why. The coals held a dull orange. The creek was steady, and everything in me wanted to go right back to sleep and call it a dream. But once you're awake in the woods, you're awake. I lay still and listened. Tom. The voice came easy through the trees. Not loud, not a shout. It just carried like a normal voice carries when someone is standing 20-odd yards away with nothing between you. The sound of it hit me first, and then the tone. It sounded like my brother. I didn't move for a few seconds. You can tell yourself anything you want, but your body has its own way of sorting information, and mine went cold. I unzipped the bag slowly, slid my feet into the boots without lacing them, and eased up to my elbows so I could see out of the tent. The clearing was empty. The fire, down to a rind of orange and a few white flecks, brushed a weak light over the ferns. I held still and listened until my ears felt like they were pushing forward. Tom. Same voice. Same easy way of saying it, dragging the vowel a bit like my brother does when he's trying to get my attention without making a thing of it. Who is that? I said. My voice sounded wrong where I put it, too bright in the dark space. I reached for my headlamp and stopped. Turning on a light when you are open on all sides does not make much sense, at least not as much as it would indoors. I let my hand fall. You need something? No reply. The creek rinsed on. An owl moved. My eyes watered with the strain of trying to pull more light out of what was there. I told myself a few options. There was a chance another hunter named Tom had set up somewhere near enough for voices to carry. There was a chance someone was screwing around. There was a chance my brain had patched the sound of the creek into a familiar word. I held those out in front of me like a row of hooks to choose from, but none of them would hold for very long. I waited a full minute by my counting. Then it called again from the same direction, the slope on the other side of the creek. Tom, you awake? The phrasing spun me up more than the sound. My brother asks that exact way when he calls late and hears the sleep in my voice. He does not say, "Are you awake?" He makes it, "You awake?" without the question mark. It's one of those tiny things you don't clock until it's in the wrong place. I swallowed and didn't answer. If it knew my name, and if it sounded like my brother, I needed to rule out a radio. My little handheld was in my pack. I eased it out and turned the volume low, listening for a carrier or the sharpness of a mic key. All I got was static and the occasional faint voice from some base across the country. Nothing close. Nothing on my frequency. I spun through, then turned it off so the hiss would stop making me feel like it was coming from everywhere. The next time it said my name, it came from two places. One from the same spot by the creek, one from behind my left shoulder closer in the timber. They overlapped by just a fraction, like two recordings hitting play almost in sync but not quite. I had no good hook to hang that on. My body gave me its answer. Every muscle pulled toward my spine. I told myself to slow down and break it into jobs. Job 1, see farther. I took the headlamp, clicked it to the lowest setting, and swept the tree line in short arcs so there wouldn't be long shadows dancing in a way that would throw off my depth. Nothing moved. If there was a person out there trying to get a laugh, they were better at standing still than I am at finding people. The light caught a spider web in the branches and made it flash. It caught the thin gray line of the creek and turned it into wet steel. It did not catch eyes. Tom! It came again from upslope, like it had backed up. It kept my name and my brother's tone, but it stopped using anything else. No, "You awake?" No, "Hey man." No phrasing that would let me ask a question and expect an answer. It was a fishing line with a single hook on it. I put the lamp back to its strap, laced my boots, and went through the motion of packing. Stove, bag, pad, lines. I moved steady and did not rush the knots, because I have learned my hands get clumsy when I let my head run ahead of them. The fire had fallen to embers. I stepped on it, stirred it, and stepped again. A breeze came up and pushed the fine ash in a line, and then let it fall. The voice stayed with me in small moves, always just outside the circle I could see. When I shouldered the pack and dropped the tent bag on top to strap it, it spoke from the fur behind me, like it was standing where my shadow would have been if there had been real light. "Come on, hurry up." My brother said those exact words to me 2 winters ago, when we were fixing his porch, and a squall blew in, and we knew it would ice the tools if we didn't move fast. He laughed when he said it then. The voice did not laugh now. It didn't carry any feeling at all. I took the pack and the rifle and started toward the trail with my feet placed exactly where I had placed them on the way in. The creek was a silver shape in the dark. The footbridge I had made from a fallen limb was still solid. I crossed it and set my weight carefully, because slippery wood has sent better people than me into cold water at night. On the far side, I stopped and listened. There is a point where you can't tell if quiet is safe or if quiet is waiting. I had crossed that point without meaning to. The forest had the heavy, padded quiet of a room with a sleeping child. A light flickered to my right as if someone had turned a phone face up and then face down again. For half a second, it made a flat pane in the trees and then went away. It could have been a reflection from my headlamp bouncing off something. It could have been someone using a phone as light, which would mean someone close enough to touch. I angled left and kept the beam down. "Tom," from my left now, down the slope, as if it had slid to a new place without walking there. "Over here." That was the first new instruction. Over here. I did not look. You can unspool your good sense out here if you start treating the dark like a person you owe something to. I focused on my feet and the way the trail curved around a stump and then rose through a cut. 30 paces, 70, somewhere around there. A branch cracked off to my right. One sharp pop, and then nothing. Nothing after is worse than the pop. Once I made the ridge, the wind picked up and I could think again. Wind is a noise, and noise is cover, and having anything between me and the sound of my own breathing felt like a gift. I shut off the lamp and let my eyes work. The trail fell through a stand of young birch, and then pushed into pine. I moved slow and careful, and did not lift my feet too high. A step that high in the dark looks like panic if someone else is watching. Either someone was watching, or I was going to feel like someone was watching no matter what I did. I picked the version that let me keep at least a little pride. At the second switchback, the voice came again, behind me and above on the slope, farther away than before. "Tom." The trees took it and let it go, so it was hard to find a single direction to hate. I realized with a small start that it had not said my name wrong once. You can tell a stranger from a friend by the way they land on a name. People try to put the weight in the middle. My brother puts it at the start and leaves the end short, almost like he's already on to the next word. That was how it came every time. I don't know what lives in those woods. I know coyotes can make sounds that get under your skin. I know jays and ravens can imitate, though I never, ever heard one sound like a person. I know people do things to entertain themselves that stop being entertaining to the person they choose. The only thing I knew for sure in that moment was that if I stopped, I would have to choose a theory. And choosing a theory would put me in the wrong story, so I kept walking. The trail met the old logging road, and the road made a slow traverse across a slope that held frost late into the morning. I stayed off the middle where ice forms and kept to the edge where leaves made a soft carpet. My fingers had gone pins and needles inside the gloves, and I flexed them, counting to 5 and releasing. Not because it helped, but because numbers have their own gravity, and they pulled my thoughts into a line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathe. Look. Step. The voice ahead of me now, not behind, not to the side, ahead just around a bend where the road crossed a shallow draw. Tom. That was the worst turn. If I had followed it off trail, I would have given up everything I was using to stay oriented. In dark woods, any small choice grows teeth. A right becomes wrong by degrees, and then it becomes a canyon. I stopped at the bend and stood with my back against the uphill bank, so nothing could come from behind without crunching frozen moss. I didn't say anything. I let a minute pass. 2. I let my heart beat slow so I could hear small things again. By the time I reached the truck, the east had gone a thin gray, and the treetops were edges instead of shapes. I did not look back. I didn't slam the door. I sat with my hand on the wheel and waited until the sense of pressure at my back went away. When I turned the key, the engine caught and idled too loudly, the way engines always sound too loud after hours of silence. I drove out past the state gate and pulled onto the county road. My hands stopped shaking somewhere after the second turn. I called my brother when I had 3 bars. He answered on the second ring, voice thick and annoyed. "You all right?" "Yeah," I said, and then I didn't say anything else because I didn't know how to start, or if I even wanted him to be a part of it. "What are you doing up?" "I wasn't," he said. "Not really. I had a dumb dream. You know those dreams that feel like real places? Man, I was out in the woods walking, calling for you. You kept answering, but you were never where you said you were. I had to hear you over here, and then when I got there, you'd be somewhere else saying over here." He sucked his teeth. "That was stupid. Anyway, you still up at camp?" "Heading home," I said. I didn't tell him the rest of it. I didn't say that his voice had followed me out of a place he'd never been. That should be the end. I went home, I slept, I told myself I'd been tired, and my brain had matched patterns like brains do. I told myself I had put a familiar voice on an unfamiliar problem, and for a long while that hook held. 2 weeks later, I drove my friend Nate up to the same area. We didn't plan to hunt. We just walked. He's one of those people who makes you feel normal, and I thought being there in daylight with someone else would smooth the edges. The air was colder. The creek was lower. The ash from my fire had long gone. We ate sandwiches sitting on a log in full sun and said nothing meaningful. It was a good day. On the way out, just before the road cut across the draw, a blue jay shrieked a hawk call at us from about 10 feet up. Jays do that. They like pretended danger. We both laughed because the timing was perfect. Then the jay made a sound I will think about for the rest of my life. It said my name. Not like a person or a recording, more like a shape forced through a throat that was built for other shapes. Rough syllables that still managed to land where my brother always lands them. Nate heard it too. He turned his head fast, then shook it out the way you shake off a bad taste. "Well, that was weird," he said. "Yeah," I said. We stood there waiting for the jay to do it again, but it went back to the hawk routine, and then into a machine gun chatter, and then it flew off, happy with itself. After that, I did some reading at my kitchen table with coffee gone cold. Jays can mimic human sounds, especially if they live near people. Ravens can mimic voices, train whistles, the beep of a truck backing up. In the right echo with the right wind, maybe you could make anything sound like anything else. A hunter can talk himself down from almost anything if he stacks up enough facts. I have not gone back to that exact spot. There are other creeks and other flats. There are other trees that can carry my weight and other firs to set my back against when it gets dark. Sometimes at home, when a window is cracked and a train horn floats in from miles away and bends through the neighborhood in a way that makes it sound closer than it is, I think about how sound moves, how it arrives, how easy it would be for something that pays attention to us to borrow the parts of us we leave in the air. If there is a lesson in any of it, it is ordinary. If you hear your name in the woods and everything in you pulls tight, listen to the part that tightens. You do not owe the darkness an answer, just because it asks you a question in the right voice. The Hermit's Cabin. I have been a ranger long enough to know when a report is nothing and when it has a hook in it. The call about lights over by Collins Ridge sounded like kids on a midnight hike, until the caller said the place was posted, and had been since before her granddad's time. She used the old name, too. The Hermit's Cabin. Folks don't usually say that unless they grew up hearing it at the table. We get those now and then. Old property folded into the park, locked up for heritage or safety, and still living rent-free in people's heads. I took the report, logged it, and planned to swing by after dark with one of the seasonals. New kid named Darren drew the short straw. He'd done well so far. Knew knots, didn't complain, carried his share of the weight. We left the main station at dusk, crossed the river, and worked our way up a service road that's more ruts than gravel. The radio cracked once and then went clear. Weather was moving in, but nothing serious. Collins Ridge is a long finger, laurel, oak, rock breaks that look like teeth when the light hits them sideways. The cabin sits back in a fold you can miss if you don't know where to step. I do. There's a chain across the spur trail, and a sign that says, "Closed Area, Cultural Resource." Someone had hung a strip of red cloth on the chain. It wasn't ours. The fabric was old, frayed into tassels by wind. Darren pointed to it, and I told him to leave it be. We ducked under and kept going. The cabin you hear about when people say hermit isn't large. One room, fieldstone, chimney, logs blackened by age. The door carries scars from more than one replacement latch, and the shutters are built thick enough to stop a thrown rock. I saw a light before we broke into the clearing, faint through the trees, steady, the color you might get from kerosene. I've chased campers long enough to recognize LED light from a flashlight, and this didn't look like that. Darren started forward. I put a hand on his arm. We listened. No voices. The light stayed put. It wasn't swinging like it would if somebody was moving around. We stepped out into the clearing. The cabin had a glow in one window, but the glass in that window is long gone. What I saw could have been a lamp inside on a table. Could have been a reflection from somewhere else. The air smelled like wet leaves and iron. There were offerings on the porch rail. Pennies, a marble, a tiny plate of hair tied with thread, 3 wildflowers laid in a fan already wilting. I've seen that kind of thing in other haulers. Folks make deposits when they want a place to keep quiet or keep watching over them. You can think it's superstition and still understand why you don't kick over the jar. "Anyone home?" I called out. Standard practice. If there's a body inside, you don't want to surprise it. And if there's trouble, you want it to know trouble's here. Nobody answered. The light in the window did not change. We circled right, slow. The door was latched from the inside with an old iron hook. Darren leaned close and listened. I heard small noises, the kind old buildings make when they're cooling, but nothing human. He looked at me with a question in his eyes, and I shrugged. He tried the shutter on the lit window, but it wouldn't budge. "Let's take a look at the back," I said. We didn't find anything unusual. No fresh prints from the damp, no food wrappers or beer cans. The soil was depressed at the porch steps from many feet, old and new. Someone had drawn a chalk mark across the first stair. Pretty common out here. More superstition, but you still don't really want to cross it. The line was faint, nearly trashed by the weather and boots, but the white clung in the cracks. Darren's boot hovered over it. He glanced at me again, and I said, "Step wide." He did. We went back around. I knocked hard enough to shake the boards, but not enough to break the latch. The light held steady, and I waited. The quiet got heavy in a way that I don't like. I smelled tobacco for a second. Sweet, cured, and old. It left as quickly as it came. "Policy?" Darren whispered, because people whisper when they're trying not to be rude to something that they can't see. "We don't breach cultural sites without a cause," I said. "We document, we return with a key and a plan." We stood there a long minute more. The light began to dim. Not like a candle going out, but like fog thinning, and it sank toward the floor. Darren reached for his phone to take a picture. The screen lit his face, and then the cabin window went dark. The radio on my shoulder crackled. I turned the volume up and got weather band for a second, then an AM station playing fiddles, and then nothing. Darren's phone stopped working, which happens out here, but the timing made him look at me like I had answers that I didn't. "Let's head back," I said. "Mark it for a daylight check." We did. On the way out, Darren's compass couldn't decide where north was. Mine spun once, bumped south, spun again, and then settled, like it had remembered itself after a sneeze. I've had that happen near iron deposits, and once by a truck with a magnetic mount, but there was no truck out here. When we did get back to our truck, we signed off at it at 21:34, logged the site as occupied by unknown light source, and clocked out. And that should have been it. A note, a return visit in the daylight, a quick look, and a story to tell the next time the maintenance guy claimed he saw something in the old mill. But it wasn't. 2 nights later, another call came in. Different voice, but same words. "There's a light at that old hermit's place." I went alone that time because everyone else was out on a search for a lost hiker on the far side of the park. The chain still carried that red strip. The chalk line on the stair was fresh, a new stroke, brighter and thick. More offerings had joined the row. A nickel, a carved stick that looked like a tiny ladder, a jar with something dark at the bottom that I didn't open. The light shone again. Same window, same color. I stood in the grass and listened and thought about the man who had once lived there. He's in the records as Elam Crow, resident without deed, which is a way to put someone on paper without giving them a line that lasts. The stories say he set traps and mended tools and kept to himself, until a bad winter put everyone in each other's pockets. Folks came to him for poultices and luck knots after that. And then, when a child died in a fever 3 hollers away, they came with torches and drove him out. Somebody else burned the place later. Somebody else rebuilt it because history has a way of circling back through the same spots. I stepped onto the porch. The boards didn't creak. I could hear a slow ticking, like cooling iron. My hand found the door, not because I wanted to go in, but because I wanted to feel how the hook sat on the staple. It was cold. The hook lifted without any resistance. The door swung inward 3 inches. The smell of tobacco and wood ash touched my face. "Mr. Crow?" I said, feeling foolish and not caring. "I work for the park. I won't be long." I opened the door enough to look in. The room was arranged like a photo in a museum brochure. Bed on the right under the window, table in the center, pushed a little toward the left. Black iron stove with its mouth closed and a cracked enamel pitcher on top. On the far wall, hanging from a wire strung under the rafters, were dolls. Little figures twisted from sticks and cloth, wrapped with thread. They faced the door. There were at least a dozen of them, maybe more, all the way to the corners. One had a button for an eye that flashed when my headlamp caught it. The light I'd seen from outside was not a lamp on the table. There was no lamp on the table. It was a brightness in the space where a lamp might have sat, as if the table remembered a lamp and kept making room for it. There was a ledger open on the table. Not a park book, older. The paper had foxing like it had sat in damp. A pencil lay across it. On the line at the top of the page, a hand had written in a tight script, "Left tobacco, took safe passage." Below that, "Left coins, took luck for the hunt." Below that, "Left bread, asked for no fever." The dates ran like fence posts. 1907, 1908, 1911, 1911, 1911, and then a gap, and then 1933, and then nothing for a long stretch, until a line way down the page recorded, "Left a picture and a name, asked to be unseen," undated. And then there was a last line. Lights reported, Ranger, at the door. That line had my last name spelled right. I closed the door and set the hook. I did it slow. I set a nickel from my pocket on the rail because I was raised by people who taught me that when you take a look over someone's fence, you say thank you. Back at the truck, I wrote the minimum into the log. Checked Collins Ridge cabin. No illegal occupants discovered. Will reassess in daylight. It read clean. It wasn't false. Darren came in the next morning with coffee and a grin, and a story about a bear raid at the dumpster at the maintenance yard. I said, good, like I meant it. When I asked if he wanted to hike Collins after lunch to check the structure in the daylight, he shrugged and said sure. He didn't mention his compass. We went up early afternoon. Sun out, wind light, birds loud. Daylight made liars out of a lot of fear. The chalk line was smudged. The offerings were gone except for the ladder stick. No light in the window, so we opened the door and stepped inside carefully. The dolls were still there, turning slightly on their wire as the air moved. The ledger lay shut. When I opened it, the last page was blank. The lines I had seen weren't on it or any page. I paged backward to 1911 and 1907 and found nothing like what my eyes had read the night before. The pencil had no bite left, like it had been used to the nub and then chewed. Darren called me to the hearth. He found something set behind the stove, a circle of iron nails driven into a round of wood, points inward, thread strung between them in a rough spiral. The whole thing smelled faintly of old vinegar. He looked proud to have spotted it. I told him to leave it alone. He tucked his hands in his belt and nodded, like he was the one who'd already made that decision. "Think it's kids?" he asked, meaning the light, the offerings, the ledger I hadn't told him about. "I think it's a place people treat with respect," I said. He gave me a look like I'd given him an answer and not a dodge. We ate our sandwiches on the porch steps and let the day pass 10 quiet minutes without making it do any work. I should have called it done, close the door, log the visit, and make the scheduled note to get cultural resources to photograph the dolls and the ledger and the nail round before mice made confetti out of all of it. Instead, I said I wanted to check the old trace that wound past the spring. Darren said he would loop down past the rock face and meet me below the ridge at the tire ruts. We split at the big poplar and did not stay inside of each other, and that is my mistake. My trace was clear for a while, and then less clear. I found the spring, cold and clean, a ring of stones around it. There was a coin at the bottom, and a ribbon snagged on a branch nearby. When I turned to head down, the daylight felt off. Like the sound had shifted a half step. The little hairs at the base of my skull prickled. I told myself to keep walking, and I did. And then the radio on my shoulder breathed and crackled, and a voice spoke my name. I've answered my name to strangers for 30 years. I didn't answer that one. I thumbed the transmit and said Darren's name and my location. There was silence, and then a voice like someone too far away to hear properly. His shape, his tone, old tape played underwater. I said his name again. The radio squealed and went dead. My compass spun. I tucked it in my pocket and used the lay of the land and the shadow to pick south and west. I came out on the ruts half an hour later by my watch and found the truck empty. I called by name until the trees made my voice smaller. I went back to the cabin. The porch had a new offering. One of our orange flagging ribbons, tied into a bow. You develop a scale out here for fear. There's panic, which is loud and messy and makes you make bad choices. There's dread, which is quiet and heavy and can freeze you in place. But this was the third kind, the clean fear that sharpens your sight and makes your hands careful. I unhooked the door and opened it and stepped inside. "Darren?" I said. "You in here?" Something tapped the table. Just a single polite sound. The dolls moved on their wire, turning toward me as if a draft had taken the whole room on one long, slow breath. The ledger sat open to a page I hadn't seen. The writing on the page was in two different handwritings. One was that tight script. The other was blocky, the way someone writes when they've been told to print clean in school and never learned to enjoy it. The second hand had written my last name and then Darren's, spelled close enough. Under our names, took the path wrong way, owed crossing, paid ribbon. It shouldn't have made sense, but it did. I don't carry tobacco anymore, and I don't carry bread in my pack unless I want it smashed to paste. I had coins, I had water, I had a quartz chip I carry because my daughter gave it to me when she was 6. I set the coins on the rail, and I set the quartz on the ledger because that felt like giving something of mine, and not just a price. It wasn't a ritual I knew. It was manners. "Safe passage out," I said, because the ledger had used the phrase and because sometimes you borrow the words that did the job once already. "For 2, I added. I stood there and waited. A smell like rain and dry dirt came up from the floorboards. The light in the window that wasn't a lamp brightened and then thinned like steam. The dolls turned away again. The radio breathed and coughed, and then Darren said my name like he meant it, not like a tape underwater. "I'm at the ruts," he said. "I think I looped too wide. You see the truck?" "Stay put," I said. "I'm coming." He was 20 yards down from the spur, hands on his thighs, sweat dark on his shirt. He smiled when he saw me. That too wide smile people get when they've been more afraid than they'll admit. I wanted to ask if he'd heard a voice use his name, but I didn't. I told him he'd walked the contour wrong, which was true as far as it went. We got in the truck and drove south, and didn't talk until the pavement. That night, I dreamed about the cabin. In the dream, I sat at the table in the dark without a lamp, and the ledger wrote by itself. Each line ended with the same word: paid. I woke with a taste in my mouth like old smoke, and stood at the kitchen sink until the water ran ice cold. I didn't send Cultural up with cameras next week. I will, one day, when I think they'll treat it like a place where people have been coming to negotiate for a long time and not like a prop. I go myself, sometimes. Daylight only. I check the door and the wire and the rafters. I set coins if I've got them. I sweep the offerings to the side if they're rotting and leave anything that looks like it was meant for standing eyes. The red cloth on the chain wears thinner each month. Every time I think about taking it down, I find something new on the porch. A marble, a nail, a twist of thread. And I leave the cloth where it is. The ledger is shut when I arrive and shut when I leave, and I don't look for my name. When I get the call about lights now, I log it and I go because that's my job. I say Mr. Crow at the door. It feels respectful, even if the person I'm saluting is bones in a hill or something that never needed bones. If the light is there, I watch it. If it's not, I don't ask it to be. I step wide over the chalk line if somebody has drawn it, and I don't bring Darren anymore. He works nights in town now and says he prefers the street lights. Sometimes I can hardly blame him. The last time I stood there, something said my name from the tree line in a voice that I recognize as my own. It had my breath in it, and the shape of my word. I didn't look. I put a nickel down and said, "We're square," soft enough that only the darkness heard me. The air eased and the light thinned. I walked out, and the chain didn't catch my shirt. When I turned at the truck to look back, I didn't see anything except a window full of daylight and a room that held its furniture like it expected it to stay put. People come to cabins for physical shelter, but sometimes you have to ask that cabin for a different kind of shelter, too. The lantern in the window. I went alone because I was tired of talking. That's the honest reason. Work had been a mess, my phone never stopped, and every weekend someone wanted something. So I picked a section of the Appalachian Trail that cut near an old logging route in West Virginia, threw my pack in the car, and drove until the radio went to static. By the time I parked at the trailhead, clouds were piling up over the ridge. I told myself it wouldn't be a big deal. A little rain would keep the crowds down. I signed the register at the kiosk, tightened my hip belt, and started up the switchbacks. The forest got quiet fast, the kind of quiet that eats the sound. The trail was narrow, roots braided through the dirt, ferns crowding in. I made decent time for a few hours, then missed a blaze at a fork and took a side path that looked like it had been a road 100 years ago. Old cut banks, rotting fence posts. The air felt heavier down there. It smelled like damp leaves and iron. Thunder rolled somewhere close. I checked my map and realized the shortcut was pulling me off course. I could go back and risk getting caught in a storm at the ridge, or keep going and hope I rejoined the main trail lower down. A fat drop of rain hit my cheek and made the choice for me. The road curved through a stand of hemlock and ended at a clearing with an old cabin. One room, stone chimney at the back, roof patched with rusty metal. The front door sagged on leather hinges. Someone had nailed a horseshoe over the lintel, the open sign facing downward, which I remembered meant luck spills out, but maybe whoever had put it there had different ideas. I stood on the threshold and listened. Only rain and distant thunder. The inside smelled like cold ash and mouse droppings. There was a rough plank table, an iron stove with a cracked stovepipe, a shelf with a few jars, and a narrow bed frame with the springs showing through. Along the beams and doorposts, someone had carved symbols, circles with little petals, crossed lines, a 6-pointed star spiraled over and over. I see that kind of stuff sometimes. Camp kids and board hunters making marks. But these looked a little bit different, repeated and deep. There was a lantern on the shelf. Heavy glass, metal frame, wick turned down to nothing. Beside it, a bundle of old nails tied with twine, and a small chunk of soft white stone. When I brushed the stone with my thumb, it left a chalky smear. "Shelter," I said out loud. Saying it flipped something in my head from nerves to a job. I closed the door as best I could, dragged the table in front of it, and set my pack on top. I took my wet jacket off and hung it near the stove, and found a few dry splits under the bed. The stovepipe rattled when I touched it, but it held together, and the draft wasn't bad, so I got a little fire going. The snap and crackle calmed me. I pulled my sleeping pad out, spread it on the plank floor, and ate a protein bar that tasted like sweet clay, while the rain worked itself into a steady hiss on the roof. It was getting dark fast, the kind of early darkness that comes with weather. I had a headlamp, but I tried to save the battery and let my eyes adjust. The carved marks caught the firelight and made their own patterns on the rafters. I ran my fingers over one of the circles by the door and felt the groove in the raised lip of the knife cuts. Whoever had carved them had gone over each line more than once. A little after full dark, I heard footsteps outside. I sat up without thinking, every muscle tight. The steps were slow and heavy. Not an animal. I've spent enough time in the woods to tell the difference. This was boots on wet leaves. They circled the cabin once, then stopped right in front of the door. The table shivered. The latch lifted and dropped, like someone tested it with a finger. "Hello?" I said. The fire ticked. A gust of wind shoved rain through the gaps and made the stovepipe moan. The steps retreated a few paces. It got quiet in the way that makes you realize how loud your own breathing is. Then a light bloomed in the window. It was the color of a kerosene lamp, soft and gold, with that little irregular flicker. The window was just an opening cut into the logs, with a hinged shutter. No glass. I hadn't lit anything except fire. The lantern on the shelf was cold. The flame hung there in the rectangle of the dark and made a reflection on the stove door. It wasn't bright enough to throw shadows, but it was a real light. I knew I should stay still. Everything about me said, "Don't move." But I took a step toward the window anyway, like a moth. The light slid along the opening. The way it moved didn't match someone walking with a lantern outside. It stayed perfectly framed. It was like the window held the light and let it glide from one side to the other, without anything carrying it. "Hey," I said, quieter this time, not sure who I was talking to. The light stopped. The doorknob tried again, a soft scrape of metal on wood. I eased back to the stove and picked up the iron poker and turned the wick dial on the old lantern out of habit. It didn't turn, it wasn't attached to anything. The lantern was just an empty shell. I didn't sleep much. The light came and went like a slow tide, sometimes steady, sometimes dimming until I could barely see it, and then blooming bright like someone cupped it and breathed on it. The footsteps returned twice, short arcs outside, a pause under the window. The fire burned down to coals. At some point, the rain slackened and turned to a faint drip from the eaves. When it was almost morning, the light winked out, and the cabin was just gray. I went to the window when I could see without the headlamp. The ground was a mess of wet leaves and pine needles. Fresh prints led from the tree line to the door and back again. The tread was old-fashioned, narrow with nail marks around the edge. I've only seen it in photos of logging crews and in museum displays. The print stopped 20 feet from the cabin like the ground swallowed them. I told myself it was a hunter with a vintage boot, that he liked to mess with hikers, that he set a lamp and walked a loop and went home. Saying things like that is how you move your body through the day, when your brain keeps trying to go back to the dark part. I ate, packed, and decided to wait for the trail to dry a little before leaving. That gave me nothing to do but look around. There were more carvings than I had seen at first. Not just on the door frame, but under the window, on the sides of the rafters, burned into the stove with a nail. The same shapes repeated, circles like flowers and intersecting lines and stars drawn in one continuous motion. A small one was cut in the wood right above the latch. Another was scratched into the threshold where you step. Someone had looped iron wire under the bed frame and tied it so that it made a rough grid on the underside springs. The more I found, the less they looked like decoration. They were placed where a person would touch or pass. There was also writing. On the inside of the shutter, someone had penciled a few lines in a tight hand that slanted downhill. Leave the sign, do not mirror the light, step over iron, and do not drag. Under that, a date, 1911. And then a name I couldn't make out except for the last letters, Ham. I wiped rain off the wood and read it again. I didn't understand what mirror the light meant. I did understand leave the sign, which made me look at the chalky stone again. A pale line had been drawn across the step at some point, and then rubbed away by boots, mine included. I could see where my heel had smeared it last night, when I went in fast to get out of the rain. I took the little stone and redrew the line across the threshold, just because the back of my neck wouldn't let me not do it. The chalk, maybe soapstone, left a ghost white strip. It didn't feel like anything when I did it. No sense of relief or hum, just a line on wood. At noon, the clouds built again. I didn't feel like climbing the ridge wet and with slick rock, so I decided to wait one more night and get an early start in the morning. It felt like a reasonable plan in the daylight. The second evening started calm. I had a better fire, found a bent tin cup on the shelf and boiled creek water, ate slowly, listened to the same soaked forest sounds. When the sun went, the cabin settled into that close feeling again, as if the room inhaled and never exhaled. The light returned like someone waking in the next room and turning on a lamp. It showed in the window first. I had promised myself I wouldn't go near it. I sat with my back to the wall, poker beside me, headlamp and knife on the floor. The light hovered in the opening a long time. I didn't answer it, and didn't move, and eventually my shoulders stopped aching from holding still. Then the light shifted. It didn't leave the window. It came into it. The glow thickened, like fog when it catches the beam of a flashlight. It spilled from the opening without lighting the wall below. The door stayed dark. The floor stayed dark. Only the shape of the window held a brightness, and the brightness gathered itself and slid down the wall. My headlamp flickered. The stove hissed and popped. The hairs on my arms stood up like I had touched a battery. The light stopped near the bed frame. It hung there, faint as a candle cupped in a hand, and touched the iron grit under the springs. When it did, it went thin, like heat off asphalt. I heard a step outside. Another. The latch eased. The table creaked. "Don't," I said. It came out raw. The light was inside the room now, not just at the window. It moved toward the door like it wanted to meet whatever stood on the other side. The carved star above the latch looked deeper in the shadow than the rest of the wood. I could smell kerosene. It layered over the other smells. Wet ash and old animal and my own sweat, with a new sweetness that made my mouth fill with water like I might gag. Someone spoke through the door. I couldn't tell you the words if my life depended on it. It was a language and it wasn't. It sounded like a voice underwater, and if you've ever had a dream where you try to listen and your ears just cannot make sense of what they're feeding your brain, it was that. But I knew the intention. I knew that whoever or whatever stood out there wanted me to move the table and pull the latch and let the door swing wide. The light brightened at the seam between door and frame. It flowed there, pooled there, waiting. I don't know what would have happened if I had opened it. I didn't. I dragged the poker across the threshold and made the chalk line again, and laid 3 of the old nails on the wood. It felt like play acting until the light reached that edge and wavered and thinned. I had a sudden image of breath hitting cold air and being forced sideways. The voice came again, closer this time, like the speaker had pressed his mouth to the crack. My name threaded the sound. I know how that reads, but I'm telling you that's what I heard. My father's voice did the shape of it next, then my sister's, and then my own. That last one made my heart hammer in my throat. I backed up and hit the bed frame. The lantern on the shelf rattled and fell without anything touching it. It hit the floor and the glass did not break. The wick turned and unturned like fingers toying with it. I grabbed my pack, stuffed my sleeping bag in without rolling it, slung the straps over my shoulders, and waited for one gap in the rain. It didn't come. The storm broke hard and fast, the way summer storms do in the mountains, with instant downpour and wind that found every slit in the wall. The fire smothered and the room went iron cold. The light seemed brighter in the sudden darkness. It pressed at the threshold and rolled back like a wave. The door shook, the table shuddered against it, nails on wood. The latch lifted, fell, lifted, fell. If you need a reason for why I left then, I don't have anything better than this. Something in me felt like a wet match about to take flame. I had the clear thought that if I stayed through one more full night, the decision about whether to open that door would not be mine anymore. I pulled the table back, kicked the latch, and went out into the rain. The air was cold enough to steal my breath. The trees whipped and hissed. The light didn't follow at first. I ran to the edge of the clearing and slipped and went to my knees and got up again, and I found the faint line of old road. When I looked back, the window was a gold square through sheets of water. The glow swelled until it filled the frame. The door bucked. For a second, the light pushed past the edges and leaked into the night in a rope of brightness, thin and quivering, then snapped back like something yanked it from the other side. I turned and ran. Branches slapped my face, my shoes filled and squelched. The world narrowed to the circle of my headlamp and the clock of my breath. Once the light bobbed through the trees to my right, keeping pace without moving through the space between. The second I turned my head, it vanished. When I faced forward, it was there again, 3 trunks over, steady and patient. as if distance didn't matter to it. The road dropped, and I saw the sheen of the creek. It was up from the rain, brown and fast, with foam caught in the bends. There was no bridge. I didn't think about that, I just went in. The water hit my thighs and shoved. I planted the stick I'd grabbed and leaned into it and shuffled sideways 1 foot at a time until my boots found gravel again on the far side. I looked back then. The light stood at the bank, right at the edge of the water. It didn't cross. It hung there while the rain hammered the surface and made a skin of ripples around it. The forest behind it was black. I don't know how long I stared. Long enough that the cold settled into my bones and my teeth hurt. When I started up the far bank, a voice rose over the water. Not words I could understand this time. Just a call, like someone had cupped their hands and tried to reach me from a long way off. The hair on my arms lifted again. I kept walking until the call tucked itself back inside the rain. I reached the main trail after midnight and made my way to the trailhead with the stupid, stubborn idea that I would sleep in my car. I was shaking too hard to get the key into the lock. I ended up sitting drenched in the driver's seat with the dome light on, watching rain slide down the windshield until I fell into a soggy, ugly half-sleep that gave me a headache. In the morning, the storm had blown out. The sky was bleached and soft. I drove straight into town and found a diner with coffee strong enough to taste through metal, and I sat there holding the mug like it could heat more than my hands. I went back once, a week later, because not having an answer did worse things to my head than the idea of standing in that doorway again. I took 2 friends that time, told them I wanted to show them a cool old cabin that I'd found that would make good photos. We cut down the same overgrown road. The clearing was there. The cabin was not. The ground where it had stood was ripped up, like a giant had dragged fingers through it. The stones from the chimney lay scattered and black. There was a scorch on a stump nearby and a smell like burned oil that clung to the back of my tongue. The only thing left whole was the iron stove door, face down in the dirt, with the faintest scratched star on it when I wiped the mud away. My friends took a few pictures anyway and made jokes about me leading them to a pile of trash. I laughed like it was all the same to me. I didn't say a damn thing about a light. I didn't say anything about a line drawn across wood. I still go into the mountains. I still go alone sometimes. I carry a line of chalk in my first aid kit now, and a handful of old nails in the pocket of my pack, because that's an easy thing to do, and doesn't cost me anything. When I pass a cabin, Park Service, private, falling in on itself, I do not step over a threshold without looking where I put my feet. And when I'm out past dark and catch a warm glow between trees, I keep walking. I don't call out. I don't raise a hand. I don't lift my headlamp to see it better. If I had stayed one more night, I don't think I'd be the one telling this story. The thing in the corn. I grew up in central Iowa, surrounded by fields. If you've ever lived out there, you know how the landscape gets in your head. Rows of corn stretching forever, tall enough in late summer to make you feel like you're walking through walls. It's normal, until it isn't. This happened when I was 17. I had just gotten my license, and one of my routines was to cut across the fields at night when I was late getting home. It wasn't trespassing in my head. Most folks left their land open, and I knew where the tractor paths were. It was faster than sticking to the gravel roads that crisscrossed the county. It was August, humid enough that sweat stuck to your neck even at night. The corn was at full height, towering well above me, leaves brushing shoulders on either side. The air smelled sharp and green, and bugs sang from every direction. I'd walked the path a dozen times before and never thought twice. But that night, the field felt different. The sound seemed muffled, like the insects seemed farther away. The air was heavy, and the stalks on either side looked darker than usual. They kind of bent toward the path in a way that made the corridor feel a little too tight. Halfway in, I noticed movement. It wasn't the normal ripple when the wind rolls through. This was steady and patterned. The corn shifted in a line parallel to me, keeping pace. At first, I thought it was a deer. They cut through rows all the time, and if you spooked them, they would crash off in a straight line. But whatever this was did not crash. It slithered. I stopped walking, and the movement stopped too. I waited, counted heartbeats. My skin prickled like I'd been standing in front of an open fridge. I took another step. The movement started again. Same speed, same distance. And that's when it clicked that whatever this was, it wasn't just crossing the path by chance. It was following me. I told myself that it had to be my imagination, maybe the wind, but the night was still. Not even a breeze. I tried to keep my pace steady and my eyes forward. The path curved, and when it did, the sound curved with me. Not behind, but beside. Always beside. After maybe 2 minutes, it got closer. The stalks started shifting within 10 feet, leaves rustling against each other in a way that didn't sound like an animal pushing through. It was too smooth and too controlled, like the plants themselves were being brushed aside. I forced myself to glance left. The rows should have been shadows, clean lines disappearing into black, but there was a shape between them, pale and low to the ground, moving with a crawling rhythm. I only caught it for a second before I snapped my head forward again. My stomach turned to ice. It was not a deer or any animal that I knew. The arms bent wrong, jutting wide at the elbows before dragging forward. The head, if that's what it was, hung low, hidden between the stalks. I walked faster, trying not to break into a run. My shoes crunched gravel and dirt. Every step, the thing kept pace, sliding through rows like water poured between stones. The path opened briefly into a small clearing where machinery sometimes cut through. Moonlight spilled in, just enough to see more. I wish I hadn't looked. It emerged halfway into the open, still low, still crawling. The arms were too long, reaching almost to the ground even crouched. Its back arched high, ribs visible under skin that looked smooth and pale, almost gray. The legs didn't move right. They bent shallow, more for balance than for stride. I stopped at the edge of the light, like crossing fully into the open wasn't allowed. I froze. We stared at each other, me upright and it crouched. No sound but my own breathing and the thud of my heart. And then it tilted its head. A slow, deliberate tilt, like it was curious. That was enough. I bolted. The path bent toward the gravel road on the far side of the field. My footsteps hammered. Behind me, the corn thrashed. Not crashing or random, but smooth and paced, like something keeping up. I didn't dare look back. The rows thinned, and I burst onto the road, gravel spraying under my shoes. I spun around. The corn stilled, and nothing came out. The rows looked normal again, just dark walls swaying slightly. I stood there, shaking, bent over with my lungs burning. The night insects picked back up, loud and normal, like nothing at all had happened. I waited for movement, for the shape to emerge, but it never did. After a minute, I stumbled down the road until my legs steadied enough to jog the rest of the way home. When I reached the porch light, I looked back. The cornfield was just a shallow, quiet, still place like it always was. I told myself that I had imagined it. Lack of sleep or heat exhaustion or something. But 2 nights later, I overheard my neighbor talking. He'd apparently lost a dog in that same stretch of field. Said that he'd heard it yelping at night but could never find tracks or blood or anything. It was just gone. I didn't walk that path again. If I was late getting home, I stuck to the roads no matter how far out of the way. What I keep coming back to isn't the sight of it. It's the sound. The way the corn moved in that steady line, following, never rushing or stumbling. It wasn't like it was hunting me in the moment. It was like it was hurting me. And the way that it tilted its head in the moonlight, as if I had wandered into its path instead of the other way around. My grandmother's recipe box. After my grandmother passed, I inherited her recipe collection. Hundreds of index cards in a wooden box, stained with decades of cooking. Most were normal: pot roast, chocolate chip cookies, green bean casserole. But mixed in were others that didn't make any sense. Recipe for forgetting called for rosemary, sage, and one painful memory finely chopped. How to keep a secret required salt, honey, and words that should never be spoken. I laughed them off as my grandmother's quirky sense of humor. She was always a little mystical, reading tea leaves and talking to her plants. But then I tried one. I was going through a bad breakup and I found a card titled Healing a Broken Heart. The ingredients were simple: chamomile tea, a photo of what you've lost, and a white candle. The instructions said to burn the photo while drinking the tea and thinking of letting go. I figured it couldn't hurt. Didn't want that photo anyway now. That night, I followed the recipe exactly. As the photo burned, I felt this warm sensation in my chest, like a knot untying itself. And for the first time in weeks, I slept through the night. The next morning, I woke up feeling different, lighter. The crushing sadness was gone, and it was replaced by a gentle acceptance. It was such a relief that I tried another recipe. Recipe for courage helped me ask for a promotion. Protection from nightmares gave me peaceful sleep. Each recipe worked exactly as promised, but I started to notice side effects. After using recipe for forgetting to get over an embarrassing work incident, I couldn't remember my grandmother's voice. How to keep a secret made me unable to tell my best friend about my new relationship. It seems like the recipes always take something in exchange for what they give. Last night, I found a new card that wasn't there before. It was my grandmother's handwriting, but the ink looked fresh. It said, "Recipe for Seeing Beyond," with ingredients I don't recognize, and a warning at the bottom. Sometimes, if you open a door, you can't close it again. For some reason, and I know it sounds crazy, I think my grandmother is still adding to the collection. My roommate's weird habit. My roommate Sarah is a little eccentric, but her latest habit is really starting to freak me out. She's been leaving food out for the house cats. We don't have cats. We're not allowed pets in our apartment. It started small, little dishes of milk by the back door and scraps of tuna on paper plates. When I asked her about it, she just smiled and said, "They get hungry too." I figured she was feeding strays from the alley, which was sweet if against our lease. But then I realized that the food disappears and the plates do too, even though we're on the 3rd floor. I mentioned this to Sarah, and she looked at me like I was just not understanding her. "Of course it disappears," she said, as though I was the dumbest person she'd ever known. "They're very polite cats. They always clean up after themselves." Last Tuesday, I decided to stay up and see these mysterious cats for myself. I positioned myself in the living room with a clear view of the kitchen where Sarah had left a plate of salmon. At exactly midnight, I watched the food disappear, piece by piece. It wasn't fast or rushed. It was very slow, like invisible mouths were taking delicate bites. The plate clinked softly as it moved across the counter. And then I heard purring. Multiple cats purring contentedly, even though I couldn't see anything. "Aren't they sweet?" Sarah's voice made me jump. She was standing in her doorway, smiling at the empty kitchen. "They've lived here much longer than we have. It's only polite to share." "Sarah," I whispered, "there's nothing there." Her smile faded. "Don't be rude. They can hear you." She walked to the kitchen and started petting the air above the counter, and I swear I heard more purring. This morning I found small muddy paw prints leading from the kitchen to Sarah's room. The prints are far too small to be from any living cat that I know. Sarah's been sleeping with her door open, and sometimes I hear her talking softly to something in her room. She uses the voice people reserve for beloved pets. I think maybe I'm going to start leaving food out too, just in case they're not as friendly to people who don't feed them. Oh, and I'm looking for a new place to stay. The Airbnb guest. I rent out my basement apartment on Airbnb for extra income. Most guests are fine. Quiet tourists or business travelers who keep to themselves and are pretty much clean. But last month, I had a guest who made me reconsider the whole thing. He booked for 3 nights under the name David Park. Normal profile, good reviews, no red flags. He arrived on time, was polite during check-in, and headed straight to the basement. Perfect guest, I thought. But on the second night, I heard voices. There were multiple people talking in the basement. Not loud like a party or anything, but definitely a conversation with more than one person. I figured that he probably invited friends over, which was against house rules, but I wasn't going to be a difficult host over one extra person. The next morning, I found a note. "Thank you for your hospitality. The others enjoyed their stay as well. We may return soon. David." Weird phrasing, but whatever. I went to clean the basement and everything was immaculate. I mean, it was too clean, like professionally cleaned. The sheets were folded perfectly. There were no signs that anyone had ever used the bathroom. And the air smelled like lavender, but I don't use any scented products. But there were 4 sets of water glasses by the sink. 2 weeks later, David Park booked again. Same dates and same profile. I almost declined, but his review of my place was glowing, and I needed the money. This time I stayed awake to listen. At exactly 11 p.m., I heard footsteps on the basement stairs. Multiple sets of footsteps. And then quiet conversation until about 2 o'clock in the morning. I crept to the basement, and I pressed my ear against the door. I could hear David's voice, but the others sounded wrong, like old recordings played at slightly the wrong speed. One voice kept repeating, "This will do nicely. This will do nicely." In the morning, another note. "Thank you again. The others are considering a permanent arrangement. We'll be in touch. David and friends." I checked my security cameras. Only one person ever entered or left the basement, David Park, alone. But I can hear them down there right now. It's his third visit this month. Multiple voices and multiple sets of footsteps. The basement has been rented solid for 2 weeks straight, but according to my cameras, no one has been in or out since David arrived. I think my basement might be some kind of meeting place now, and I'm seriously starting to wonder if the money is worth it. The dog walker. I walk dogs for busy professionals in my neighborhood, and I love it. Dogs are honest. They don't play games or hide their feelings. But there's one client whose dog has me questioning everything. Mrs. Patterson hired me to walk her golden retriever, Buddy. Sweet old dog, maybe 10 years old, with graying fur and gentle eyes. Mrs. Patterson is in her 70s and has mobility issues, so Buddy doesn't get out much without me. The walk started normally, but I noticed that Buddy has some unusual habits. He always stops at specific houses and whines softly. Always the same houses and always the same concerned whine. When I try to move on, he just plants himself and won't budge until I let him sit there for a few minutes. I asked Mrs. Patterson about it, and she got this sad smile and said, "Oh, Buddy's just saying hello to old friends." I didn't ask. Last week, Buddy stopped at the Blue House on Maple Street and started whining. An elderly woman came out and said, "Is that Buddy? Oh my goodness, how is he?" She told me Buddy used to belong to her neighbor, Mr. Henderson, who had passed away 6 months ago. Buddy would visit every day, she said. Harold loved that dog so much. That's when I realized every house where Buddy stops is a house where someone has recently died. Someone who used to pet him during his walks with Mr. Henderson. I checked with Mrs. Patterson. She adopted Buddy after his owner died, but he'd been visiting these houses for years. He has a good memory for kindness, she said quietly. Now, when Buddy stops and whines, I let him sit as long as he needs. Sometimes I see curtains move in windows or hear doors creak open slightly. I think the people Buddy remembers are still there in some way, still happy to see their old friend. But yesterday, Buddy stopped at a house where I know the owner is still alive. I saw him working in his garden just last week. Buddy whined and wouldn't move for 10 minutes. This morning, I saw the ambulance at that house. I don't think Buddy just remembers the dead. I think he also senses when it's time to say goodbye. The elevator operator. The building where I work was built in 1924, and they've kept one of the original elevators in working condition for historical character. It's operated manually by this elderly gentleman named Frank, who's been here longer than anyone can remember. Frank never talks much, just nods when you tell him your floor, and operates the brass controls with practiced precision. But last week, something changed. I was working late, alone in the building, except for security, when I called the elevator. Frank was there as usual, but when I said, 7 please, he didn't move. Floor 7 is closed tonight, he said in his gravelly voice. I was confused. What do you mean closed? I work on 7. Not tonight, you don't. He reached for the controls. Where else? I was tired and didn't want to argue, so I said, lobby, I guess. He nodded and took me down. The next morning, I asked building management about floor 7 being closed. They looked at me like I was crazy. 7? No, why would it be closed? I went to check the elevator logs. Every building keeps them. According to the records, Frank retired in 1987, 37 years ago. But he's still there every evening when I work late, still operating the elevator in his crisp uniform with the brass buttons, still protecting people from floor 7 after hours. I asked the day shift security guard about Frank, and he went pale. "You've seen him? The night elevator guy?" I nodded. It turns out employees have been reporting Frank for decades. It's always the same description and the same uniform. And he always refuses to take people to certain floors at certain times. Last night, I asked him directly, "Frank, why can't I go to 7? He looked at me with sad, kind eyes. "Because that's where I died. And some nights I'm still up there." The elevator lurched, and when the doors opened, we were in the lobby. Now, I always take the stairs after 6 p.m. The night librarian. I work the graveyard shift at our small town library. It's usually just me, the hum of fluorescent lights, and the occasional drunk trying the locked doors. But 3 weeks ago, I started hearing the typing. It comes from the reference section around 2 a.m. Old-fashioned typewriter sounds. That distinctive clack-clack-ding of the carriage return. The thing is, we don't have any typewriters. We haven't for years. The first time, I figured it was pipes or the building settling, and my brain was just making it into something else. The second time, I grabbed a flashlight and went to investigate. Nothing there, but I found a single sheet of paper on the floor by the card catalog. It was typed on, old-style courier font, and it was a library checkout record for a book called The Sleepless Hours. Checked out to someone named M. Thorne on my exact birth date, 30 years before I was born. I should have thrown it away, but instead I kept it in my desk drawer. Now, every night the typing starts at 2 a.m., and it stops at 2:17. Always 17 minutes. I've started leaving a blank sheet of paper on the reference desk before my shift ends. Every morning there's a new checkout record. Different books, different names, but always related to whoever's working that night. Last week, it was Dreams of the Day Shift, checked out to someone with my coworker Janet's maiden name. 2 days later, Janet called in saying that she'd been having vivid dreams about the library burning down. Tonight's my Friday. I left the paper as usual, but this time I'm staying to watch. The typing started right on schedule. I can see the paper moving in the dim light, lines appearing letter by letter. My hands are shaking as I type this on my phone. The typing stopped and I walked over to read what it says. It says, "The living and the dead, a census, checked out to my name on today's date. There is no return date." And the lights just went out. Something Stalked Us in the Green Mountain Forest by Nick T. This was back in 2017. Me, my younger brother Paul, and his best friend Kyle decided to do a 3-day backpacking trip in the Green Mountains in Vermont. We weren't hardcore outdoorsmen, but we had done some Appalachian Trail sections and felt like we knew our way around. The first day went fine. It was late August, warm but not sticky, and the leaves hadn't started to turn yet. We hiked a good 10 miles, following a mix of marked and lesser-used trails. The Green Mountains don't get as much press as the Whites or the Adirondacks, but they feel bigger somehow. Dense forests that swallow light, ridges that cut the horizon, streams running cold even in summer. We found a flat clearing maybe 30 yards off the trail, and set up for the night. By dusk, it was quiet except for crickets and the occasional owl. We cooked ramen, told stories, crawled into the tent. Normal. Around 2 a.m, I woke up to the sound of branches breaking. Not small twigs, not a raccoon. Heavy branches, cracking loudly. I nudged Paul awake. Listen. We sat still. The sound came again. Snap, crunch, and then silence. Moose, Kyle whispered. Big one. I wanted to believe him, but it didn't sound like a moose. Moose blunder and stomp. This was measured. Something heavy moving with care, trying not to be noticed, but too big to hide. The steps circled the clearing, slow and deliberate. Our fire had died down, so the woods were dark. Only faint starlight was overhead. We could see nothing beyond the nylon walls. At one point, the footsteps stopped right by the tent. I held my breath. Something exhaled a low, deep huff. The smell hit a second later, musky, sour, like wet fur and rot. And then it moved off. Branches snapped again, farther this time. Eventually, the sound faded. We didn't sleep much after that. Morning came. Sunlight slanted through the trees, making the whole night feel like a bad dream. But when we stepped outside, the ground told a different story. Large prints circled the clearing. Not boots or hooves. Each was a wide depression, toes splayed bigger than my open hand. The dirt was pressed deep, like something with real weight had walked there. Paul swore under his breath. Kyle said maybe it was a bear, but bears don't leave prints like that, and they tend not to circle tents in complete silence. We packed fast and pushed on, trying not to talk about it. The second night, we made camp higher up, near a ridge. For some reason, it felt safer with elevation. By dusk, fog crept through the trees, and the forest went still again. We tried to ignore the feeling of being watched, but it was there, heavy and constant. Every rustle made us jump. Around midnight, the noises started. Sticks snapping, steady pacing back and forth beyond the firelight. We sat with our backs to each other, clutching knives that wouldn't have done anything. And then came the knock. A single, hard thud against a tree. Wood striking wood, echoing down the slope. A minute later, another knock answered from farther away. And then silence. Paul whispered, "We need to go." But in the dark, moving was not an option. We stayed put, fire burning low and hearts pounding out of our chests. At some point, I drifted off. Exhaustion won, I guess. When I woke at dawn, the fire was ash. My brother and Kyle were sitting upright, pale, with eyes as wide as saucers. They said that it never stopped, that all night something had paced the edge of the clearing, sometimes close enough that they could see a tall shape pass between the trees, broad shoulders, and a head that almost brushed branches 10 feet up. We left that morning. We hiked hard and barely stopped to eat. By evening, we were back at the car, mud-streaked and hollow-eyed. I've camped since, but never that deep into the greens. I don't care what people say about moose, bears, or imagination. Something followed us for 2 nights. Something big, and, most terrifying, something smart. I don't think it even cared that we saw its prints. I don't know if we were being hunted, per se. Maybe we were just being followed. Maybe it was just curious. But I'm glad we didn't stick around to find out. The black dog of the battlefield. I used to do weekend road trips when I lived out east. Pick a spot, drive, stay in a cheap motel, and explore. Gettysburg was one of those stops. I wasn't chasing ghosts. I just figured I would see the battlefield and maybe hit a brewery after. This was late fall, cold enough that the trees were bare, but no snow yet. I got there in the afternoon, drove the auto tour, and took the usual photos. By dusk, most people had cleared out. I parked near Devil's Den and figured I'd walk a little before heading back. The light was dropping fast. The sky was that flat steel gray that never feels like evening or night. I stuck to one of the trails that winds through the rocks. Quiet, except for the crunch of leaves. I remember thinking how still the place felt, like the land was waiting for something. Half a mile in, I saw movement at the tree line. A big dog, black against the pale ground. At first I thought it was a lab or a shepherd, someone's pet off-leash. It stood and watched me, with its ears low and a stiff body. I called out softly, just to let it know that I wasn't a threat. The dog didn't react. It didn't even twitch. It just kept staring. I kept walking, figuring that it would bolt once I got closer, but it never did. It stepped out onto the trail about 30 yards ahead, broad shoulders and a huge head. Its eyes caught just enough light to glow faint red. It wasn't a reflection from my flashlight either, because I hadn't even turned it on yet. The glow was its own. I stopped. The air felt heavier, like the kind of pressure before a storm. The dog stood still, tail low, chest heaving slow. Something about it was just wrong. Not just the size, though it was bigger than any domestic dog I've seen. Wrong in the way it held itself. It was so deliberate. Every breath looked placed. Like it was choosing to look alive, if that makes any sense. I reached for my flashlight, but before I could click it on, the dog turned and walked into the trees. It didn't seem startled, and it didn't run, it just had a slow, silent retreat into the shadow. I should have left, but instead, I followed. The trail bent uphill. My boots scraped rock and leaves, loud in the silence. I kept my light off and my eyes strained. At the top of the rise, I caught it again. The dog was standing between two trees with its head tilted. The red glow in its eyes seemed stronger, or maybe closer than it should have been. It turned again and slipped deeper into the woods. I followed another 100 yards. It was so cold my breath was making clouds in the air. The trail split, and I hesitated. And that's when I heard panting. It wasn't from the path ahead, though. It was from behind me. I whipped around. Nothing. Just empty trail and my own churned footprints in the leaves. But the sound had been right there, close enough that I felt heat on me. I clicked on the flashlight. The beam shook with my hands. All I saw was white trunks and bare branches. The forest seemed empty. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I tried to force myself to calm down and breathe slowly. I told myself I had to have imagined it. I turned back toward the fork. The dog was standing in the middle of the trail. Not where it had gone before, but back in front of me. Closer, about 20 feet away at most. That same glow and that same steady and sharp way of being. I raised the light. The beam hit fur, but it didn't bounce back right. The body looked solid but muted, like shining through smoke. The eyes cut through clear, though. Red and unwavering. I took a step back, and the dog took one step forward. There was no sound on the ground when it did, though, just its motion. I muttered something, I don't even remember what, and I bolted down the left fork. My light bounced across trees and through shadows everywhere. I didn't hear any paw falls or growling behind me, just the steady weight of being followed. The trail wound downhill, spitting me out near the road. I saw headlights passing in the distance, and I didn't stop running until I hit gravel and saw my car under the dim lot lamp. When I turned back, the woods looked normal. I stood there trying to catch my breath. I was trying to find my keys and open the car door, but my hands were shaking. I finally got in there, slammed the door shut and the locks down, and I just sat, staring at the dark line of trees. Nothing moved. It was at that point that I realized something that should have terrified me in the moment. Back when I was on the trail, looking at the fork, and I felt that breath on my neck. Yeah, it was on my neck. This is a dog we're talking about. Why did I feel it on my neck? I realized then that something out there was really wrong. I mean, it felt wrong when I was out there, but I don't know, for some reason, something about that in particular really freaked me out. Anyway, I drove back to town. My hands were tight on the wheel. When I reached the motel, I realized my jeans were streaked with mud halfway up the calves. It was like something wet had brushed against me while I was running. I didn't sleep much. Every single time I tried to close my eyes, I saw those red points of light. The eyes. I told a local bartender about it the next night. I thought he would laugh at me, but he didn't. He just said, people see the black dog out there. Always have. He didn't offer any details, and I didn't ask. The way he said it, it was like a fact of the land, like, yeah, it gets cold in fall. I haven't gone back to Gettysburg since, but I keep thinking about how quiet it was, particularly when I ran away from it that last time, back toward my car. It wasn't pursuing me or chasing me like a wild animal would. It was just following me. It's almost like it already knew where I would run. The Black Dog That Chased Me Near Cutler Coast by Jenna L. 2 summers ago, I took a solo trip up to Maine. I'd been working in Boston, burned out, and needed quiet. A friend recommended the Cutler Coast Public Reserve, way up near the Canadian border. The trails are rugged and the cliffs are rocky, and the ocean views are incredible, I was told. I drove up and parked at the trailhead, and I planned a one-night hike. It was late afternoon when I set out. The trail wound around through spruce forest, damp and smelling of salt. Eventually, it opened onto cliffs where the ocean slammed against black rock below. The sky was overcast and the wind was sharp. It felt like standing on the edge of the world. It was a strange kind of beauty, a forgotten kind of thing, but I loved it. By dusk, fog started to roll in, so I set up my tent in a clearing not far from the cliffs, but far enough. I made a quick meal and settled in. The fog muffled everything out there, even the crash of the waves. Around midnight, I awoke to a sound outside, low and rhythmic, like claws clicking on stone. At first I thought maybe it was a coyote or something, but it was heavier and steadier than a coyote would have been. I unzipped the tent a crack and shined my headlamp. A black dog stood in the fog. Now I love dogs, so usually any dog I see, no matter the size, is a friend of mine. But I was immediately terrified of this thing. It was massive. Its shoulders were as high as my chest. Its fur was matted, and it was dark as coal. Its eyes glowed this weird faint red color. It caught the light but never held on to it too long to be a normal reflection. It looked like it was coming from within. I froze. The dog didn't move at first, and then it lowered its head and stepped toward me. I yanked the zipper shut, crawled back into my tent like that would help at all, and then I just waited. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I was trying not to make a sound. I don't know why, it had already seen me. The clicking claws circled the tent. Once, something heavy brushed the fabric and made the walls shudder. I don't think I've ever truly understood the term primal fear until that moment. And then, for whatever reason, the sound broke into a run. I heard it pounding across the rocks, faster and faster, until it faded into the surf. At dawn, I packed up fast and hiked out. Near the cliff edge, I saw paw prints in the wet lichen. Huge, deep, leading right to the drop where the waves smashed below. There were no tracks coming back. It was like the thing had just run off the cliff. Later, somebody told me about the black dog of the coast, an omen that people have claimed to see for generations. Apparently, it's always near storms and always near cliffs, although some people have reported it in the woods and other places as well. I don't really know what it means, and I don't know if that's exactly what I saw. I just know that that dog was not normal. The Crawling Thing at Monument Valley by Anonymous. I was driving north on US 163 at night, the stretch that cuts through Monument Valley between Kayenta, Arizona, and Mexican Hat, Utah. If you've never done it, the road is a clean black ribbon with nothing on either side except red rock and empty. During the day, it's the postcard view. At night, though, it's just a tunnel of headlights and your own breathing. It was late April, clear sky, half moon low. I'd left Kayenta after grabbing coffee at the gas station by the junction and figured I'd push through Blanding. Cruise control was set at 58. No traffic. No cell service worth the name. The land out there feels like it's leaning in, even when there's no wind. About 20 miles up, I saw movement in my high beams. It wasn't the quick deer kind of movement. It was lower, like something dragging itself across the road, maybe. I let off the gas and squinted without meaning to. I thought maybe it was a hurt animal and I didn't want to hit it. The thing was in the opposing lane at first. It looked glossy and pale against the blacktop. It crawled flat, belly to the road and arms working in long, even pulls. I could hear no sound through my glass, just the motion. The shape was wrong from the first second. It was too long. It was just torso and more torso. No tail. No visible head the way you would expect one. Just a blunt leading edge that sloped up and then down again like a stingray laid out on asphalt. I eased my truck toward the shoulder to give it room. I put my hazard lights on out of habit. There wasn't really a shoulder to speak of, just that white line and then dirt. The thing didn't look up. I don't know if it could, actually. It just kept its pace. Pull, slide. Pull, slide. I could see the push-pull of tendons under that pale surface, like it had skin but not fur, and the skin was too tight. I stopped the truck 30 feet short. The engine ticked. My coffee smelled burnt and sweet. The thing reached the center line and paused, the way a person might stop to listen. I couldn't hear anything over the fan and my pulse, but whatever it was listening for, it must have found it, because it changed. It lifted. Not all the way, not like an animal stands. More like the front half decided to become vertical, while the back half stayed committed to the road. I guess more like a king cobra. The movement was slow and quiet, and very sure. 2 limbs peeled off the asphalt and planted, elbow joints too high and too far back. The leading edge rose with them, and in the shadowed fold beneath, I saw an area that should have been a face. I couldn't find a mouth. I couldn't find eyes to lock onto. It was just surface, a smooth, pale plane that caught my headlights and threw them back in a dull way. I realized that I had put the truck in park without thinking. My foot hovered over the brake like it could stop anything. The thing's limbs flexed again, and the bulk uncoiled further. In one smooth motion, it got tall enough that the high beams hit its middle, not its head. The joints didn't line up with anything mammal in my head. They were placed where it needed leverage, not where a body ought to put them. I don't really know how else to put this. It looked like it was something remembering how to be vertical. I cracked the window 2 inches, and I don't have a good reason for that. Curiosity, probably, and the dumb part of my brain that thinks you need air for your eyes to work. The night came in all at once with that sage smell and the cold left over from winter. I could hear small things then, the tiny grit sounds tires make cooling off, and a soft adhesive sound like tape lifting as sections of the thing's underside pulled free from the road. It pivoted toward my lane. It wasn't a head turn, just a decision in its body. One limb reached out, hand-shaped if you counted fingers by shadows instead of joints, and touched the broken yellow line. The contact left a damp mark that flashed when the hazard light blinked. Then it put weight onto that limb and slid the rest of itself forward. The back half never fully lifted, I guess because it didn't need to. When it crossed right in front of my hood, I saw details that I've never been able to shake. The surface wasn't perfectly smooth. It had a faint grain to it, like the inside of a seashell. There were long, shallow grooves running lengthwise, and in those grooves, fine grit from the road had collected. On its underside, if that's what it was, there were patches of darker tissue and ovals, like the idea of muscle bruises. I didn't breathe. My body just paused everything non-essential in that moment. It cleared the lane in 2 heavy slides and 1 lift. On the far side, it lowered itself again, the tall part melting into the long part, without wasting motion. It hit the dirt shoulder without bouncing and kept going into the scrub, quiet as a dragged tarp. I raised the window because some reflex finally got through. I watched my mirrors the way you watch a window in a room when you're sure someone's going to look back in. Dust hung where it had pushed through the weeds, and then the dust settled and there was just road and my own hazards winking at me. I sat there long enough that another set of headlights came up from behind, rare on that stretch at that hour. A pickup passed slow, the driver turning his head to look at me with that long, flat expression people have out there. I almost flagged him, but the moment to do that evaporated when he rolled by. He didn't slow for where the thing had crossed. He just went on, taillights dropping into a dip, and then up, and then gone. I pulled back onto the lane and drove. 50, 55, 60. Every 100 yards or so my eyes drifted to the right edge, running ahead of the beams, convinced that I would see the pale of it pacing me in the brush. A mile later, 2, nothing. But the road felt different, like the line my tires made was thinner than usual. I realized my hands were sweating and I wiped them on my jeans one at a time on the straightaways. At the Utah line sign near Olhato, I thought about stopping because the monument markers there make you feel like you should, but I didn't. I stayed in the left wheel rut and let the truck skim the crown of the highway. When a jackrabbit flashed through the edge of the lights, I flinched hard enough that my shoulder cracked. The rabbit went on doing rabbit things, and my heart stayed where it was, up in my throat, not adjusting. A few miles shy of Mexican Hat, The road dips and the land opens wider. I could see the last of the moon laying a silver strip on the asphalt. I rode that strip like it was something to aim at, because it felt like the only honest thing in front of me. When I hit the first sodium light of town, the relief didn't feel like relief. It felt like coasting onto a shoulder after the engine coughs and you don't know yet if it's going to die. I parked by the closed gas station with the green roof and kept the headlights on the white cinder block wall. I just wanted something solid to look at. I shut the engine off and the ticking started again. I waited until it stopped. And then I turned the key and drove the rest of the way to Blanding, without thinking about how many miles that was. The substitute teacher. I'm a substitute teacher, so I'm used to walking into strange classrooms and dealing with kids trying to test the new guy. But Roosevelt Elementary has one room that I will never cover again. It was a third grade class, and everything seemed really normal at first. The lesson plans were clear, the kids were well behaved, and the regular teacher, let's call her Mrs. Chen, had left detailed notes about each student's needs. But there were 23 names on the roster and 24 desks. I asked the kids about it, and they all pointed to the empty desk in the back corner. "That's Tommy's seat," a girl named Sarah explained matter-of-factly. "And where is Tommy today?" I asked. The kids exchanged glances. "Tommy's always here," said a boy named Marcus. "He just doesn't talk much anymore." I figured this was some kind of elaborate prank. Or I figured Tommy was a shy kid. Maybe he struggled with selective mutism. Maybe he was hiding in a corner somewhere, or maybe there was some other arrangement. I didn't want to rock the boat too much, and so I made a point to include Tommy in activities. I called on him for easy questions and waited patiently when nobody answered. But when I noticed the other kids were responding for him, I got curious. When I asked Tommy what 2 + 2 equals, Sarah would say, "Tommy says 4." When I asked him to come to the board, Marcus would say, "Tommy's not feeling good today." I couldn't figure out what was going on, but I still wasn't too freaked out. I just thought the kids were messing with me. At lunch, I checked with the office about Tommy. There was no Tommy on the third grade roster in that classroom. When I described the empty desk situation, the secretary looked genuinely afraid. "You must be in room 15, she said. It turns out, 2 years ago, a student named Tommy Martinez had died in the classroom during a lockdown drill, some kind of heart defect. The kids in his class never stopped setting a place for him, and every single substitute has reported the same thing. 23 kids insisting their friend Tommy is present. The regular teacher won't discuss it, but she keeps 24 desks anyway, and always buys 24 cupcakes for birthday parties. When I heard all of this, I thought, okay, this is kind of elaborate, but maybe it's some kind of coping mechanism? I didn't think it was super healthy, but it also really wasn't my place to say. I was just substituting after all. When I went back to finish the day, I left a pencil on Tommy's desk. After recess, it had moved to over by the pencil sharpener. I still don't know what's going on there, and it might not be paranormal, but I don't take jobs at that classroom anymore, and I stopped taking Roosevelt jobs altogether. I heard that they're finally removing the extra desk from room 15, but the kids are not happy about it. Bale lights on the zinc spring line. I am not superstitious. I run pivots and fix gates and haul hay in the Lahontan Valley outside Fallon, Nevada. Nights are quiet and long. If you've ever worked fields here, you know the way the desert kind of chews on sound. Irrigation motors thrum, and everything else gets swallowed by sage and dust. That's just the baseline. This was August. Hot day, cool night, the kind that lets alfalfa breathe. I drew the short straw for the swing shift, midnight checks, diesel top-offs, and a slow roll along our sink spring line. The fields sit on flat land out by the Carson River. All that water carved into ditches and gated pipe long before me. We've got 3 circles and 1 tired linear that always wants attention. I took the side-by-side, a can of wasp spray, and the handheld radio. No drama expected. At 12:40 a.m., with the moon low and orange over the Tonopah direction, I saw lights downfield, white and clean like LED work lamps. They were parked where we stage bales after second cutting, near the windbreak. That area has no power, no generator, and nothing but stacks and a scarred cattle panel. I figured it was a poacher or some kids. People assume the desert means no one's watching. I cut the engine, and I listened. Crickets and the pivot gearboxes and that electrical hiss that rides dry air. The lights went off, total dark. And then they came back but shifted 10 feet like someone dragging a stand. The radio on my chest crackled. One hard pop, like a mic keyed and dropped. That should not happen. Only 2 of us were out. The other guy was checking the west circle, near Yarrington Road. I keyed up and said my call sign and asked if he was on the East Flats. Static. Then a breath. Not a word, and the carrier cut. I drove in low to keep dust down. The bales threw tall, clean-edged shadows. I stopped short and walked. You can kind of smell hay when it cools. Sweet and wet at the core. The ground there is dredged sand, soft on boots. I rounded the nearest stack and saw the lights dead center in the lane, about waist height, 4 of them in a tight diamond. No cords or poles or truck, just light. The diamond folded into a kind of point and shot straight up, killed itself midair, like someone flipped a switch in the sky. I think I literally said out loud, "Nope." Not just for courage, just to hear my own voice. I circled the stacks. I found nothing. No footprints that I didn't make, no burnt grass, no glass or generator tracks. On the far side, the gate into the fallow lot hung open. I know that I had latched it. The wire leaves a little tattoo in your palm when you twist it shut. The loop was off at the post and hanging, wire smooth. I put it back. It didn't feel wrong, just handled. I got back in the rig and called the other hand again. This time he came through clear. He was still west, no lights on his side. I told him I had had a trespasser. He said to take the dogs, but I didn't. The dogs are for coyotes and drunk hunters, not whatever this was. I parked by the bales and waited. If it was kids, they'd show their hands or run. If it was poachers, they'd either try the gate again or bail to the ditch. 20 minutes of nothing. And then a smell pushed through the hay. Warm iron, like a shop rag after a bleed. Not dead animal strong, just metal. The lights came back in the lane, but this time diffuse. It was like fog catching headlights. It spread across the stacked faces, and in the glare I saw handprints. Palms. Not kid small, but not farmhand big. All the same size. 10, 20, and then more, pressing in from inside the bales. The plastic twine didn't move. The hay didn't shift. Just the impression of pressure, as if the light remembered hands. I backed up without turning the key, rolling brake loose, feeling each groove in the lane. The radio popped again. Same breath, like a long, quiet exhale into the mic. I've worked nights in Winnemucca, slept in trucks off Owyhee, and seen weird refractions over hot ground, but I do not put breath on a stuck mic down to heat mirage. The lights faded. The handprint stayed another second and then snapped back to flat shadow. I started the engine. Something clinked behind the stack. A sharp, small metal sound, like a hitch pin bumping steel, but I didn't check. I took the long loop out toward the country road and texted the owner that we had someone messing around the east line. He replied at 2:17 with a thumbs-up reaction and then just said, "Again?" I didn't ask what he meant by that then. 2 days later, we sold a portion of that cutting. The buyer found a square with a bent nail pressed deep into the flake. Old iron hammered thin, shiny on the bend like it had just been worked. No nail like that on our place. No old fence here. The windbreak is pipe and panel. Since then, I still run nights, and I shut the east gate with 2 wraps. I don't wait by the bales. Every so often, on a still night, the radio throws a single long breath, and the pivot's end gun clicks on by itself, even when the toggle's taped down. I log it, I fix it, I don't write it up for parts. If you drive past Fallon at night and see lights sitting where it shouldn't be, don't stop and be neighborly. If you do stop, don't touch the twine. And if the gate you just closed is open when you turn around, you didn't forget. I'm sure of that. The Circle Behind the Pines. I used to work summers at a campground near Grayling, Michigan, right along the Au Sable River. It was mostly quiet. Canoe rentals, campfires, the usual. But the woods behind the property were weirdly dense. Even in daylight, the light never quite hit the ground. Locals said that the land had once been part of a logging camp that shut down after a string of accidents. I thought it was just old-timer talk. This happened one August night, my last summer there. A few campers came up to the office saying that they heard bells in the woods. Soft, metallic ones like wind chimes moving in circles. I went to check it out because I figured some kids had just hung them up, or maybe it was just branches knocking together. But the sound got louder the deeper I went. It wasn't constant, it was just a few notes, but always the same sequence. I'd say they repeated every 20 seconds or so. The air smelled sharp, like ozone after lightning, and the temperature dropped hard enough that my breath came out in clouds. I kept walking until I hit a clearing that I didn't recognize. It was small, ringed with pines that bent slightly inward, almost like people leaning in to listen. The grass in the middle looked pressed down, almost woven. There was no wind, and no bugs, just those faint bells. I noticed something scattered around the circle, little shapes made of twigs and wildflowers tied together with hair, or something that looked like it. When I crouched to get a closer look, the bells stopped. Just silence. And then behind me I heard something move fast through the trees. Branches snapped, but it was light, almost graceful. I spun around and caught a flash of something pale. It wasn't a deer or a person. It was too small and too quick. And it didn't sound like feet on leaves. It sounded more like fabric brushing past itself. When I turned back to the clearing, all the woven things were gone. Every single one. The grass was still flattened, but now I felt this pressure like I was underwater. I backed out, keeping my eyes low, because I suddenly had this stupid, intrusive thought that if I looked up, I would see faces in the trees. By the time I got back to camp, the temperature was normal again, and the campers had gone to bed, and nobody else heard the bells that night. The next morning, I checked the spot again, but as you might assume, I couldn't find it. I walked the same trails for 2 hours and never saw that clearing. That same week, the wildflowers near the office, the ones that had bloomed all summer long without a problem, were dead overnight. Just black stems and frost in August. I quit the next season, and I don't hike much anymore either. The woods just don't feel quite right to me now. They feel like something is waiting there, watching me, and I just don't like it. The hallway light. This happened when I was living in Mesa, Arizona about 5 years ago. I was renting a one-bedroom in a complex built in the 1970s. Nothing fancy, but it was quiet and close to work. The building had that permanent desert heat smell. Dry concrete and dust and air conditioning that's always one day away from dying. I'd been there a few months when things started to feel kind of off. It began with lights flickering, always the same one in the hallway between my bedroom and the bathroom. It would pulse once or twice, and then it would go dark for a few seconds before coming back on. I replaced the bulb, twice. I even swapped the fixture, but it kept happening. One night around 11 p.m., I was brushing my teeth and saw movement in the mirror. It looked like someone crossing the hallway behind me. I turned fast, thinking maybe my door was open and a neighbor had come in by mistake. But no one was there. The air was still. The hallway light flickered once, and then stayed on. After that, the flickering got more frequent. It was always late at night, and always that same section of the hall. Sometimes I would catch a shadow right as it happened, like someone stepping just out of view. No outline or depth, just an absence of sorts. I told myself it was just my eyes adjusting to the light, or maybe it was just stress. About 2 weeks later, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of something moving across the floor. It wasn't like footsteps, it was more like sliding and dragging. Kind of like if you were dragging something fabric over tile. The light in the hallway came on by itself. From my bed, I could see the frame of the doorway and something standing just beyond it. It wasn't really solid, it kind of looked like a heat shimmer. Distorted, but still shaped like a person. There was no face and no details that I could make out. Just a tall shadow slightly bent forward. The air in the room just felt wrong and my ears rang. And then, just as suddenly, the hallway light cut out. When it came back on, nothing was there. But the apartment smelled faintly like ozone maybe, or kind of like burnt dust. It's hard to explain. Either way, I sat awake until sunrise, lights on, TV playing some mindless show just to fill the silence. The next day, I mentioned it to my downstairs neighbor, an older guy who had lived there for years. He just gave this tired kind of laugh and said, "Oh, you've got the hallway one." I asked what he meant, and he just shrugged. "Every few years, someone in your unit says they see something standing there at night. It moves on eventually." Well, I moved on first. I moved out a month later. Not because of that, at least that's what I tell myself, but every time the AC cycled off, the silence was just more than I could bear, and I just didn't want to be there anymore. The lights at Mountain View Cemetery. I grew up in a small town near Bonners Ferry, Idaho. We didn't have much to do at night except drive the back roads, drink bad coffee, and dare each other to visit the old Mountain View Cemetery. It's not the kind of place that feels cinematic. There's no crumbling angel statues or Gothic mausoleums. It's just a few hundred headstones scattered across a hillside that overlooks the Kootenai River. Quiet and ordinary during the day, but at night, it's different. This happened in late fall, maybe 2014. A friend of mine, Jared, had heard about a weird light that moved through the cemetery after midnight. Locals said it was a caretaker's lantern from way back, someone who had been buried there after getting hit by a train. I didn't buy it, but I was bored and figured it would be something to do. We parked by the fence and walked in with a couple of flashlights. It was cold enough that our breath fogged and the grass crackled with frost. Nothing felt out of the ordinary at first, just wind in the trees and the sound of the river. We were joking around, reading names on stones, people born in the 1800s, dead before cars were common. Jared kept saying that he thought he saw something moving near the tree line, but I didn't. About 20 minutes in, both of our flashlights dimmed, like the batteries were dying at the same time. I know that sounds like a setup, but they were brand new. We stood there trying to adjust them when we noticed this faint, pale light drifting across the far side of the cemetery. It wasn't bright like a flashlight, more like the glow of a candle, but steady. It moved slowly, weaving between graves, and then stopped like whoever was holding it had noticed us. I remember the silence the most. The crickets stopped. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. And then from somewhere close by, there was this scraping sound, like metal on stone. It wasn't very loud, but it was deliberate. It was like someone dragging a shovel just out of sight. Jared whispered that it might be the groundskeeper, but I knew that there hadn't been one for years. The place was mostly maintained by volunteers now, and nobody worked that late. The light got closer. It wasn't casting shadows, though. It just sort of glowed like it didn't belong to the world around it. I tried to get a video, but my phone wouldn't turn on. It wasn't dead, it was just frozen, like it wouldn't respond. The air felt thick, kind of like right before lightning hits. And then it blinked out. It didn't fade, there was no retreat of any kind, it was just gone. We bolted for the fence without saying a word. When we got back to the truck, both flashlights worked again and my phone was fine, 87% battery. The video app opened just fine, but there was a weird audio file that I did not remember recording. 13 seconds of static, and at the very end, a faint voice saying something that I still can't make out. It sounded like wait. I went back once about a year later during the day. There was a fresh headstone near where we had seen the light. Someone who had died the same week that we were there. I didn't know them, but the timing stuck with me, and I've never been back after dark. The Shape by the Creek. This happened in 2018, somewhere near Mount Adams, Washington. My friend Eli and I were camping for a long weekend. No hookups, no service, just forest. We'd picked a dispersed site near a narrow creek that fed into the Klickitat River. I'd been out there before to hike, but never stayed overnight. The first day was uneventful. Just quiet, endless trees and the sound of water running over rocks. We fished a bit, cooked over the fire, and turned in early. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to what sounded like a boulder being dropped into the creek. It wasn't a splash like a fish or a branch. It was deep and heavy, like something big had been thrown. Eli mumbled that it was probably a bear, but it didn't sound like one. There was no snorting or crunch of paws. It was just the splash and then total silence. I lay there listening until I finally dozed back off. The next morning, we walked down to check it out. The creek was shallow, maybe knee-high, and there were several stones on the bank that looked freshly moved. Big ones, too heavy for one person, maybe too heavy for two. I thought maybe the current shifted them, but the water wasn't anywhere near that strong. That night, we sat up a little later. The woods felt kind of heavy. That pressing feeling everyone talks about before something weird happens. We were kind of half joking about forest giants when we both caught a smell like wet dog mixed with mud and something kind of metallic. It wasn't like dead and rotting, it was just off. A few minutes later, we heard a branch snap across the creek. This was not a twig, it was a full branch. And then breathing, slow and measured. We turned off the lantern and tried to listen. Something was pacing back and forth just beyond the tree line, breaking sticks every few steps. I could see a shape, tall and solid, no glow of the eyes, just mass blocking the darker dark behind it. It stayed there for maybe 10 minutes, and then it made this sound that was kind of like a mix between a growl and a scream without being either. It was almost like a person trying to yell underwater. Every hair on my neck stood up. Eli whispered, "We need to go." And I didn't argue. We packed whatever we could and tossed the rest in the truck and left before sunrise. The next morning, when we came back to grab whatever we'd left, just coolers and a tarp, we found footprints in the mud along the creek. Not clear, but definitely not boots. Really wide and long with a heavy heel and no defined toes. I've been in those woods my whole life. Hunters, elk, bears, even moose. I've seen them all, but I have never heard anything move like that or make that sound. Eli doesn't even camp anymore. I still do, but not anywhere near Mount Adams. And I don't sleep through creek sounds anymore either. It came from the cellar. I rented a small house in Bangor, Maine a few years back. It was one of those old New England places with a stone foundation and a basement that felt more like a root cellar. Low ceiling, uneven floor, and air so damp you could taste it. The landlord told me not to worry about the sump pump down there, just to check it if we have a heavy rain. Good enough for me. The first couple of months were fine. But then the smell started. It was like wet earth mixed with copper and rust and just dinginess. I don't really know how else to describe it. I went down to check the pump one evening after a storm, flashlight in hand. The light caught movement near the far wall, but there wasn't enough space for anyone to be standing there. Just stacked firewood and a few old shelves. I heard a slow scraping sound like something being dragged over stone, and then quiet. I told myself it was probably a rat or maybe something knocking loose. When I turned to leave, the chain on the single bulb above me started to swing on its own, slow and steady, side to side. After that night, the smell got even worse. Sometimes I would wake up to hear that same scraping noise from the floorboards below my bed. My dog refused to go near that basement door. She would just stand there and growl at it, low and constant. One morning, I found the door cracked open, even though I always kept it latched. The bulb downstairs was on. I stood at the top of the stairs listening, and faintly, just barely, I heard breathing. I closed the door and nailed it shut and moved out 2 weeks later. The landlord texted me a month after that, asking if I had left a mannequin in the basement. I didn't even bother replying. The thing on the road. I was driving from Fairbanks to Anchorage one February night, right before a big storm hit. I had just finished a job up north and figured that I could beat the weather if I left after dinner. It's a long, quiet drive, hundreds of miles of frozen forest and dark sky, and I've always liked it that way. You can go an hour without seeing another car, especially in winter. Around midnight, somewhere near Cantwell, I saw someone on the shoulder. Just a person standing there in the dark, facing the trees. I slowed down, thinking maybe their car had broken down, but there was no vehicle anywhere in sight. Just this figure in a parka, with their head tilted down. I rolled down the window a little and yelled if they needed help, but I got no answer. I pulled over about 20 feet ahead and turned on my hazards. When I looked back in the mirror, they were gone. I figured maybe they had gone into the trees, but there really was nowhere to go. It was just deep snow and forest. I sat there for a minute, just staring at the spot, and then decided there was really nothing I could do and decided to keep driving. A few miles later, my headlight caught something on the side of the road again. Same parka, same height, and same way of standing. There was no car and no footprints behind them. I did not stop this time. I passed them a third time, maybe 40 minutes later, near the turnoff for the park's highway lodge. I know how that sounds, but I swear it was the same person. I drove that stretch at least twice a month for work, and there's nothing between those points. There are no parallel roads, no shortcuts. I mean, it made no sense for anyone to be out there. My radio cut to static for about 10 minutes after that. The heat went cold too, like the air in the cab was being sucked out of it. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, I caught something moving behind me in the back seat. Just a shift of black against darker black. My heart jumped, but when I turned around, there was nothing there. Just my duffel bag and a thermos rolling on the floor. I stopped at a gas station outside Talkeetna around 2 a.m. The attendant came out while I was filling up and said, "Rough night for driving alone." I asked what he meant, and he shrugged. "You're the fourth one to mention that hitchhiker this week." I didn't tell him that I had never seen a face. When I checked the truck in daylight the next morning, there were wet boot prints on the back seat. Just two, side by side, facing forward. The Voice by the Fence. I was living outside Redding, California at the time. Rural area, lots of space between houses. My backyard backed up to a stretch of woods that looked harmless enough during the day. At night, though, it just kind of felt like it swallowed everything good. Everything past the fence line was property of the woods, and you couldn't convince me otherwise. One evening, I was out back putting away my tools when I heard my roommate Ben call my name from inside the house. It was kind of a normal tone, there was nothing weird or urgent about it, so I just said, "Yeah?" And he said, "Come here a sec." His voice sounded a little bit muffled, kind of like he was standing at the back door. I turned toward the house and saw that the kitchen light was off. In fact, every single window was dark. But then I heard him again, the same tone and the same voice, this time from the woods just beyond that fence. "Come here a sec." I froze. It didn't echo, so it wasn't distant. It was close, just on the other side, the sound of someone trying too hard to sound casual. I backed up toward the porch very slowly and kept my eyes on the tree line, but nothing moved. I got inside, locked the door, and found Ben dead asleep on the couch, headphones in, and TV still on. He had not called me. We moved out that winter. Never figured out what it was, but some nights, I swear I still hear that tone in my head. It was just so eerie. The Woman in the Hallway. A few years ago, I rented the upstairs unit of an old Victorian house that had been divided into apartments. It was in a quiet neighborhood outside St. Louis, cheap enough to make me suspicious, but I was broke and desperate. The landlord said that the downstairs unit was empty and between tenants, so I figured I'd have the place to myself for a while. The first night was fine. The place creaked like you would expect, with old pipes and old floorboards and old everything, really, but nothing made me uncomfortable. About 3 o'clock in the morning, though, I woke up to footsteps in the hallway. They were very slow and very measured, one after another, moving from the kitchen toward my bedroom door. What it made me think of was like when a parent goes to a door to check on their kids but doesn't want to wake them up. I figured it had to be the landlord or maybe a squatter, so I grabbed the little bat that I kept by the bed and swung the door open. The hallway light was on, but nobody was there. The air smelled faintly like cigarette smoke, the old kind, unfiltered and stale like it had been sitting in the wallpaper for years. I checked every room, but nothing. The windows were locked from the inside. I even opened the attic door, half expecting some raccoon to jump out, but nothing there either. The next night, the same thing. The same footsteps and pattern at the exact same time. But this time I didn't get up. I just listened to it. The steps stopped right outside my door, paused for like 1 or 2 seconds, and then faded back toward the kitchen. By the third night, I had started to sleep with the light on. Around 2:45 a.m., the overhead bulb flickered and went out completely. And then I heard the steps starting again, but even slower this time. My heart was pounding so hard that I could feel it in my throat. When they reached the door, something brushed the bottom edge, a soft drag, like fabric. And then the knob turned once, stopped, and then went back again. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. When the sun came up, the door was still closed. I checked the floor. There was a faint line of ash leading from the kitchen to my door, like someone had crushed out a cigarette every few steps. I told the landlord about it that afternoon. He just kind of nodded like he'd heard it before. "Yeah, I used to be a nurse who lived up there," he said. "She smoked like a chimney. Passed away in that room, actually." I slept on the couch after that, but the smell of smoke never left the hallway. Every now and then, even after I moved, I'll catch that same scent somewhere random. Stale and bitter, like burnt paper. And my stomach just drops. I still keep a light on when I sleep. The cabin that wasn't there. I went backpacking with 2 friends last summer in western Montana, near an area that's popular with hikers, but still remote enough that you can go all day without seeing another person. We planned a 3-night loop through one of the valleys off the main trail. Nothing hardcore, just enough to feel like we had earned our freeze-dried dinners. The cabin was not supposed to exist. That's the part that still sits wrong with me after all this time. On the second afternoon, we were cutting through a stretch of thick pine where the tree line opened into this narrow valley. The place looked completely untouched. No fire rings or old foundations. Nothing to suggest anyone had ever stayed there. It felt almost too quiet, the way large empty places sometimes do. We were debating where to set up camp when my buddy Matt pointed and said, "How old do you think that place is?" I thought he meant a tree or a rock formation, but then I followed where he was pointing. There was a cabin tucked right against the rise of the valley wall. Small, maybe 1 room, with a slanted roof and a stone chimney. It was weathered in the way buildings get when the sun has bleached one side lighter than the other. It wasn't rotting, it was just there. None of us had seen it on the map. We had 2 phones, a GPS unit, and a paper map from the ranger station. Nothing showed a structure anywhere near where we stood. The whole valley was marked as unmaintained wilderness. We stood there for a minute, quiet, the way you do when your brain tries to reconcile something that shouldn't be real. We walked up slowly. There were no tracks around it, no path leading to the porch. The grass was long and untouched. That's one of the details that really bothers me. The grass was bent in places, but not flattened. like something had brushed past it, not walked through it. I knocked on the door mostly out of habit, not expecting anything really, and got nothing back. The latch was one of those old iron kinds. It lifted too easily. The door swung open without a sound. Inside, the air was warm. It wasn't hot or stuffy, just recently used kind of warm. A small fire pit sat at the center of the room, with stones arranged carefully. Embers glowed a soft orange in the ashes. Not a raging fire, just enough that someone had banked them to last a while. Next to it, on a low wooden table, were 2 mugs. One was half full of tea, still faintly steaming, like it had been left minutes ago. The other had a wet tea bag draped over the rim. The beds, there were 2 narrow bunks, were unmade. Not in a messy way, but more like somebody got up for a moment and had planned to return. I didn't want to touch anything. None of us did. We stood close to each other, taking everything in, trying to figure out what would explain this. Hikers? Hunters? Maybe someone who lived off-grid? Except the place didn't feel lived in. It was like it had been staged to look lived in, but it just didn't feel like it. There were no food supplies or bags or boots drying by the fire, no tools, just the mugs and the embers and the bunks. The longer we stood there, the more wrong the cabin felt. It was like we were intruding into a room that we shouldn't be in, even though no one was home. Eventually we backed out. We didn't talk much around the fire that night. The whole thing sat on my nerves, like we'd wandered into someone else's unfinished moment. I kept replaying the tea in my head, still warm and steeping. Whoever had been there couldn't have gone far. But there were no tracks. There was no trail. There was nothing leading in or out. We decided the next morning to loop back toward the ranger station early. It was only about a day's hike away from where we were, and it felt like the right move. Matt said he wanted to tell someone because, quote, somebody's living out there and it's weird they're not on the map. He didn't say the rest, but I think we all felt it. It was beyond weird. It was completely wrong. You know that uncanny valley feeling when you look at someone or a drawing of someone and it's just off? That's exactly how this whole thing felt. It truly felt like somebody had set the whole place up to look like someone lived in it, but forgot all the important details that any normal person would know to include. We reached the station around mid-afternoon and told the ranger about the cabin. At first he thought we meant an old trapper shack or hunting blind, but once we described the chimney and the bunks and the layout, he shook his head. "There's nothing like that in the valley," he said. "Hasn't been anything built out there since, the 50s. We insisted. He finally agreed to hike out with us the next morning to check, even though he seemed more irritated than concerned. I think he assumed that we stumbled across some old ruins and we were exaggerating things. We led him back through the tree line to the clearing. But I bet you know what comes next. The clearing wasn't a clearing anymore. The valley looked the same in shape and in terrain and in everything, except the spot where the cabin had been was nothing but tall grass and undisturbed earth. There were no foundation stones or ash pit or chimney rubble, no signs of a fire. The ground didn't even look turned. It truly was like the place had never existed. The ranger looked at us with that pitying expression people get when they're way too polite to tell you that you're lying or crazy. He made a couple of notes in his pocketbook anyway, probably just to humor us, and told us that if we remembered the coordinates to stop by before we left the area. And then he hiked out ahead of us, clearly done with the whole conversation. I'm pretty sure that note said something like, "Two batshit hikers," something to tell the guys later. We walked the valley twice more just to be sure, but nothing. There wasn't a single sign. Even the grass where the porch had stood, long, unbroken, swaying in the breeze like nothing had ever been there. On the last night of the trip, I kept thinking about those half-finished mugs. the warmth in the air, the embers that had not fully died. I know what I saw. We all know what we saw. But the weirdest detail hit me a few days later when I was unpacking at home. The cabin had smelled clean and light, almost like early spring air. It didn't smell earthy, or stale, or abandoned. A friend asked me if maybe we had stumbled onto some kind of historical reconstruction or a field lab. But those leave gear and signs and footprints. Something. This cabin had left nothing, except for the sense that someone should have been there, that someone had just stepped out for a moment and expected to return. Whoever they were, they didn't. And I still think about this. If the cabin could be there one day and gone the next, then maybe it wasn't a place that someone lived at all. Maybe it was a place that someone got stuck. And maybe we can get stuck too. The knock at Birch Hollow. I'm not usually the type to post stuff like this, but this happened last November outside Birch Hollow in rural Maine, and it's still really messing with my head. My boyfriend and I rented this old cabin for a long weekend away. It was late autumn, way past the leaf-peeping tourist season, but before the snowmobile people roll in, so the whole area felt like it was just waiting for nothing. Empty and not full of tourists, which is exactly the way we like it. The cabin was way off a service road. It was tucked behind a stand of bare birch trees. It was kind of cozy in the daytime, but it was a different story altogether at night. The first night, around 3:17 in the morning, we both jolted awake to a single knock at the door. It was like somebody was rapping their knuckles, but just once, and then they waited. We couldn't hear any footsteps or voices. It was just a single knock. We froze. My boyfriend whispered that maybe it was an animal bumping the porch, or maybe it was a woodpecker or something, but it didn't sound like that. You know when you hear something that sounds intentional, like it has intelligence behind it? That's what this was. One knock, and then nothing. Eventually we fell back asleep, or at least he did. I just stared at the ceiling until sunrise. The next night, same thing. 3:17 a.m., one knock. This time, we listened afterward, trying to hear someone walking away, but the woods were dead still. Even the wind had stopped. There was no crunch of snow or brush, nothing like that. By the third night, I was starting to get anxious in anticipation. I kept checking the time, waiting for it. When 3:17 did hit, the knock came right on cue. I swear the candle on the dresser flickered, like someone had walked past it, although admittedly it could have been a coincidence. We argued in whispers about whether to open the door. I wanted to call the rental owner, but we had no service. He thought we should just ignore it, but something about not knowing was really eating at me. It was like we were just letting something pace outside while we pretended it wasn't there. On the fourth night, it snowed. Not a lot, but enough to leave a fresh layer around the cabin. It was the same knock at the same time, and this time, we opened the door. The cold hit us hard. It was like stepping into a walk-in freezer. The porch was empty. The birch trees creaked a little, but that was it. We didn't see a person or an animal. We didn't hear anybody running off or hiding. But there were boot prints. Old ones, deep and crisp around the edges like they'd been frozen and thawed a few times. The weird part, though, is that the prints started at our door, like someone had just materialized there and then walked away into the tree line. There was no approach, there was no trail coming in. There were just prints leading out. We followed them with a flashlight, but they faded fast into the thicker snow under the trees. Honestly, neither of us wanted to go very far. Everything in me was screaming that we should not be out there. We closed up the cabin and sat in the living room with the lanterns on until morning. Neither of us slept. When we left on the last day, I checked around the porch again. The snow was undisturbed except for our own tracks loading the car. No prints returning to the cabin, and no sign that anyone ever came back. I told the rental owner about it over email. I figured she would think we were crazy or tell us we were making trouble. But she wrote back and said that we were lucky the knocking stopped, and then just never elaborated. I didn't ask her to. I really didn't want to know anything else about it. I still don't have any explanation for it, but it's something I'll think about probably for the rest of my life. The faint light. I was on Mount St. Helens last fall, late season, when the weather gets unpredictable, but the trails are empty. I had been climbing all day, nothing technical, just a long push past timberline, planning to bivvy on the ridge before dropping back down in the morning. The forecast called for scattered clouds and wind, nothing worse. I had layers, a stove, and a spot that I had used before that gave some shelter from the gusts. By the time I set up camp, it was close to 8 p.m. Twilight was hanging on, but the trees below were already swallowed in black. I cooked quick, ramen, jerky, instant coffee, and then zipped myself into the bivvy. I was tired enough to drift off right away, but the wind had other ideas. It kept gusting and jerking the tarp so hard that it snapped like a sail. I gave up on sleep, put on my shell, and sat outside, just watching the dark settle across the volcano's shoulders. At that point, I started to see this faint light. It wasn't steady like a lantern, but it wasn't bright enough to be a headlamp either. It flickered. It was dim and kind of odd, and it came from higher up the slope. Way higher than anyone should have been. That late in the season, nobody is going up there unless they're geared for serious climbing, and there had been nobody signed in at the trailhead register. The light moved and disappeared, and then came back. It almost seemed to be pulsing. My first thought was campfire, but the location didn't really make that much sense. It was too high and perched on a ledge where there's no shelter, and no real reason to stop. It wasn't the orange of a fire anyway. It was just this weak, pale kind of glow. I told myself it had to be a trick. Maybe it was moonlight bouncing off snow. But there was no snow left on that slope. Not that low anyway, and not that patchy. I watched for 10 minutes, maybe more. The light never grew brighter, and it never faded out completely. It just kind of pulsed. Eventually, I convinced myself that it was nothing, and I crawled back into the bivvy. But every time I shut my eyes, the flicker showed up behind my lids. I just couldn't shake it. At some point, I decided I would go check it out in the morning. When dawn came, I packed fast and hiked toward where I'd seen the glow. The slope was rough. Talus, loose scree, but no real trail. I picked my way up, checked the GPS. The spot should have been just below a craggy outcrop. But there was nothing there. There was no firing or footprints in the dust or sign of gear, nothing that would indicate somebody had been there. It was just a scatter of rocks and a few stumps and wind. I stood there long enough to feel dumb, and then I turned back. On the descent, I kept glancing over my shoulder. No light. Back at the trailhead, I checked the register again. Still, just my name and nobody else. I've been back on St. Helens since, on different routes and in different seasons, and I've never seen anything like that again. But sometimes I still think about it. It was almost like it was aware of me, or like it wanted me to follow it. And I'm pretty glad that I didn't. The sudden disappearance. I posted this on a couple of hiking forums, but nobody really had an explanation, so I figured I'd try here. This happened last September on Mount Hood, and I'm still completely baffled by it. I was doing a section of the Timberline Trail which circles the mountain. It's about a 40-mile loop, but I was just doing a day hike on the western section between Timberline Lodge and Ramona Falls. It's a pretty popular area, the trails are well marked, nothing remote or too sketchy. Started early, maybe about 7 in the morning, because I wanted to avoid crowds and get some decent photos in the morning light. The trail was empty when I set out, which was not surprising for a Tuesday in late September. Tourist season was winding down, and most people don't hit the trails that early anyway. I'd been hiking for about 2 hours when I came across this guy coming from the opposite direction. He was in his mid-30s, maybe, brown hair, wearing a blue Patagonia jacket, and those really expensive hiking boots, Salomon or something like that. He had a small day pack, trekking poles, and looked like he knew what he was doing. Normal hiker, nothing weird at all about him. We did the usual trail greeting. "Morning, how's it going?" And he mentioned that he had started from the Ramona Falls trailhead around sunrise. He said the falls were looking good with all the recent rain, and we chatted for, 30 seconds about trail conditions, and then he kept going east while I continued west. Here's where things get weird. About 10 minutes later, I'm walking along this section where the trail hugs a ridgeline. There's great views of the mountain, but it's also pretty exposed with steep drop-offs on both sides. I stopped to take some photos and adjust my pack straps. When I looked up, the same exact guy was walking toward me again. But he was coming from the direction that I was heading, not the direction that he'd gone in after we just met. I figure maybe there was a loop trail I didn't know about, or he'd turned around for some reason and somehow I hadn't seen him. As he got closer, I raised my hand to wave and make a joke about seeing each other again. But then I bent down to retie my bootlace. Could not have been more than 5 seconds. And when I stood up, he was gone. I looked around, see if maybe he was out of sight around a bend or something like that, but he was just gone. The trail went ahead of me in a straight line for at least a quarter of a mile before it curved behind a rock outcropping, so there was nowhere for him to go. The sides of the trail were very steep slopes, and they were covered in loose scree and scattered boulders. Nobody could have scrambled down that fast without making a ton of noise, and I would have heard it. I stood there staring at the empty trail, trying to process what in the world had just happened. I walked forward about 50 yards, calling out, "Hey, you okay?" Thinking maybe he'd slipped and fallen, but there was no response. There was no sound at all, except wind through the firs. I spent maybe 15 minutes searching the area. I looked on both sides of the trail, looked for any possible path that he could have taken. I even climbed up on some rocks to get a better view of the surrounding area, but nothing. There was no sign anyone had been there, except for the boot prints in the dirt, which I suppose could have been from any hiker. The thing that really bugged me, though, was about how casual the whole encounter had been. Both times I saw him, he looked totally normal. He didn't look like he was stressed out or in a hurry or needing help, just a regular hiker. He'd even smiled and nodded when I waved the second time, right before I bent down to fix my lace. I went on toward Ramona Falls and thought maybe I'd see him there, get some kind of explanation for what happened. But when I reached the falls about an hour later, the parking area only had 2 cars in it, mine and one with California plates that I knew belonged to an older couple. I had met them on the trail near the trailhead. I saw them again and asked if they'd seen a guy in a blue jacket and tried to describe him the best I could. They had been there since early morning and hadn't seen anybody that matched that description. They said they had passed a few other hikers heading out as they were coming in, but no one who looked like the person I told them about. The drive home was when I really started to think through the logistics of what I had experienced. The Timberline Trail doesn't have any loop sections in that area where we first met. If he was heading east, toward Timberline Lodge, like he said, there's no way he could have ended up in front of me, going in the opposite direction 10 minutes later. The trail just doesn't work that way. Even if he had immediately turned around after we talked, he would have been behind me, not ahead of me. And even if somehow he had gotten ahead of me, there's no way he could have vanished into thin air on that exposed section of trail. I've hiked that area dozens of times since then. I guess I was kind of hoping I'd run into him again or figure out some explanation that I missed. There are a few spots where you can scramble off trail if you really know what you're doing, but they're all marked with cairns or obvious use trails. Nothing that would let you disappear instantly from where I saw him. The more I think about it, the more I'm convinced that something genuinely impossible happened that day. I've heard stories about doppelgangers and time slips and all that paranormal stuff, but I always figured it was just people misremembering details or jumping to conclusions. But I keep coming back to how normal everything felt. It wasn't some spooky encounter in a haunted forest at midnight by lantern light. It was just a beautiful morning on a popular hiking trail. The guy seemed completely real and very ordinary, and we had a normal conversation about normal things, and then he just wasn't there anymore. I've told this story to a few other hikers. Most of them try to come up with practical explanations. I wish they had one. Some say, well, maybe he was moving faster than you thought. Maybe there was a side trail you didn't notice. Maybe you were distracted taking photos and just didn't realize how much time had passed. I wish any of that was true. But I know what I saw, and I know that trail. And there's no rational explanation for how somebody can be walking directly toward you on a straight section of trail and disappear in the time it takes to tie a bootlace, and not leave any trace of where they went. The Tree That Follows. I was out in the Black Hills last June doing a section of the Centennial Trail near Hill City. It was a solo day hike, nothing ambitious, just 10 miles through some of the prettiest pine forests you'll find anywhere. I had been hiking that area for years, ever since I moved to Rapid City for work. Never had anything weird happen before. I started at the Willow Creek trailhead around 8 in the morning. The plan was to hike north for 5 miles or so, and then loop back on some connecting trails. Standard stuff for a Saturday morning. The weather was perfect, the trail conditions were good. It felt like it was going to be a great day. About a mile in, I noticed this tree. I guess there was nothing really special about it. It was just a big ponderosa pine, maybe 4 feet in diameter, probably 80 years old. It had some distinctive scarring on the bark. It almost looked like a face if you squinted at it right, and that kind of made me laugh. But it was the kind of thing you notice and then forget about. Except, I kept noticing it. Every single time I would look up from a trail, there it was. Sometimes it was on my left, sometimes it was on my right, but it was always about the same distance away. It always had the same scarred bark pattern, the one that looked like a face. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, honestly. Pine forests can look pretty similar, especially in the Black Hills where the trees are all roughly the same age from replanting after old logging operations. Easy to think you're seeing the same tree when you're actually looking at different ones. But after mile 3 or so, I started paying closer attention. The scar pattern was way too distinctive to mistake for anything else. 3 horizontal gouges about head high with a vertical scratch below them that really did look like a primitive face. I've never seen bark damage quite like it. So I started to test it. Whenever I would see the tree off to one side, I would deliberately take a trail that angled away from it. I figured if I kept heading in the opposite direction, I would eventually leave it behind. Didn't work. 20 minutes later, there it was again. different position relative to the trail, but definitely the same tree. It was the same size and bark pattern and the same weird face scar. I tried hiking faster and thought maybe I was walking in some kind of wide circle without realizing it. The Black Hills do have a lot of interconnected trails, and it is possible to end up going in loops if you're not paying attention to your map. But I was checking my GPS regularly. According to the coordinates, I was making steady progress north along the planned route. I had made no circles or backtracked in any way. It was just a straight line through the forest. That tree kept appearing. By mile 5, I was very unsettled. I started to take photos every time I saw it, just to prove to myself that it was in fact the same tree. The timestamps on the photos showed that I was taking them about 20 to 30 minutes apart, but the GPS data said that I had covered 2 or 3 miles in between. That should have been impossible. Even if I was somehow walking in circles, the terrain would have to be completely different. But the tree always looked like it was in the same type of setting. Around noon, I decided to approach the tree directly. Instead of staying on the trail when I spotted it, I bushwhacked straight toward it through the underbrush. It took about 10 minutes of fighting through deadfall and thick brush to reach it. When I got there, it was pretty much what I expected. A big ponderosa pine with that distinctive bark scarring. But when I looked back toward where I'd come from, I couldn't see the trail anymore. All I saw was forest stretching in all directions. I used my GPS to navigate back to the trail. When I got there and looked back toward the tree, I couldn't see it anymore either. It was just dense forest with no sign of this massive pine that should have been visible from like 200 yards away. I started hiking again. 20 minutes later, there it was, the same stupid tree. At that point, I said screw the planned route and I headed straight back toward the trailhead. I used my GPS to navigate the most direct route possible, staying on established trails the whole way. I figured whatever weird optical illusion or mental glitch was happening, it would stop once I got back to familiar territory. I know how this sounds, but that tree followed me back. Every mile or so, there it was. Sometimes ahead of me, sometimes behind, but it was always visible through the forest canopy. By the time I reached the parking area, I was practically running. All I wanted to do was get in my truck and barrel away from there. But when I got to the trailhead, I stopped cold. There was the tree, maybe 50 yards from the parking area. Right where it had been when I started the hike 6 hours earlier. I walked over to check it out. It was definitely the same tree I'd been seeing all day. But according to my GPS logs, I had covered almost 12 miles of trail, and this tree had somehow been visible for the entire journey. I asked the ranger at the visitor center about it later. I described the tree and its location near the Willow Creek trailhead. She knew exactly which one I meant and said that it was a local landmark that had been there since before the trail system was even built. The bark scarring was from an old lightning strike. When I asked her if there were perhaps other similar trees in the area, she looked at me funny. She said, no, that's a pretty unique tree, and she hadn't seen any others with that specific type of damage, not in her 15 years of working the Black Hills. I have been back since then a couple of times, but I just stick to the shorter hikes and I really don't look around that much. The tree is still there where it's supposed to be, but I don't really want to know if it starts showing up in other places again. Maybe it was just some kind of psychological thing, pattern recognition gone wrong or something. But I've got 47 photos on my phone of what looks like the exact same tree, taken from completely different locations over the course of 6 hours. Either there are a lot more lightning-scarred ponderosa pines in the Black Hills than the rangers know about, or something very, very strange happened to me that day. The unmoving figure. I've posted this in a couple other places, but I figured this community might have some insight. This happened to me about 6 months ago in Shenandoah National Park in Virginia. I was doing a solo overnight on the Old Rag Mountain Trail. I wouldn't call it remote by Appalachian standards, but it was mid-February and the park was pretty dead. It was an overcast day, the temperature hovered around freezing the whole time, and it was just that gray winter weather that kind of keeps most people inside. It was perfect for me because I really prefer hiking without the crowds. The plan was to take the ridge trail up to the summit and then loop back down via the saddle trail and spend the night at one of the backcountry sites. I had done this route maybe a dozen times over the years. I know it like the back of my hand. The rock scramble near the summit can be pretty tricky, especially in the winter, but I had micro spikes and I honestly wasn't too worried about it. Everything was normal until about halfway up the ridge trail, maybe 3 miles in or so. I was taking a water break when I noticed something off to my left, maybe 50-60 yards into the woods. At first, I thought it was just a tree trunk or some kind of weird rock formation. But I looked again and realized, no, it was a person. It was a man standing completely motionless between two large oaks. He was facing my direction, just staring. He wore dark clothing, kind of like black or dark brown, a jacket and pants, no hat or visible pack or gear. From that distance, I couldn't make out any facial features, not clearly anyway, but I could tell he was looking directly at me. My first thought was maybe he was another hiker who'd gone off trail to take a leak or something and was waiting for me to pass. I realized that he probably thought I was staring at him, so I gave a little wave and called out, "Morning, how's it going?" You know, standard trail greeting. No response. He didn't wave back or really move at all, he just stood there. I figured maybe he hadn't heard me or he was dealing with some kind of emergency, so then I got concerned and started walking toward him through the trees. I thought maybe he needed help. The undergrowth wasn't too thick in that area. It was mostly bare hardwoods with some scattered mountain laurel, so it wasn't difficult to navigate off the main trail. But the weirdest part is that as I got closer, maybe within 30 yards, I started to get this overwhelming feeling that I should not approach this person. It wasn't like a rational safety concern, but like something deep inside me was screaming not to get closer. I don't know if primal fear is what I was feeling, but it's the closest approximation that I've ever felt. I stopped dead in my tracks, but I called out again. "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" Nothing. The person hadn't moved a muscle the entire time I'd been watching or walking, not to shift their weight or turn their head, not even the little subtle movements that you would expect someone just standing around to make. It was like a mannequin. I took a few more steps, and that's when I noticed something that absolutely made my skin crawl. The guy was not wearing winter gear. It was maybe 30 degrees Fahrenheit out with a decent wind, but he was dressed like it was a mild spring day. No hat, no gloves, a jacket that looked way too thin for the conditions. But he wasn't shivering or showing a single sign that he was cold, and he absolutely should have been. At this point, I was maybe 20 yards away and I could see him more clearly. He was average height and average build, nothing really special about him. But there was something really weird about his posture. People don't stand that still, especially not in cold weather. Even when you're trying to be motionless, there are those little tiny micro movements, you know? Like a shift in your balance or breathing that moves your shoulders. This guy had none of that. I pulled out my phone to call emergency services, thinking he was having some kind of medical episode. But of course, there was no signal. Never is in that part of the park, so I decided to get a little closer and see if I could figure out what was wrong. But as soon as I took another step forward, every instinct I had that had been screaming before was now absolutely shouting to stop. This clearly was not a person in distress. This was something else entirely. It looked like a person, but it just wasn't right. The way he was standing, what he was wearing, the complete lack of movement, none of it was normal, and none of it seemed human. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on this thing, and returned to the trail. I figured I'd hike out and report it to the park rangers and let them deal with whatever was going on. But when I got back to the trail and looked toward where the man had been standing, no prizes for guessing, I couldn't see him anymore. I thought maybe from my angle the trees were blocking him, so I moved a few yards up and down the trail trying to get a clear line of sight. I even walked back into the woods to the exact spot where I'd seen him. There was no one there. There were no footprints in the leaf litter. There was no sign that anyone had ever been there at all. I spent probably 10 minutes searching that area, thinking maybe he walked deeper into the woods or collapsed behind a tree or something. But nothing. It was like he'd never been there in the first place. The rest of the hike was blessedly uneventful, but I just could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every shadow between trees looked like it was a person. Every time I stopped to rest, I found myself scanning the forest for figures. I ended up cutting my trip short and hiking out the same day instead of camping overnight. I did report it to the rangers when I got back to my car. Told them I'd seen somebody who might have been in distress, but couldn't locate them when I went to help. They took down my information and said they would send somebody to check the area, but I never heard back about whether they found anything. I've been back to Shenandoah several times since then, but I stick to the main trails and I don't wander into the woods to investigate anything. I've never seen anything like that figure again, which is probably for the best. But the thing that still bugs me is how normal it all seemed at first. He just looked like a regular guy standing in the woods. But the more I think about it, the more convinced I become that whatever I saw was not human. It was just wearing one. The fog. This happened last April, and I'm still not sure quite what to make of it. I was doing a section hike on the Appalachian Trail through the Smokies, planning to knock out about 30 miles over 3 days. I was on a solo trip, which I know some people say is stupid, but I've been hiking alone for over a decade, and I've never had any real major issues. I'd started at Newfound Gap and was heading northeast toward Charlie's Bunyan. Day 1 went pretty smooth. The weather was nice and it was moderate crowd size. It was a weekday after all. I camped at Icewater Springs Shelter and had a really good night's sleep. Although there was some jerk that set up way too close and played music until almost midnight, but jerks aside, I had a pretty good night. On day 2, things started out great. Clear skies, 60 degrees, crisp mountain air. Exactly why I wanted to be out there. I broke camp early, and I was making good time toward the Boulevard Trail junction. The plan was to hit Charlie's Bunyan for the views, and then continue on to Peck's Corner Shelter for the night. I was, 2 miles out from the shelter, when I noticed the fog starting to roll in from the east. It's not unusual for the Smokies. They don't call them the Smoky Mountains for nothing, after all. These ridges generate their own weather systems, and fog can appear out of nowhere, even on clear days. But this fog was weird from the beginning. First off, it was moving wrong. Normal fog either drifts with the wind or settles into the valleys. This stuff was flowing uphill against a light breeze, threading between trees like it had a mind of its own. It was thick and gray-white, and if I didn't know any better, I would have said it was moving with a purpose. I stopped to watch it approach, figuring I would wait a few minutes to see if it would pass by. Instead, it surrounded me in about 30 seconds flat. One moment, I could see 100 yards in every direction. The next, I could barely make out the trail blazes on the nearest trees. The temperature dropped at least 15 degrees instantly, not the gradual cooling you get with normal fog. This was like stepping into a freezer. My breath started fogging even though it had been perfectly comfortable seconds before. And that's when I realized how quiet everything had gotten. The forest sounds, birds, insects, even the distant hum of traffic from the valley were all gone. It was just this muffled silence, like being wrapped in thick blankets or having earmuffs on. Even my footsteps sounded weird. I pulled out my headlamp, even though it was only mid-afternoon. The beam barely penetrated 10 feet into the fog before getting scattered back at me. But I could still make out the white blazes marking the ATs, so I kept moving. I figured I'd push through to higher ground where the fog might thin out. Except the trail just didn't feel right. I know this section of the AT pretty well. I've done it, 6 times over the years. The trail from Icewater Spring to the Boulevard Junction is straightforward, mostly level ridge walking with a few minor ups and downs, but nothing complicated. But I kept hitting turns and switchbacks that should not have been there. Sharp bends to the left where the trail should have curved right. Steep climbs where the path should have been flat. I would check my compass and GPS, but both of them were acting up. The compass needle kept swinging wildly, and my GPS could not get a signal lock. The blazes were still there, though. Standard white rectangles painted on trees, exactly like they should be. So I kept following them, figuring that my memory was playing tricks on me, or maybe there had been some trail relocations since my last visit. After about an hour of walking through this soup, I started to get the weirdest sensation. It felt like something was walking alongside me, just outside my vision in the fog. Not following me, but like walking with me, keeping pace. When I would stop, it would stop. When I would speed up, it would match my pace. I called out a few times, thinking maybe another hiker was nearby, but I never got a response. But the feeling of companionship remained. I wouldn't call it threatening, but present. Like having a hiking partner who wasn't interested in conversation. The really weird part was how the fog almost seemed to guide me around obstacles that I couldn't see. I'd be walking along, and then suddenly feel the urge to step left or right, just in time to avoid a fallen tree or a rock that I couldn't have spotted until I was right on top of it. It happened so smoothly I almost didn't notice it until later. At one point, I came to what felt like a major trail junction. Multiple paths branching off in different directions, all with proper blazes. This definitely wasn't right. There should not be any significant junctions in this section. I stood there trying to figure out which way to go. And in that moment, I felt a gentle pressure on my left shoulder, like somebody placing their hand there to guide me. It wasn't forceful, nobody was shoving me. It was more like a suggestion. I looked, but I didn't see anything except the fog. The pressure remained until I started down the leftmost path, and then it faded. This kept happening. Whenever I would hesitate or seem uncertain, I would feel that light touch, guiding me one direction or another. It was always gentle, kind of like having a patient friend show you the way without speaking. I walked for what felt like hours through that fog. I should have reached the Boulevard Trail junction long ago, but the blazes kept leading me forward through terrain that did not match my mental map at all. I started to worry that I had somehow gotten completely turned around. Maybe I'd ended up on a side trail or an old logging road. And then, as suddenly as it had first appeared, the fog lifted. It didn't dissipate gradually either, like normal fog does. It withdrew, like a curtain. Within minutes, I was standing in brilliant afternoon sunlight on a perfectly familiar section of trail. I was at Charlie's Bunyan. Not near it, I was standing right at the overlook, with that incredible view of the Tennessee Valley spread out below. The problem was I should have been at least 3 miles away from this spot based on where I'd started and how long I'd been walking. And I had approached from totally the wrong direction. My GPS fired right back up and showed my location as clear as day. According to the track log, I had somehow covered almost 8 miles in the time I thought I'd walked maybe 3. But the weird part was the route it showed. A straight line through areas where there's no trail at all. I spent another hour or so at the overlook, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I checked my watch and my GPS. I even called my wife to confirm what time it was. Everything matched up except for the completely impossible distance I'd covered and the route that I had supposedly taken. The fog was completely gone by then. It was normal spring weather, with a light breeze and scattered clouds. I ended up hiking back to Newfound Gap that evening, instead of continuing to Peck's Corner. I didn't feel like spending another night on the trail after whatever that was. The return hike was totally normal. Familiar trail, normal weather. I've been back to the Smokies a couple of times since then, and I have been back to that same section of trail, but I've never experienced anything like that again. Sometimes I wonder if I got heat exhaustion or altitude sickness and imagined the whole thing. But my GPS didn't get that, and I sure as hell didn't imagine covering 8 miles of non-existent trail. So I did some research, and there are some strange experiences out there in the Smokies. It turns out there's a very long history of people reporting helpful spirits or guides in the mountains. Cherokee stories about forest beings who help lost travelers find their way. Some of the old-timers call them trail angels, but not the human kind. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe I got lost in that fog and something helped me find my way to safety. Or maybe the fog itself was the guide, steering me away from some danger that I never saw, but would have. All I know is that for 3 hours I was not alone on that trail. Something was looking out for me, making sure that I ended up where I needed to be. And you know, it's not the worst paranormal story that could ever happen to a solo hiker in the middle of nowhere. The Unseen Stalker. I've been solo hiking for about 6 years now, mostly in upstate New York. I've done plenty of trails in the Adirondacks, and never had anything happen that couldn't be explained by normal wildlife. Bears, coyotes, even had a moose encounter once up near Tupper Lake. But what happened to me last October, on the Northville Placid Trail, still has me looking over my shoulder. I was doing a day hike on a section near Lake Durant, maybe 8 miles north of Blue Mountain Lake. Started around 7 a.m. on a Saturday in late October. It was perfect hiking weather, cool but not too cold, and the leaves were just starting to turn. The trail was in pretty good shape, and I was making decent time. About 2 hours in, I started to get this feeling like someone was behind me. You know that prickly sensation you get when someone's staring at you? It was like that, but stronger. It made me turn around a few times, but I never saw anything. Around mile 4, I started hearing footsteps. Not constantly, just every now and then when I'd pause to catch my breath or take a drink. It sounded like someone walking on the trail maybe 50 yards back. the same rhythm as hiking footsteps. Crunch, crunch, pause, repeat. But every time I would stop and listen, the sounds would stop too. At first I figured it was probably just another hiker keeping their distance. Some people like a lot of space on the trail, and I get that. But whenever I would call out a hello or good morning, there was never any response. The weird part was how precisely the footsteps matched my pace. They always stayed about the same distance behind me too, and they always stopped the exact moment I did. After about an hour of this, I decided to test it. I found a good spot where the trail curved around a big boulder and ducked behind it to wait. I figured whoever was following me would have to come around the bend within a few minutes. I waited there for 20 minutes and no one ever came around that corner. But the second I stepped back onto the trail and started walking again, the footsteps started up behind me. That's when I got seriously uncomfortable. I picked up my pace, trying to put some distance between me and whoever was back there. The footsteps picked up too, matching me step for step. Still, I couldn't see anything when I would turn around, but I could feel something there, like a weight in the air behind me. Around mile 6, I came to a section where the trail opens up into a small meadow. There was good visibility in all directions, and there was nowhere for anybody to hide. I stopped in the middle of the clearing and did a full 360-degree scan with my binoculars. Nothing. There was no movement, no sign of life except for a few chipmunks. But I could still feel eyes on me, and when I started walking again, the footsteps resumed immediately. The last 2 miles to my turnaround point were the longest of my hiking career. The presence behind me felt closer somehow, more insistent. A couple of times I thought I heard breathing that was not mine, but every time I would stop to listen and hold my breath, there was just normal forest silence. At the 8-mile mark, I reached a small lake where I had originally planned to have lunch. But I was too rattled to sit still. I just turned around and started the hike back, hoping that whatever was following me would lose interest. It didn't. The footsteps were there for the entire return trip, always the exact same distance behind me, always stopping whenever I would stop. By the time I got back to the trailhead, I was practically sprinting. I just wanted to get to my car. When I reached the parking area, I turned around one last time to look back at the trail. I still saw nothing, but I could still feel something watching me from the tree line. I didn't relax until I was in my car with the doors locked. I asked around on some hiking forums about similar experiences. I got the usual suggestions: black bear following scent trails, echo effects making my own footsteps sound like they were coming from behind me, auditory hallucinations from hiking alone too much. But none of it felt right. Bears don't walk in perfect sync with humans for 8 miles. Echoes don't create distinct footstep sounds that stop and start independently. And I've done hundreds of solo hikes without hallucinating phantom followers. I did some research on that particular section of trail. I found out there's some local folklore about a shadow walker in that area, something that follows hikers, but never shows itself. Old Adirondack guides used to warn people about it back in the logging days. Supposedly it's harmless but persistent, just shadows people through the forest for reasons no one understands. It could be complete nonsense, but it made me feel a little bit better knowing that other people had reported similar experiences. I've been back to the Adirondacks since then, but I stick to more popular trails with heavier foot traffic. I haven't done any solo hiking in that area again. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild after too many hours alone in the woods, but I don't need to find out. The thing that still really gets under my skin about all of it is how intelligent it felt. It didn't feel like an animal following a scent or reacting on instinct. It felt very deliberate, mimicking my movements and staying just out of sight, almost like it was enjoying the game. Whatever it was, it knew exactly how to stay hidden while making sure that I knew it was there. And that takes a kind of awareness that doesn't fit with any wildlife I know about. Hopefully, whatever it was, I'll never face it again. The unspoken warning. So this happened about 3 months ago. And I've never been able to make sense of it, so maybe one of you can. I've been hiking solo for years, and I've done sections of the Appalachian Trail. I've spent weeks in the Rockies, you name it. But I never had anything weird happen until this trip to the Ozarks. I was doing a 4-day backpacking loop in the Buffalo National River area, part of the Ozark National Forest. It's not the most popular spot compared to some of the bigger parks, which is exactly why I picked it. I wanted solitude. Just me in the woods for a few days to clear my head after a brutal work project. The first 2 days went fine. The weather was mild for October and the trails were in good shape. I barely saw another soul. I planned my route using some older USGS maps that I'd picked up at a garage sale, figuring they'd be fine since the main trails don't change much. That was my first mistake. On day 3, I was following what should have been the Ponca Creek Trail when I came across this trail marker that stopped me cold. It was one of those standard wooden posts you might see, well, everywhere. It was about 4 feet tall with the typical carved arrow and trail name. Except someone had gone to town on this thing. The entire surface was covered in symbols. Not graffiti, not random scratches either, but very purposeful symbols carved deep into the wood. They almost looked runic, but wrong, like someone had tried to copy ancient writing from memory and got it twisted. The original trail information was totally obliterated, and you couldn't make out a single letter of the trail name or see which direction the arrow pointed. So that was great. I stopped and studied it for a good 10 minutes. The carving work was extensive. I mean, it had to have taken somebody hours. But the symbols had a pattern, a flow to them that suggested meaning even though I couldn't read them. And, perhaps most unsettling, they were fresh. The wood inside the cuts was still pale, not weathered gray like you'd expect from something that had been there for months. That was when I noticed how quiet everything had gotten. I mean dead silence. There were no birds or insects, not even wind. Even my own footsteps seemed muffled. The forest had just stopped. I've spent enough time in the woods to know that complete silence usually means something's wrong. Predators are nearby or a storm is coming, something that puts wildlife on edge. I checked my GPS, but the signal was garbage under the canopy. My paper map showed the trail continuing straight for another 2 miles before branching off toward my planned campsite. Simple enough. I took a photo of the defaced marker, more out of curiosity than anything, and kept walking. And that's when this low-level unease began. Like when you know someone's watching you but you can't see them. I kept glancing over my shoulder and scanning the tree line, but I didn't see anything. Still, the feeling kept building. This growing certainty that I was walking into something I shouldn't. The trail itself looked fine, though. Well-maintained, clearly marked with standard blazes on the trees. But something felt fundamentally wrong about the whole situation. It's kind of hard to explain without sounding insane. But it was like the whole forest was conspiring together to try to tell me to turn around. About a mile past the carved marker, I found another one. Same deal, completely covered in those weird symbols, the original information illegible. This time I didn't stop to examine it. The wrongness was getting stronger and pressed against me, and my gut was screaming to get out of there. I'm not typically the type to abandon a planned route because of some bad vibes. I've pushed through plenty of uncomfortable situations in the backcountry. But this was different. This felt like standing on train tracks and hearing a whistle in the distance. That primal warning that something bad was coming. Fast. The third marker appeared maybe half a mile later, and that's when I finally listened to whatever was trying to warn me off. This one was different. The symbols were not just carved, they were burned into the wood, black and deep, and they were still warm. I could feel heat radiating off of them when I held my hand close. Fresh burns, probably made within the last hour or two. And that did it. I don't care how crazy it sounds, but every single instinct I had was telling me to get the hell away from that trail. I turned around and hiked back the way I'd come, moving faster than I probably should have with a full pack. But the weird thing is, as soon as I passed that first defaced marker heading back, the forest came alive again. Bird calls and insects and normal woodland sounds returned, and that oppressive feeling lifted like someone had opened a window in a stuffy room. I ended up taking a totally different route to my campsite, adding an extra 5 miles to my day, but still getting there before dark. I spent the night wondering if I had overreacted, but I felt fine and slept fine, and the next morning everything felt normal again. But when I got home, I tried to research the symbols. I posted the photos onto a few forums and even reached out to some archaeology professors at our local university. Nobody could identify them definitively, but one professor mentioned that they resembled protective wards from various folk traditions, symbols meant to keep people away from dangerous areas. That got me digging into the history of that particular section of the Ozarks, and it turns out there were several unexplained disappearances in that area over the past decade. Experienced hikers who just vanished without a trace. Search and rescue found their campsites intact, their gear still there, but no sign of the people themselves. The most recent had been just 6 months before my trip. A guy from Little Rock doing a solo hike, similar route to mine. They found his camp, but never him. The article mentioned that the other hikers had reported unusual trail markers in the area around the same time. I've been back to the Ozarks twice since then, but I have stayed well clear of that trail. Part of me wonders if I should report the defaced markers to the Forest Service, but I don't really want anyone else walking into whatever I walked away from. Maybe those symbols really are warnings. Maybe someone or something was trying to keep people away from that area for good reason. All I know is that for the first time in my hiking career, I trusted my gut over my pride, and I'm pretty sure that decision kept me from becoming another unsolved disappearance statistic. The photos I took came out blurry, by the way. Every single one. The camera worked just fine before and after, but those particular shots are just illegible smears. Make of that what you will. When I was a kid, I lived in Clinton, Tennessee. Both parents worked full-time, so I was often sent over to stay with my grandparents, who had a plot of land in the vicinity of, but not right in, Mossheim, near Greenville. Both of them had been in East Tennessee for their whole lives, and that area for a good many years. They had been established at their home for some decades before this story, and remained there a good time after. Recently, I had reason to return to that area in Tennessee after having spent the majority of my adult life in Minnesota. Being in and around the area, driving the same roads, made me reminiscent about my lazy summer days tucked away at my grandparents', learning to shoot on the same .22 with which Grandpa had taught Mom, feeding fish at a neighbor's stocked pond, or spotting deer and bear with binoculars from the back porch. When I relayed this to my mom, she in turn told me a story about a time that I scared my grandpa half to death, then lied about hanging out with Bigfoot. At first I had no idea what she was on about. Then I remembered exactly what actually happened, with startling clarity. New context given by the experience adulthood provides. And no, this is not about Bigfoot or a cryptid. Before we start, some information about my grandparents' land. Their house was on a small hill surrounded by a grass lawn. The lawn gave way to a smallish hayfield and then the wood line. Those woods lasted for a good half-mile to either side of the home, and a good several miles to the back. I hated the hayfield because it was too pokey to play in, but I liked to hang out in a creek that ran behind it. To get there, I would walk to the edge of the property, just in the wood line, to avoid the hay. While at my grandparents', the only rules were that I stayed where I could see the house, so the house could see me. I was to take a whistle with me anywhere that I went. I didn't take the whistle, seeing it as a badge of my regrettably young age, and the best part of the creek was out of sight of the house. That was the only stretch where it got deeper than my knees, and thus the only part where I could swim. Naturally, I spent much of my time in that water splashing around, skipping stones, and being a kid. One day I was playing in the creek when I noticed someone. It was a man, a stranger, on the bank watching me. He had long hair, a beard, and pale skin so dirty that it was stained. I couldn't tell his age and simply thought of him as old. I have no better guess now, as he clearly went through long years of hard living. He wore no shirt, no pants, only a wrap of dirty cloth around his waist that I thought of at the time as a Moses dress, thanks to some illustrated Bible stories. Around his neck there were multiple necklaces made from knotted tatters of cloth, fiber, and string. In those knots were various pieces of bones, flowers, a bit of dark glass, things like that. When I first saw him there by the creek, I was terrified, frozen still. The man, however, was smiling. He gestured from his squat with an outstretched arm, fingers down, in kind of a wave. I didn't react, startled and reeling. Then he splashed at me, still smiling. He did it again. I splashed back, and soon we were playing. We both threw water at each other. He jumped into the creek and stomped around with me, laughing all the while. He threw rocks into the water, and so did I. I pushed him, he pushed me back. We carried on for some minutes until my grandma called for me. With her voice, a switch had turned off. The man stopped in his tracks, gaze fixed back toward the house. Then, as my grandma kept on hollering, he looked to me. He crept back to his side of the creek, barely disturbing the water, then slid into the brush, completely silent the whole way, holding my gaze. Once he was out of sight, I waited in the water until my grandma found me. She wanted to know if I was alone, and I said no. She became very tense, asking who was with me while looking around. I didn't answer. I didn't know how. Seeing no one, she pulled me back to the house without any more words, grip like iron the whole time. At the house, the real inquisition began. I didn't really have new words, the event and this reaction overwhelming my ability to explain. Such silence further irked my grandma, and I was swiftly placed in a corner, held without bail, awaiting patriarchal judgment. Around an hour later, my grandpa came home from work. He was told about my churlishness and was ready to set into me again with talking. I told him about the man, hairy and old, dressed like Moses, about how we played and he disappeared. I remember that they digested this for a few minutes before sending me to my room, and I was happy to go, and happier still that Grandpa didn't yell like he usually did when I misbehaved. Later, I was brought out for dinner. I ate in the kitchen with Grandma, but Grandpa called me to the back porch. He was on the swinging bench, looking out over the hayfield turned red by the setting sun. He had kicked off his boots and put them next to his shotgun. I knew that was odd for the gun to be out of the closet. Previously, we had used it to shoot bottles. Some I would throw into the air like they were clay pigeons. These escapades were accompanied with speeches about how the gun was dangerous and only for adults to use. He went through my story again, his tone deadly serious. Eventually, he asked me how hairy the man was really. I told him very, thinking that this was the right answer. He asked where, and I told him everywhere, like a bear. He ruminated on this, and I grew more nervous, worried that I was in trouble or causing trouble, just wanting the trouble, whatever it was, to end. So when he finally asked me to swear, in the name of Christ and on my mother, that I was telling the truth about everything, I said that I had been joking. He finally yelled then and sent me back to my room. The family memory became that I had hid by the creek and made up a tale about Bigfoot. At the time, everybody was upset with me, and I was forbidden from going back to the creek or anywhere out of sight. The enforcement of this rule, like the others, was lackluster. Even so, for a time I didn't go there. In my memory, I stayed away for a very long time, but I'm sure it was only a few days. That hiatus feeling interminable to my elementary-aged self. When I did start going back to the creek, I took a bucket of toys and a thick stick plucked from the woodlands on the way. I think I was conflicted about what to do if the man came back, imagining either impressing him with my toy collection or clubbing him, or both in turn. When he did show back up, he appeared next to me as I dozed under a tree on my side of the creek. I was once again gripped with terror. He was not smiling, his face expressionless as he lurked beside me, having watched for who knows how long before I smelled him. I scrambled away, leaving behind my stick and toys. Coming to my feet a yard out, I stood in the sun while the man watched me from the shade. Eventually, he crouched and started to look through my bucket. I remember becoming indignant as he examined my toys one by one, only to toss them into the dirt. It became too much, and I started to lecture the man, telling him how he got me in trouble and he was a weirdo and he stank. At some point, he stopped looking through my things and calmly watched my tirade. Face still neutral, eyes analytic. Once I had concluded my lecture, I sat back under the tree to pout. I remember the man made a noise, a grinding kind of snort, and when I looked over at him, he was chuckling while he inspected the last few figures in my bucket. I wanted to laugh too, but I was more determined to stay sullen. Once everything was out of the bucket, he put one figure, Ghidorah, back into the bucket. He then stood to his hunched fullest, took the bucket by its handle, and began to make his way back into the woods. I stayed by the tree until he turned, said something, not a word that I knew then or know now, and gestured with a forward sweep of his hand. At first I didn't comply, despite knowing that he wanted me to follow. After a few moments, he yipped, clicked his teeth, and gestured again more emphatically. With this further prompt, I did get up and come along, the man making approving noises and putting on his smile again. We went into the woods. The man led, but he was naturally quicker and quieter, making it hard for me to keep up. Eventually, he would stop where he lost me, knocking on trees with sticks and whistling arrhythmically so that I might find him in the vegetation. He never came back for me, opting instead to guide me forward with the noises. I became lost, having only a vague sense of my grandparents' place behind me. After some time, maybe 15 minutes, we came to a bald. The man had me wait there. indicated by patting the ground, before going into the tree line alone. He returned from a different direction, pulling a sled. It was made from half of a discarded plastic drum and lined with small pelts and smooth bark. On the back half, there rested the fly-covered carcasses of squirrels, possums, and other critters savaged into anonymity. On the pulling end, woven pouches were tied into place on it by the same eclectic cordage that made the man's necklace. He put my bucket on the sled and tossed Ghidorah in a pouch. He then called me closer, with a glottal noise and a beckoning wave. I saw the sled's pouches held many odds and ends: dried salamanders, mushrooms, metal bits, glass fragments. From one, the man pulled a square, made from bound-together sticks just big enough to slip over my wrist. From another, he pulled a piece of fool's gold and a small shard of geode crusted with a bit of purple crystal. These he handed to me with an air of busyness, and a few more utterings of nonsense. He then patted the ground for me to sit again. I did so without much bewilderment, understanding that we had traded the same as exchanging Pokemon cards at recess. I did not much miss Ghidorah anyway, as he was a bad guy. The bucket was a loss. In retrospect, I think Ghidorah was chosen because its dull gold scales resembled something valuable. The bucket for its obvious ability to hold things. The man came back lapping his thigh. I did this readily. During the hike back, I tried to keep up and pay attention. I did so moderately well, having to be whistled over a few times. I did notice that our path was not straight. The man led me one way and then another, making turns unneeded by the lay of the land. We eventually came out by the creek, but from a different approach than we had left it. I could hear my grandma calling for me again, not from up on the hill, from far out in the field. The man would not cross the creek, but pushed me to do so. I did, but not to go to my grandma. Instead, I crept back to the house and around the opposite side. There I laid in the shrubs by our front door, pretending to sleep when I was found. I swore that I had been there the whole time. When I was sent back to my room, I placed my fool's gold, crystal, and charm in my bedside table for safekeeping. The next day, I went back into the creek to pick up my toys. The man was not there. However, throughout that summer, he did visit me again, to sit under the tree or throw rocks at the water or yammer softly to himself. I would bring snacks and candy to share, and he would likewise give me stringy dried meat, which I ought not to have eaten, or honeysuckle blossoms, which I would still eat, taken from my old bucket. He seldom visited long, and never splashed and whooped like the first time he did on that first meeting. At this point, you might be wondering why I've posted this to Backwoods Creepy, and not Backwoods Weird but Wholesome, I guess. Well, that's because there are two more occasions that I want to tell you about. One gruesome, one awful. The eventful one occurred near the 4th of July. I had brought 2 boxes of bang snaps to the creek. The man was initially wary of the little fireworks, but quickly came to appreciate their miniature pyrotechnics. He took the box I gave him gratefully, even taking the empty box, likely for the wood shavings, which are excellent tinder. During the use of the bang snaps, I had scared a turtle into the water and to the opposite bank. It sat there watching us from the far shore. If you're squeamish about animal stuff, this is probably a part you should skip. The man, after stowing the bang snaps in the bucket, noticed the turtle. With little thought, he scooped up a smooth stone and threw it with force and accuracy into the turtle. He then waded over to retrieve the slider, which struggled meekly in his grasp, one leg knocked off clean. On my side of the river, he took from the bucket a new piece of stone. One side was rounded and fit in his hand. The other came to a flinty cutting edge. Working with deft experience, the man began chopping the live turtle above its neck, pulling up on the shell top. I'll spare you the rest of the details, but the thing struggled, and it was horrible to witness. The man rinsed the shell in the river and offered it to me. In wordless horror, I ran. That evening, I came back to shuffle the dead turtle into the flowering waters of the creek. The shell itself was nowhere to be found. This experience did not deter me from going to the creek, or the man from visiting again. However, sometimes he would try to call me away from the creek with thumps and whistles. I would tell him I heard him and refused to move. On some occasions, he would join me. On others, he would leave. The last time we met, we were sitting under the tree sharing cowtails. From the woods, there came whistling and the staccato knocking of a woodpecker. The man looked up and whistled back. There were a few more such exchanges before he stood, collected his bucket, and beckoned for me to follow. I was curious, and I felt comfortable with the man as a guide, so I did as I was asked. He took me to the bald, a direct path this time, periodically stopping to call or respond to the other in the woods. Waiting for us at the bald was a woman and a child. The woman was dressed the same as the man, topless and wrapped around the waist. She was dirty, with long hair and a wiry frame. The child was in a similar state, wearing a sack that went to their knees. The man sat on the ground and the woman joined him, sitting in his lap but leaning forward so that her elbows rested on her crossed knees. She had dark brown eyes that were fixed to me. The other child would not look up. I didn't know what to do, and I didn't speak. The other kid lifted their sack to wipe at their nose. The man made a noise and drummed on the woman's back. The kid looked at them, still hanging her head, hair covering her face. The woman yammered and swatted at what I now figured was a girl lazily, the man echoing her noises, slapping skin to skin once more. At this bizarre scene, the girl stumbled toward me, stopping close enough that I could smell her and hear her wheezing breath. She was thin but not emaciated, and slightly taller than me should she have straightened up. The man and woman fussed some more, and the girl leaned close and pressed her cheek to mine. Her hair was in between us, greasy and cold. She made no move to embrace me, no move at all, only pressing limply against me and breathing so loud that it was all I could hear. During this time, the woman had approached. She pulled the girl back by her shoulder with one hand and delivered a flurry of slaps to the crown of the girl's head. The woman then gathered the girl's hair into one hand, using the other to sweep back her bangs. The girl was then made to look at me, face bare. One side of her jaw was bulged out, smooth skin over a lemon-shaped bump. Her mouth was twisted by this deformity. Her nose faced to one side as if affixed sideways and leaked a trail of clear snot. One eye was bulged and rheumy, the other startlingly regular. It looked at me, blank and dark brown. The woman gave the girl's head a little shake, spat off to the side, and then cooed like a dove as she smiled at me. I fled. There was commotion behind me. I think the girl was pushed to the ground. I did not look back, and they did not pursue. My flight ended at my grandparents' house, my absence unnoticed. I chose not to tell anyone what had happened, wanting to forget and not wanting to get into trouble again, not thinking about the girl, the couple, and what might have been intended for me. I spent that August inside whenever I visited my grandparents. I begged not to be taken, claiming that it was boring and lonely. Sometimes when I sat on the porch or went from the car to the house, I'd catch a snippet of a bird call on the wind or the distant tapping of wood and hurry inside. My grandma could tell something was wrong and made an effort to entertain me in town. My grandpa cared in his own way, involving me in his errands as he never had before. Eventually, school started. Classes and friends eased me away from the thoughts of the dirty man and the people in the clearing. Time did the rest. I think now that all of the people in the clearing were a family, but their features, white skin, brown eyes, brown hair, are common enough that they all could have been unrelated. They knew each other's signs and signals. They used their own words. I know that the Smokies are full of tales of feral people, wild men, and superstition. I also know that they are full of people living in unlikely ways in unlikely places, and that those real people call others kin. And that, through the chain of human connection, even a recluse living in a rundown shack is someone's somebody. I guess I'm asking if the people in my story are somebody's someone too, or if they're known, if their behavior rings any bells, belies any known intention. I figure that wherever this tale goes, maybe somebody will know who they are, and hopefully you won't discount this tale out of hand. Either way, now that I've remembered everything about that time period, I doubt I'll ever forget it again. What I Found in the Forest by Not Going Back. I've always been a bit of a loner, preferring the company of trees and mountain air to the chaos of city life. That's why I decided to take a solo camping trip deep into the Cascade Mountains. Little did I know, this trip would challenge everything I thought I knew about reality. My name's Jack, and I'm just your average 28-year-old outdoor enthusiast. I work a desk job in Seattle, but every chance I get, I'm out in the wilderness, pushing my limits and seeking that connection with nature that seems to elude so many of us in the modern world. This particular trip was supposed to be a 4-day trek through some of the most remote parts of the Cascades. I had my trusty backpack, a beat-up dark green Osprey that had seen me through countless adventures, loaded with all the essentials: tent, sleeping bag, food, water filtration system, first aid kit, the works. The first 2 days were everything I'd hoped for. The weather was perfect, crisp mountain air filling my lungs as I hiked through dense forests and along ridgelines that offered breathtaking views of snow-capped peaks. I felt alive, connected, at peace. It was on the 3rd day that things got really weird. I had just finished a particularly grueling climb, and I was looking for a suitable spot to set up camp for the night, when I noticed something odd through the trees. At first, I thought it was just some trash left behind by careless hikers. Unfortunately, not an uncommon sight, even in areas this remote. But as I got closer, I realized it was much more than that. It was a campsite, or rather, what was left of one. The small clearing was a scene of utter devastation. A tent lay in tatters, its fabric shredded as if by massive claws. Sleeping bags and clothes were strewn about, some hanging from low branches like grim decorations. A camping stove was bent and twisted, lying several feet from where it should have been. My heart began to race. What could have done this? A bear? But even that didn't seem right. The destruction was too thorough, too deliberate. I approached cautiously, my eyes darting around for any sign of movement in the surrounding forest. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and insignificant in the vastness of the wilderness. "Is anyone here? Do you need help?" No response, just that eerie silence. I began to sift through the wreckage, looking for any clues as to what might have happened here. That's when I saw it. A backpack, partially hidden under a torn sleeping bag. It was dark green, weather-beaten, with a small tear near the top that I'd always meant to repair but never got around to. It was my backpack. My hand shook as I reached for it. That wasn't possible. My backpack was on my back where it had been for the last 3 days. I could feel its familiar weight even now. And yet, here was an identical pack, down to the smallest detail. With trembling fingers, I unzipped the main compartment. The contents were exactly the same as mine. Same brand of energy bars, same battered metal water bottle, same dog-eared copy of Jack London's Call of the Wild that I always brought on my trips. And there, in the small zippered pocket where I always kept my ID, was a driver's license. My driver's license. My face, my name, my information, everything identical to the one in my wallet. I sat back, my mind reeling. This wasn't just some strange coincidence. This was impossible. I looked around the campsite again, seeing it with new eyes. The shredded tent was the same model as mine. The scattered clothes were my size, my preferred brands. This was my campsite. Or rather, it was the campsite of another me. The implications hit me like a physical blow. Parallel universes, alternate realities, the stuff of science fiction suddenly seemed all too real. I don't know how long I sat there, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Minutes, hours, time seemed to lose all meaning as I grappled with this ridiculous discovery. As the initial shock began to wear off, questions flooded my mind. What had happened here? What could have caused such destruction? And, most pressingly, where was I? As in, where was the other me? I forced myself to think rationally, to approach this like I would any other survival situation. First priority, determine if there were any injured people, or injured me, in need of help. "Hello," I called out again, louder this time. "Jack? Are you out there?" The forest remained silent, indifferent to my existential crisis. I decided to search the surrounding area. If the other Jack had managed to escape whatever had torn apart his campsite, he might be injured and in need of assistance nearby. As I searched, I couldn't help but wonder about the differences between us. Was this other Jack exactly like me in every way? Did he make the same choices, have the same thoughts? Or were there subtle differences that had led him to this fate, while I remained unscathed? The search yielded nothing but more questions. No sign of the other Jack, no trail leading away from the campsite, no blood or other evidence of injury. It was as if he had simply vanished. As the day wore on and shadows lengthened in the forest, I was faced with a decision. Do I make camp here, in this place of destruction and impossible revelations, or do I push on, trying to put distance between myself and this unsettling scene? In the end, pragmatism won out over fear. It was getting late, and traveling through these mountains at night was asking for trouble. I would camp here, but not at the ruined site. I found a spot about 100 yards away, close enough to investigate further in the morning, but far enough to give me some sense of separation from the unsettling scene. As I set up my tent, identical to the shredded one in the other campsite, my mind continued to churn. If parallel universes were real, what did that mean for free will, for the nature of reality itself? Had I somehow slipped between worlds, or had this other version of me crossed over? And what about the destruction? Was it related to this apparent breach between realities, or was it just a coincidence? Some animal attack that happened to occur at the worst possible time? Sleep was elusive that night. Every sound, every rustle of wind through leaves had me on the highest of high alerts. Was it just the normal noises of the forest, or was it whatever had destroyed the other campsite, coming back to finish the job? When dawn finally broke, I was already awake and breaking camp. I needed answers, and sitting around wasn't going to provide them. I made my way back to the ruined campsite, half expecting it to be gone, to have been some sort of stress-induced hallucination, but it was still there, just as devastated as the day before. In the clear light of morning, I forced myself to approach the scene more methodically. I was no detective, but I'd watched enough crime shows to know the basics. Look for patterns, document everything. I took out my phone and started taking pictures. The shredded tent, the scattered supplies, the impossible backpack. I captured it all. As I did, I noticed something I had missed the day before. The destruction, while extensive, seemed to have a pattern to it. The tears in the tent fabric, the way the supplies were scattered, it all seemed to radiate out from a central point, as if something had exploded outward from within the tent. This wasn't the work of a bear or any other animal. This was something else entirely. As I pieced together this new information, a theory began to form in my mind. What if the other Jack hadn't been attacked? What if he had been the source of the destruction? I thought back to all the sci-fi stories I'd read about parallel universes. They often warned of the dangers of meeting your doppelganger, of the potential universe-ending paradoxes that could result. What if they were right? What if the other Jack and I had somehow occupied the same space at the same time, and reality itself had violently rejected this impossibility? It was a far-fetched theory, but standing in the midst of this crazy scene, far-fetched seemed to be the order of the day. I spent the next few hours meticulously going through every item in the ruined campsite, comparing each one to its counterpart in my own pack. They were identical in every way, right down to the crumbs at the bottom of the trail mix bag and the creases in the park map. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I was faced with another decision. My original plan had been to start heading back today, to make it to a campsite closer to the trailhead before nightfall. But could I really leave this place with so many unanswered questions? In the end, the decision was made for me. As I stood there, lost in thought, a sound broke through the forest ambiance, a sound that didn't belong. It was a voice. It was my voice. Hello? Is anyone there? I froze. This was impossible. This was insane. And yet I knew with absolute certainty that I had just heard myself calling from somewhere in the forest. Fight-or-flight instincts warred within me. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. But a deeper part of me, the part that had always pushed me to explore, to seek out the unknown, to go boldly, I suppose, kept me rooted to the spot. "I'm here," I called back, my voice shaking despite my best efforts to keep it steady. Who are you?" Silence for a moment, and then, "My name is Jack. I'm lost. I don't know how I got here." The voice was closer now. I could hear the rustle of underbrush as the speaker approached. "Stay where you are," I shouted, a note of panic creeping into my voice. "Don't come any closer." The rustling stopped. Why? What's going on? Can you help me?" I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I know this is gonna sound crazy, man, but I think I'm you, from another universe or something. And I think if we get too close to each other, something really bad might happen." I heard myself and almost had to laugh. More silence. I could almost feel the disbelief radiating from the unseen speaker. Then slowly, cautiously, "What do you mean you're me?" "There's a destroyed campsite here," I explained, the words tumbling out in a rush. "Everything in it is identical to my gear. There's even a backpack with my ID in it. I think you and I somehow crossed paths between universes and reality couldn't handle it." That's insane," the other Jack said, but I could hear the doubt in his voice. He was starting to believe. "I know, man, I know it sounds crazy," I replied. "But, look in your pocket." You should have a smooth gray rock that you picked up on the first day of your hike, yeah? You thought it looked kind of like a heart? You're gonna give it to your wife?" I heard a sharp intake of breath, then the sound of someone fumbling in their pocket. How did you know that?" "Because I have the same rock," I said, pulling it out of my own pocket to look at it. "We're the same person, Jack, just from different versions of reality." The forest fell silent again as we both grappled with this impossible truth. I don't know how long we stood there, separated by a thin veil of trees and unfathomable gulf of quantum craziness. Finally, the other Jack spoke again. "So what do we do now?" It was the million-dollar question. What do you do when you find out that not only our parallel universe is real, but that you've somehow crossed into one? How do you proceed when the very fabric of reality seems to be fraying around you? "I think," I said slowly, "that we need to get as far away from each other as possible, go back to our own universes or timelines or whatever the hell they are." "How do we do that?" the other Jack asked, a tremor of fear in his voice. I don't know," I admitted, "but staying here this close to each other seems like a bad idea. I think we should each pick a direction and just start walking. Don't look back, don't try to find each other, just keep moving until things start to feel normal again." It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all I had. The other Jack must have felt the same way because after a moment's hesitation, he agreed. "Okay," he said. Yeah, okay, I'll go west. You go east." "And Jack?" "Yeah," I called back. "Good luck." To both of us. I nodded, even though I knew he couldn't see me. "Yeah, good luck, man," I echoed. And with that, I turned and began to walk. Each step took me farther from the ruined campsite, farther from my crazy encounter with my other self. I didn't know if this would work, if simply walking away could somehow return us to our proper realities, but it was all I could think to do. As I walked, the forest around me seemed to shimmer and shift, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. The trees blurred, the ground beneath my feet felt less solid. Was this reality reasserting itself, or was I simply losing my mind? I kept walking. Hours passed, the sun arced across the sky, shadows lengthening as afternoon faded into evening, and still I walked. And then, suddenly, everything just snapped back into focus. The shimmering stopped. The world felt solid again. I found myself standing on a familiar trail, my original campsite just visible through the trees ahead. Had it worked? Had I somehow found my way back to my own reality? Or had the whole thing been some kind of elaborate hallucination brought on by altitude sickness or tainted water? I didn't know. I still don't know. Except I guess I do know, because I still have those pictures. I don't think you can photograph a hallucination, right? What I do know is this, though. The next morning, I packed up my campsite and headed back to civilization as fast as I could, and I haven't been camping since. Sometimes, late at night, I look at that smooth gray heart-shaped rock, and I wonder about the other Jack, if he ever made it back to his reality. I wonder about the nature of the universe, about the thin boundaries between what's possible and what isn't. But mostly, I wonder if someday I'll work up the courage to venture back into those mountains, to seek out that campsite, to find some proof that what I experienced was real, beyond the photos of a tattered campsite. Maybe someday, but not today. Today, I'm content to live in this reality, whatever it may be, and I think I have more appreciation for it. Because the truth is, once you've gazed into the abyss of quantum impossibility, the mundane world never quite looks the same again. And sometimes, That's more than enough adventure for me. The Forgotten Trail by Mountain Explorer 92. It was supposed to be a solo camping trip in the Cascade Mountains. I'd planned a 3-day trek along a lesser-known trail that winds through dense forest and steep ravines. The forecast promised clear skies and mild temperatures, perfect conditions for early autumn. I set out early Friday morning, my backpack loaded with supplies, and my trusty trekking poles in hand. The first few hours were pretty uneventful. It was just the usual rhythm of boots on dirt and the occasional bird song. By mid-afternoon, I'd covered a good distance and decided to take a break near a small stream. As I sat on a fallen log, munching on a granola bar, I noticed something odd. The forest had gone eerily quiet. There wasn't even the sound of a stream. It was like somebody had just hit the mute button. I shook my head, trying to clear the strange sensation. Maybe the altitude was getting to me, I thought. I took a few deep breaths and stood up, ready to continue my hike. That's when I saw it. About 50 yards ahead, partially obscured by a cluster of fir trees, was a figure. At first, I assumed it was another hiker, but as I squinted to get a better look, my blood ran cold. This thing was easily 8 feet tall, with long, gangly limbs that seemed almost too thin to support its massive frame. Its skin, if you could call it that, was a mottled gray-green color that seemed to shift and ripple like moss on a windy day. But it was the face that truly terrified me. Where eyes should have been, there were just dark, empty sockets. Its mouth was a jagged gash that stretched from one side of its head to the other, filled with razor-sharp teeth. I froze, not daring to move a muscle. The creature stood motionless, its eyeless gaze seeming to bore right through me. For what felt like an eternity, we just stared at each other, locked in a silent standoff. Then, without warning, it moved, but not toward me, thank God. Instead, it turned and loped deeper into the forest with an unsettling grace, its long limbs eating up the distance in seconds. Before I could even process what was happening, it had vanished among the trees. I'd like to say that I bravely investigated or tried to track the creature, but I didn't. I ran. I turned tail and sprinted back the way I'd come, heart pounding and lungs burning. I didn't stop until I reached my car hours later as the sun was setting. For days after the incident, I pored over cryptid forums and local legends, trying to find any mention of a creature that matched what I saw. The closest I could come to was something called the Stick Man or Tree Walker, but even those descriptions didn't quite fit. I knew how it sounded. I went over it 1,000 times in my head, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light, or an overactive imagination. But I knew what I saw. It was real, and it was unlike anything I had ever encountered. I shared my experience online, partly to warn other hikers who might venture into that area, but also in the hope that someone out there had seen something similar. While many were skeptical, a surprising number of people reached out with their own stories of strange encounters in the Cascades. None matched exactly what I saw, but there were intriguing similarities. The height, the long limbs, the ability to move silently through dense forest. One comment in particular haunted me. A user shared a story about their grandfather, who worked as a logger in the Cascades back in the 1950s. Apparently, there were persistent rumors among the logging crews about something they called the tree hugger. It was described as a tall, thin creature that would blend with the forest, sometimes mistaken for a dead snag until it moved. The loggers would occasionally find trees with strange, deep gouges in the bark, too high up to have been made by any known animal, and not like a bear's. The more I thought about it, the more I wondered if there was some connection between these old stories and what I saw. Could this creature, or others like it, have been living in these mountains for decades, largely undetected? The Cascades are vast and wild, with plenty of remote areas that see little to no human activity. It wasn't hard to imagine something being able to hide there, especially if it had some way of camouflaging. As the days passed, I found myself drawn back to the mystery. Part of me wanted to return, to try and find some concrete evidence, but another part was terrified at the thought of encountering that thing again, especially if it decided not to just watch this time. It was during this internal debate that I received a message from a user who called themselves Cascade Cryptid Hunter. They put me in touch with a local group of researchers who specialized in unexplained phenomena in the Pacific Northwest. Intrigued and desperate for answers, I agreed to meet with them. A week later, I found myself sitting in a small diner near the trailhead where I'd started my fateful hike. Across from me were who we'll call Alex and Jamie, a husband and wife team who'd been investigating cryptid sightings in the Cascades for over a decade. I was skeptical at first. Their site looked like it hadn't been updated since 1998, but they turned out to be surprisingly professional and knowledgeable, just not about web design. I walked them through my experience in detail, and they asked thoughtful questions. They seemed particularly interested in the creature's ability to move silently and its apparent camouflage capabilities. After I finished my story, Alex pulled out a folder filled with printed photos and hand-drawn sketches. "We've been collecting reports of sightings in this area for years," he said. "Most of them are probably nothing. Misidentified animals, tricks of the light, that sort of thing, but a few, well, take a look at this." He handed me a sketch that made my blood turn to ice. It showed a tall, thin figure with impossibly long limbs and a face that was too similar to what I'd seen. The artist had captured the empty eye sockets and the wide, tooth-filled mouth perfectly. "That's it," I said. "This was drawn by a forest ranger in 1978, Jamie said quietly. He reported seeing the creature multiple times over a period of several months, before he suddenly quit his job and moved out of state. We tracked him down a few years ago, but he refused to talk about it." They showed me more sketches and blurry photos, all depicting similar creatures. Some reports described them as more tree-like, with bark-like skin and branch-like appendages. Others matched my experience more closely, with that strange, shifting skin tone. "We have a theory," Alex said. "We think these creatures might be some kind of forest guardian, a living embodiment of the wilderness, evolved or created to protect the land from human encroachment." I must have looked skeptical because Jamie quickly added, "We know how it sounds, but think about it. These sightings almost always occur in areas where there's been recent human activity. Logging, mining, even just increased tourism. It's like they're responding to threats to their habitat." It was a lot to take in. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all as fantasy, but I couldn't shake the memory of what I'd seen. And the similarities between these reports and my own experience were hard to ignore. As we were wrapping up the meeting, Alex hesitated, and then said, There's one more thing. We've been tracking reports of strange tree markings in the area where you had your encounter. Deep gouges in the bark, too high up, and too uniform to be from any known animal. We're planning an expedition to investigate further. And, well, we were wondering if you would consider joining us. I was stunned. My immediate instinct was to say no. The thought of going back there, of potentially seeing that creature again, made my stomach churn. But, at the same time, I felt a pull, a need to understand, to find some kind of explanation for what I had experienced. In the end, curiosity won out over fear. I agreed to join them on the expedition. We spent several weeks planning, gathering equipment, and poring over maps and old reports. We assembled a small team, just the three of us, plus a wildlife biologist named Dr. Elias Chen, and a wilderness guide, who we'll just call R, who knew the area better than anyone. We set out 2 weeks ago, planning for a 5-day trek into the heart of the region where I'd had my encounter. The first couple of days were pretty uneventful, just hiking, setting up camp, and conducting various surveys of the area. Dr. Chen collected soil and vegetation samples, while Alex and Jamie used some kind of specialized equipment to take electromagnetic readings. It was on the third night when things got weird. We were sitting around the campfire, discussing the day's findings, or lack thereof, when R suddenly held up her hand for silence. At first, I didn't hear anything, but then it hit me. That same unnatural quiet I had experienced during my first encounter. No insects, no leaves, nothing. We all froze, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, just at the edge of visibility, I saw movement. A tall, thin shape, moving with that same unsettling grace I remembered. I wasn't the only one who saw it. I heard Dr. Chen's sharp intake of breath and saw Alex fumbling for his camera. But before any of us could react further, the figure was gone, melting into the shadows as if it had never been there. We spent the rest of the night on high alert, but nothing else happened. The next morning we found the tracks. Not footprints, exactly, but long, deep gouges in the earth, as if something with massive claws had been dragging itself along. We followed the trail for hours, deeper into the forest than any of us had planned to go. The terrain became rougher, the vegetation denser. More than once I could have sworn I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, but every time I turned to look, there was nothing there. It was late afternoon when we found it. We emerged from a particularly thick stand of trees into a small clearing. And there, in the center, was... well, I'm still not sure how to describe it. It looked like a tree at first glance, but as we got closer, we realized it was something else entirely. The trunk was a twisted mass of what looked like muscle and sinew, covered in a bark-like outer layer. Branches, or maybe they were limbs, stretched out in all directions, some touching the ground, others reaching toward the sky, and woven throughout the whole structure were faces, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all with those same empty eye sockets and wide tooth-filled mouths. We all stood there in shock, trying to process what we were seeing. Dr. Chen was the first to approach, reaching out to touch one of the lower branches. As soon as his fingers made contact, the whole structure shuddered. The faces began to move, mouths opening and closing silently. A low hum filled the air, growing louder and more intense until it was almost painful. What happened next is still a blur in my mind. The tree seemed to come alive, its branches writhing and twisting. We all scrambled backward, But R wasn't fast enough. A branch, or was it an arm, wrapped around her waist, lifting her off the ground. She didn't scream. She didn't struggle. She just went limp, her eyes rolling back into her head. Alex and Jamie were shouting. Dr. Chen was frantically digging through his pack for something. And I just stood there, paralyzed with fear. That's when I saw them. More figures, just like the one I'd encountered before, emerging from the forest. They moved with that same fluid grace, surrounding us in seconds. I thought we were done for, but then, to my amazement, Dr. Chen stepped forward, holding something in his hand. It was a small, gnarled root, pulsing with a faint greenish light. He held it up, speaking in a language I didn't recognize. The creatures stopped their advance, their eyeless faces turned toward the glowing root. For a moment, everything was still. And then, slowly, the branch holding R lowered her to the ground. The other creatures retreated, melting back into the forest as silently as they had appeared. The faces on the tree stopped their silent screaming, settling back into stillness, almost imperceptible if you hadn't known that they were there. We didn't wait around to see what would happen next. We grabbed R, who was unconscious but breathing, and got the hell out of there. The trek back to civilization was a blur of exhaustion and fear, punctuated by R's occasional mumbled words in a language none of us understood. It's been a week since we made it back, and I'm still trying to make sense of it all. R is in the hospital, officially diagnosed with an unknown neurological condition. Dr. Chen disappeared as soon as we hit the trailhead, taking that strange route with him. Alex and Jamie are compiling all of our data, promising a full report soon. As for me, I don't know what to think. Like everyone who sees something that shouldn't exist, part of me wants to believe it was all some kind of mass hallucination, a shared delusion brought on by fear and exhaustion. But a delusion didn't put R in the hospital. And I know what I saw, what I felt. Those creatures, whatever they are real. They're out there, watching, guarding. I don't think I'll be going back to the Cascades anytime soon, but I can't help but wonder, what else is out there, hiding in the wild places of the world, and what happens when we push too far into their domain? If you're hiking in the northern Cascades, well, just keep your eyes open. And maybe, consider leaving the forest as you found it. We might not be as alone out there as we think. Camp Evergreen. I've never been one for sharing personal stories online to strangers, but after what happened to me the other summer, I feel compelled to put this out there. I was 22 and had just finished my degree in environmental science. Before starting my job search, I decided to spend a few weeks as a counselor at what we'll call Camp Evergreen, a small summer camp nestled in the dense forests of northern Minnesota. I'd never been there before, but my cousin Liam had worked there the previous summer and raved about it. He put in a good word for me with the camp director, and before I knew it, I was packing my bags for 6 weeks in the wilderness. The drive up was beautiful. As I got farther north, the towns grew smaller and farther apart, replaced by thick stands of pine and birch. The air felt cleaner, sharper somehow. By the time I turned onto the narrow dirt road leading to the camp, I was fully in vacation mode, ready for lazy days by the lake and nights around the campfire. Camp Evergreen was exactly what you'd expect, a collection of rustic wooden cabins surrounding a central lodge, with a dock stretching out into a crystal clear lake. The whole place had a timeless feel to it, like it had been there forever and would remain long after we were gone. The first couple of weeks were pretty much perfect. My group of campers, 6 boys aged 10 to 12, were good kids, eager to learn about nature and always up for an adventure. We went on hikes, learned to canoe, told stories around the campfire, and generally had a great time. At night, I'd fall into my bunk exhausted, but happy, lulled to sleep by the sound of wind in the pines and the occasional hoot of an owl. It was during the 3rd week that things started to get odd. It began with little things, items in my cabin not quite where I'd left them, strange scratching sounds at night that I attributed to mice or raccoons. One morning I woke to find all the shoes in our cabin lined up perfectly straight, which I assumed was a prank by one of the boys, but they all denied it. Then came the dreams. Vivid, unsettling dreams of being lost in the woods, surrounded by whispering voices I couldn't quite make out. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, heart racing with the feeling that someone or something had been watching me sleep. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just overtired or that my imagination was running wild. But as the days went on, the feeling of unease grew stronger. I started noticing things during the day, too, glimpses of movement just at the edge of my vision, always gone when I turned to look. The eerie sense that we were being followed on our hikes, even though I never saw anyone, was prevalent. The other counselors didn't seem to notice anything amiss, and I was hesitant to bring it up for fear of sounding crazy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. It all came to a head on the night of the full moon. We were having a big campfire with all of the campers and staff gathered to roast marshmallows and tell stories. As darkness fell, I noticed one of my campers, a quiet kid named Jasper, kept looking over his shoulder into the woods. When I asked if he was okay, he just shrugged and mumbled something about the whispers. A chill ran down my spine. I hadn't mentioned my dreams to anyone. How could Jasper know about the whispers? As the night wore on, I grew more and more on edge. The shadows cast by the fire seemed to move in ways they shouldn't, and more than once I could have sworn I saw gleaming in the darkness, eyes just beyond the circle of light. Around midnight, most of the younger kids had been sent to bed, leaving just the older campers and staff around the dying fire. That's when we heard it, a long, low howl echoing through the trees. It wasn't quite a wolf. It wasn't quite anything I'd heard before. Everyone fell silent, looking around nervously. Then Maggie, one of the other counselors, let out a nervous laugh. "I guess the coyotes are feeling vocal tonight," she said, but her voice shook slightly. Before anybody could respond, we heard it again, closer this time, and accompanied by a rustling in the underbrush. Several of the campers shrieked, and the camp director, a usually unflappable guy named Cliff, stood up abruptly. "All right, everyone back to their cabins," he said, his tone brooking no argument. "Counselors, make sure all your kids are accounted for. We'll reconvene in the morning." As I herded my campers back to our cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The boys were unusually quiet, huddling close together as we walked. Just before we reached the cabin, Jasper tugged on my sleeve. "They're getting louder," he whispered, his eyes wide with fear. "What's getting louder?" I asked, although I had a sinking feeling I knew the answer. "The whispers," he said. "Can't you hear them?" I wanted to tell him it was just his imagination, that everything was fine. But at that moment, a cold breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it the faintest sound of voices? Murmurs? I couldn't make out the words, but the sound sent shivers down my spine. We hurried into the cabin, and I made sure all the boys were in their bunks before turning off the lights. As I lay in my own bed, I strained my ears, trying to convince myself that all I could hear was the normal nighttime sounds of the forest. But there it was again, a barely audible susurration, like dozens of voices speaking just below the threshold of hearing. I pulled my sleeping bag over my head, squeezing my eyes shut and willing myself to fall asleep. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jerking awake to the sound of footsteps on the cabin's wooden floor. Groggy and disoriented, I sat up, fumbling for my flashlight. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet cabin. No answer. The footsteps had stopped. I switched on my flashlight, sweeping its beam around the room. All the boys were in their bunks, apparently sound asleep. Nothing seemed out of place. Except the cabin door was wide open, swinging gently in the night breeze. I distinctly remembered locking it before going to bed and checking it twice. Heart pounding, I got up and went to close the door. As I reached for the handle, I froze. There, on the wooden steps leading up to the cabin, was a single muddy footprint. It was larger than any of the boys' feet, larger than mine, and it was pointed toward the cabin, not away from it. Something had come inside, and from what I could tell, it hadn't left. I slammed the door shut anyway, fumbling with trembling hands to lock it. Then I turned and looked back at the seemingly peaceful scene of my sleeping campers. I checked again. Nobody out of the ordinary. Had I just imagined the footsteps? Was I losing my mind? A soft whimper from one of the bunks caught my attention. It was Jasper, curled up in a tight ball, his eyes squeezed shut. "Jasper?" I whispered, approaching his bunk. "Are you okay?" His eyes flew open, and for a moment he looked at me with such terror that my blood ran cold. "They were here," he said, his voice barely audible. "They were standing over us, watching us sleep." "Who was?" I asked, although I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. Jasper shook his head. "I don't know. I couldn't see them clearly, but I could feel them and hear them whispering." I wanted to comfort him, to tell him it was all just a bad dream. But the open door, the footprint, I couldn't bring myself to dismiss it. "Try to go back to sleep," I said instead. "I'll keep watch." I spent the rest of the night sitting by the door, flashlight in hand, internally jumping at every creak and rustle from outside. When dawn finally broke, I was exhausted but relieved. Somehow, things always seem less frightening in the daylight. As the boys began to stir, I decided not to mention the events of the night. No need to frighten them unnecessarily, I reasoned. But as we all headed to the mess hall for breakfast, I couldn't help but notice how quiet and subdued everybody seemed. The usual raucous morning chatter was absent, replaced by wary glances and hushed conversations. In the mess hall, Cliff called all the counselors together while the kids ate. His face was grave as he addressed us. "I know last night was unsettling," he began. "I want to assure you that we take the safety of our campers and counselors very seriously. We've contacted the local ranger station, and they'll be sending someone out to check for any unusual animal activity in the area." He paused, seeming to choose his next words carefully. "In the meantime, I need you all to stay alert and report anything out of the ordinary, and please try to keep the kids calm. The last thing we need is a panic." As we dispersed to our tables, I caught Maggie's eye. She looked as tired as I felt. "Rough night?" I asked. She nodded. "Couldn't sleep. Kept hearing things." "What kind of things?" She shrugged, looking uncomfortable. "Just noises, probably nothing." But the way she said it made me certain that it was not nothing. The rest of the day passed in a haze of forced normalcy. We went through the motions of our usual activities, but there was an undercurrent of tension that couldn't be ignored. The kids were jumpier than usual, and more than once I caught them whispering among themselves, falling silent when any of the counselors approached. That night, none of the kids wanted to be outside after dark. We ended up having an indoor movie night in the lodge, which under normal circumstances would have been a treat. But I couldn't help noticing how many of them kept glancing nervously at the windows, as if expecting to see something looking in. As I was helping clean up after the movie, Cliff pulled me aside. "I need you to take the night watch shift," he said in a low voice. "Just patrol the grounds, make sure all the cabins are secure. If you see or hear anything unusual, radio me immediately." I nodded, trying to ignore the knot of fear in my stomach. Part of me wanted to refuse, to pack my bags and get as far away from Camp Evergreen as possible, but I couldn't abandon my campers. Whatever was going on, they needed us to keep them safe. The night was clear and cool, a nearly full moon casting everything in a silvery glow. Armed with a powerful flashlight and a walkie-talkie, I began my rounds of the camp. For the first hour or so, everything was quiet. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of the lake and the occasional hoot of an owl. I was just starting to relax when I heard it, a twig snapping in the woods, followed by what sounded like muffled laughter. I swung my flashlight toward the sound, but the beam was swallowed up by the dense undergrowth. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is someone there?" No response, but I could have sworn I saw movement among the trees. I reached for my walkie-talkie, then hesitated. What would I say, that I'd heard a noise in the woods? Cliff would think I was jumping at shadows. Before I could make up my mind, though, I heard it again. Definitely laughter this time, high and wild and not quite human. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the lake. Heart-pounding, I made my way down to the shore. The moonlight on the water was beautiful, but I was in no state to appreciate it. Every shadow seemed to hold potential threats. Every rustle of leaves made me flinch. I was about halfway down the dock when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, a reflection on the water. But as I watched, transfixed, the surface of the lake began to ripple and churn. Something was coming up from the depths. I wanted to run, to scream, to radio for help, but I was frozen in place, unable to do anything but watch as a figure emerged from the water. It was humanoid, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. Its skin seemed to shimmer in the moonlight, covered in what looked like scales or fine fur. But it was the face that would haunt my nightmares for months to come, featureless except for two enormous glowing eyes that fixed on me with an intelligence that was decidedly not human. For a moment that felt like an eternity, we stared at each other. Then, slowly, its mouth opened, far wider than any human mouth should, revealing rows of sharp teeth. And it began to whisper. I couldn't make out words, but the sound filled my head, drowning out everything else. Images flashed before my eyes. Ancient forests, deep caverns, things that had never seen the light of day. I felt like I was falling, drowning, being pulled into those glowing eyes. A hand on my shoulder snapped me back to reality. I gasped, spinning around to find Cliff standing behind me, his face pale in the moonlight. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice tight with concern. "You weren't answering your radio." I turned back to the lake, but the water was calm and still. No sign of the creature I'd seen. I don't know," I stammered. "I saw something in the water, out of the wall. It was... But I couldn't find the words to describe it. How could I explain something that defied all logic and reason? Cliff was quiet for a long moment, staring out at the lake. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with resignation. "So it's happening again," he said softly. "What's happening again?" I demanded, suddenly feeling a sense of betrayal that he had known more this entire time. "Cliff, what the hell's going on here, man?" He sighed, suddenly looking much older than his years. "It's a long, long story, one I'd hoped I'd never have to tell again. But I suppose you deserve to know." Over the next hour, we sat on the end of the dock. Cliff told me a tale that seemed too fantastic to be true, about how Camp Evergreen had been built on land that had once been sacred, about the stories of a strange creature that lived in the woods and waters, neither fully of this world nor separate from it, about how every few decades the veil between worlds would thin, and those creatures would become more active, more visible. "We thought we had more time," Cliff said, shaking his head. "The last incident was nearly 30 years ago. We thought we had at least another decade before we'd have to worry about it again." "What do we do?" I asked, my mind reeling from everything I'd heard. It sounded like a bad sci-fi novel. "We protect the kids," Cliff said firmly. "We keep them safe until this passes. It always does. Eventually. But until then, we need to be vigilant." As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, Cliff and I made our way back to camp. We had a plan. Increase security, keep the kids close to the main buildings, and, most importantly, make sure they never knew the full extent of what was happening. The next few days were tense but uneventful. We canceled all activities in the woods or on the lake, citing concerns about wildlife activity. The kids were disappointed, but also seemed relieved to stay close to the camp. The incidents, though, began to escalate. More counselors reported hearing the whispers, seeing shapes moving in the shadows. One night, we woke to find all the canoes had been untied and were drifting in the middle of the lake. Another time, every single axe and knife in the camp went missing, only to reappear the next day arranged in a perfect circle in the middle of the main field. Well, it was more of a clearing, but anyway. Through it all, we tried to maintain a sense of normalcy. We kept the kids busy with indoor activities, told them reassuring stories, and did our best to pretend that everything was fine. But they knew. Kids are perceptive, and no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't hide the fear and tension that permeated the camp. It all came to a head one night. We had gathered all the campers in the lodge for a big slumber party, figuring it would be easier to keep an eye on everyone in one place. The younger kids were asleep, but the older ones were still up, talking in hushed voices. I was by the window, keeping watch, when I saw them. Dozens of glowing eyes in the woods, watching the lodge. As I stared, transfixed, they began to move closer. I was about to raise the alarm when Jasper appeared at my side. "They're here," he said softly, his eyes wide but somehow unafraid. Before I could respond, a low, melodious humming filled the air. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. The other kids stirred, some waking up, others shifting restlessly in their sleep. Cliff was suddenly there, his face grim. "It's time," he said, more to himself than to me. "Time for what?" I asked, but deep down I think I already knew. He didn't answer. He just turned to address the now awake campers. "Everyone stay calm and stay inside," he said, his voice steady despite the circumstances. "Whatever happens, whatever you see, Whatever you hear, do not leave this building. Do you understand?" There were nervous nods and murmurs of agreement. I could see the fear on their faces, but also a strange sort of excitement. Kids that age, they can sense when something extraordinary is happening. Cliff turned to me. "I need you to stay here with them. Keep them safe. Keep them calm." "What are you going to do?" I asked, a knot of fear tightening in my stomach. He gave me a sad smile. "What needs to be done? What should have been done a long time ago." Before I could stop him, Cliff walked to the door and stepped outside. Through the window, I watched as he made his way toward the tree line, where those glowing eyes still watched. As he approached, figures began to emerge from the shadows. They were like the creature I'd seen in the lake, but each was unique. Some tall and spindly, others squat and bulbous. Some seemed to be made of wood and leaves, others of water or mist. All of them were utterly alien, and yet there was something almost familiar about them too. Cliff stopped a few yards away from the tree line. He raised his hands, palms out, and began to speak. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I could see his lips moving, forming words in a language that, at least from here, I didn't recognize. The creatures responded, their whispers rising to a crescendo that we could hear even inside the lodge. The air seemed to vibrate with their voices, and I felt a pressure building in my ears. Suddenly, Jasper darted past me, and before I could stop him, he had slipped out the door and was running toward Cliff. "Jasper, no!" I yelled, my heart in my throat. I moved to go after him, but found that I couldn't move. None of us could. It was as if we were all frozen in place, able only to watch as events unfolded. Jasper reached Cliff and took his hand. The old man looked at him in surprise, and then some sort of understanding seemed to dawn on his face. He nodded, and together they turned to face the creatures. What happened next, I'm still not sure I can adequately describe. The air around Cliff and Jasper began to shimmer and distort, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. The whispers grew louder, forming a swirling vortex of sound that seemed to engulf the two figures. Lights danced in the air, not the harsh glare of electric bulbs, but soft, organic luminescence, in colors I swear I've never seen before. They swirled around Cliff and Jasper, weaving intricate patterns in the air. And then, slowly, the creatures began to approach, but they weren't menacing now. They moved with a sort of reverence, each one reaching out to touch Cliff and Jasper gently, before retreating back into the woods. This went on for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. Finally, the last creature disappeared into the trees. The lights faded, the whispers died down, and the strange pressure in the air dissipated. Cliff and Jasper turned and walked back toward the lodge. As they approached, whatever force had been holding us in place released its grip. I rushed to the door and flung it open. What happened? What was that?" I asked, my voice shaking. Cliff looked tired but oddly peaceful. "We made peace," he said simply. "We remembered the old ways, the old agreements. They won't trouble us again, not for a long, long time." Jasper was beaming, looking happier and more alive than I'd ever seen him. "They just wanted to be remembered," he said. "They just wanted someone to know they were still here." I shook my head, unsure of what to make of any of it. Over the next few days, things slowly returned to normal at Camp Evergreen. The strange incident stopped, the feeling of being watched faded, and the whispers in the night fell silent. We never told the story to the campers or the parents, obviously. How could we? But I think everyone knew that something profound had happened that night. Cliff retired at the end of the summer, handing over the reins to his daughter. Jasper's parents, after a long conversation with Cliff, decided to let him stay on as a junior counselor the following year. As for me, I went back to my normal life, started my career in environmental science. But I've never forgotten what I saw that summer, what I learned about the hidden worlds that exist alongside our own. Sometimes when I'm walking in the woods or sitting by a lake, I'll catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, or hear what sounds like distant whispers on the breeze, and I'll smile and whisper back a greeting of my own. Because now I know, we're never really alone in this world, and sometimes all it takes to bridge the gap between those worlds is a willingness to listen, to remember, and to believe. The night the whispers came. I've always loved camping. There's something about being out in nature, away from the noise and chaos of city life, that just speaks to my soul. But after what happened last weekend, I don't think I'll ever be able to look at the woods the same way again. I'm still trying to process everything, and I thought maybe writing it all down would help. So here goes. The story of the most terrifying night of my life. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway with my best friends, Alex and Sarah. We'd been planning this camping trip for months, eager to escape our busy lives and reconnect with each other and nature. We chose a remote spot in the national forest, about a 4-hour drive from the city. The plan was to hike in, set up camp, and spend 2 nights under the stars. The hike to our campsite was uneventful but beautiful, filled with laughter and catching up. We arrived in the late afternoon and quickly set about making camp. Alex and I put up the tents, while Sarah gathered firewood. As the sun began to set, we had a cozy little site set up. 3 small tents arranged in a semicircle around a fire pit. We got the fire going just as darkness fell. Its warm glow was a welcome barrier against the encroaching night. The forest around us came alive with the usual nighttime sounds: crickets, chirping, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of a small animal in the underbrush. We roasted hot dogs and marshmallows, sharing stories and jokes as we enjoyed our dinner. As the night wore on, we naturally fell into telling scary stories. It was cheesy, I know, but it felt right. 3 friends around a campfire, trying to creep each other out. Alex had just finished a particularly gruesome tale about a hitchhiker with a hook for a hand, when Sarah suddenly sat up, her eyes wide. "Did you guys hear that?" she whispered, her voice tense. Alex and I exchanged glances. "Hear what?" I asked, straining my ears. Sarah hushed us, her eyes darting around the darkness beyond our little circle of firelight. We all fell silent, listening intently. For a moment, all I could hear was the crackling of the fire and the usual forest sounds. But then, a twig snapped somewhere in the darkness, unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. It sounded close, too close for comfort. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "It's probably just an animal," Alex said, but his voice lacked conviction. We all stared into the darkness, our eyes straining to see beyond the firelight. The woods seemed much darker. The shadows seemed deeper. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease, telling myself that it was just the power of suggestion. We'd just been telling scary stories, so of course we were all on edge. "Maybe we should call it a night," Sarah suggested, her voice still barely above a whisper. I was about to agree, when the fire, which had been burning steadily all evening, suddenly went out. Not gradually, like a fire running out of fuel, but all at once, like someone had dumped a bucket of water on it. One moment we were bathed in warm, flickering light, and the next, we were plunged into absolute darkness. The sudden absence of light was disorienting. I blinked rapidly, trying to force my eyes to adjust to anything in the darkness. But this was more than just the absence of our campfire. It was like all the light had been sucked out of the world. I couldn't see the stars or the moon. I couldn't make out the shapes of trees. I couldn't even see my own hand in front of my face. It was like the darkness was a thing. "What the hell?" Alex's voice came from somewhere to my left, panic evident in his tone. "Guys?" Sarah's voice trembled. I fumbled for my flashlight, my heart pounding out of my chest. I found it, wrapped my fingers around it, and nearly sobbed with relief. Until I clicked it on, and nothing happened. I clicked it again and again, but the flashlight just remained dark. At this point, fear gripped me. Primal, cold fear, as I realized that whatever had extinguished our fire had also been able to render our flashlights useless. And then the whispers came. At first, it was so faint I thought I was imagining it. A soft sound like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, but there was no breeze. The air was completely still, heavy with that unnatural silence that seemed to press in on us from all sides. The whispers grew louder, coming from all around us. I couldn't make out words, just a constant, insistent murmuring that seemed to be everywhere. It was like the trees themselves were speaking. "Do you hear that?" Sarah's voice was high-pitched with fear. "What is it?" Alex asked, his usual bravado completely gone. I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came out. The whispers were growing louder, more insistent. Their sourceless voices drawing closer. And then, cutting through all of the whispers, a single word, clear as day, spoken directly into my ear. "Run." I jerked back and screamed. "Did you hear that?" I gasped. "Hear what?" Alex's voice was strained. Before I could answer, Sarah screamed. "Something touched me," she cried. "Something cold, it grabbed my arm." Panic exploded in my chest, and without thinking, I lurched to my feet, my hands outstretched in the darkness like a zombie. I needed to find Sarah to make sure she was okay, but in the absolute darkness, I had no sense of direction. I stumbled forward, my feet tangling in something. A tent line, maybe a root, who knows, and I went down hard. The impact knocked the wind out of me. I laid there for a moment, gasping for breath, the cold earth pressed against my face. The whispers surrounded me louder than ever. They seemed to be right next to me now, a cacophony of unintelligible voices all trying to speak at once. I pushed myself up, spitting out dirt and leaves. "Alex? Sarah?" I called out. No response. "Guys?" I tried again, louder this time. "Where are you?" Nothing but the whispers answered me. Fear clawed at my throat. Had they run? Were they looking for me? Had something taken them? I got to my feet, my legs shaking. I stood still, trying to orient myself. We had been sitting around the fire pit. The tents were behind us. If I could find a tent, maybe I could find my friends. I took a tentative step forward, my arms outstretched again. The whispers pressed in around me still, seeming to guide my movements. I tried to block them out, to focus on finding my friends, but they were insistent, almost deafening now. My fingers brushed against fabric. One of the tents. Relief flooded through me. "Alex? Sarah?" I called out again, feeling my way around the tent. "Are you in there?" As my hand moved across the tent, I felt something wet and sticky. I paused, my heart racing. Slowly, hesitantly, I brought my hand to my nose and sniffed. The metallic scent of blood filled my nostrils. I recoiled, a scream building in my throat. What was happening? Where were my friends? What was this nightmare we had stumbled into? The whispers crescendoed, becoming a roar that filled my head. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing to block out the sound. It was like it was inside me now, 1,000 voices all clamoring for attention. And then again, cutting through the chaos, that same clear voice. Run, now. This time, I didn't hesitate. I booked it. I had no idea what direction I was going in. I couldn't see anything in the darkness. I just ran, my arms outstretched to protect me from colliding into a tree or something. Branches whipped at my face and arms, roots and uneven ground threatened to trip me with every step. But still I ran. The whispers pursued me, always just behind me, chasing me. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. I ran until I thought I couldn't take another step. And then, ahead of me, I saw a glimmer of light. Hope surged through me, giving me a fresh burst of energy. I pushed myself harder, sprinting toward that promise of salvation. The light grew brighter, resolving into the familiar shape of a campfire. But not just any campfire. As I burst into the clearing, gasping for breath, ready to collapse with relief, I realized that I had found myself right back where I started. Our campsite looked exactly like it had earlier in the evening. The fire burned merrily in its pit. Our tents stood in their neat semicircle. Even our camping chairs were arranged around the fire, like they were waiting for us to return and resume our storytelling. But Alex and Sarah were nowhere to be seen. I stood there, panting, my mind reeling. How was this even possible? I had run for so long, and as far as I could tell, it was in a straight line. How could I have ended up back here? Who started the fire? The whispers, which had quieted during my mad dash through the forest, began to rise again, like they had caught me. They seemed to be laughing now, a soft, insidious chuckle that made my skin crawl. I spun around, searching the darkness beyond the firelight. "What do you want?" I screamed. "Where are my friends?" The whispers only grew louder in response. I could almost make out words now, but they were in a language I didn't understand. Ancient and guttural, like the voice of the forest itself. Movement caught my eye. Something was emerging from the darkness beyond the fire's glow. I squinted, trying to make out what it was. A figure stepped into the light. It was Alex. But as he moved closer, I realized something was terribly wrong. His movements were jerky, unnatural, and his eyes. His eyes were completely black, reflecting the firelight like polished obsidian. "Alex?" I whispered, taking a step back. He smiled, but it wasn't Alex's smile. It was too wide, showing too many teeth. When he spoke, it wasn't Alex's voice that came out, but a chorus of whispers. "Welcome home," the thing that wasn't Alex said. I turned to run again, but another figure blocked my path. Sarah stood there, her head tilted at a strange angle. The same black eyes, the same too wide smile. "You're back," Sarah's voice said, merging with the whispers. I was trapped. My friends, or the things wearing their faces, stood on either side of me. Behind me, the fire burned, an impassable barrier of heat. And in front of me, the darkness of the forest waited, filled with more horrors than I could imagine. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, surrounding me, filling me. I could feel them trying to seep into my mind, to take control, maybe like they had with Alex and Sarah. I clenched my fists, squeezing my eyes shut, and used every ounce of willpower I had to resist. "No," I growled through my gritted teeth. "This isn't real. This can't be real." I opened my eyes, ready to fight, to run, to do whatever it took to escape the nightmare. And found myself lying in my tent, early morning sunlight filtering through the fabric. For a long moment, I just lay there, my heart pounding, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had it all been a dream? A horrifically vivid nightmare brought on by too many scary stories and an overactive imagination? I sat up slowly, every muscle in my body aching, like I really had spent the night running through the forest. I unzipped the tent flap, my hands shaking, and peeked outside. The campsite looked normal. The remains of our fire sat cold in the pit. The morning was calm and peaceful, birds chirping in the trees around us. Everything looked exactly as it should. "Hey, you're finally up." I nearly jumped out of my skin at the sound of Alex's voice. He was sitting by the fire pit, a mug of coffee in his hand, getting ready to start the fire, looking as normal as ever. "Man, you were out like a light," he said, grinning. "Sarah and I tried to wake you earlier, but you were dead to the world." I stared at him, my mind whirling. Where is Sarah?" I managed to ask. "Oh, she went to fill up our water bottles at the stream," Alex said, gesturing vaguely toward the woods. "She should be back soon. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I opened my mouth to respond, to tell him about the nightmare, the whispers, the darkness, the terror, but at that moment, my eyes fell on something that made the words die in my throat. There, on the ground next to my tent, was a small pile of leaves and twigs, and drawn in the dirt, barely visible but unmistakable, was a symbol. A circle with strange angular lines radiating from it. A symbol I had seen somewhere before but couldn't quite place. As I stared at it, a whisper of wind rustled through the campsite, and for just a moment, I could have sworn I heard a voice. The same clear, insistent voice from my experience. Whisper a single word. "So." I've been home for 3 days now. I haven't told Alex or Sarah about what happened. How could I? They don't remember anything unusual happening at all. To them, it was a perfectly normal camping trip. But I can't shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. I see shadows moving in the corners of my vision. I hear whispers on the edge of hearing. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see those black, reflective eyes staring back at me. I don't know what happened out there in the woods. I don't know if it was real or a nightmare. But I do know one thing for certain. I'm never going camping again. I grew up in a large, dark, and damp cliché of what everyone pictures a haunted house would look like. For more than 100 years, the house has loomed on top of a hill lined with foreboding oak trees, where murders of crows would frequently stop. I have an older sister, 7 years older, who was a problem child and very into the occult, demons, and devil worshipping. She would terrify my younger brother and I with stories, and just the general way that she would look at us blankly. When she turned about 13, she became even more rebellious. She would run away and be missing for weeks or months. She was the one who originally introduced my brother and I to the Ouija board. My mother was an alcoholic, mentally ill woman. and she was in charge of watching us kids while my dad worked the night shifts, and many times double shifts. To say that our home had a bad energy would be an understatement. We would later learn the dark history of our home from the 90-year-old woman across the street. Mrs. Looker told us that our home was built as a home for unwed mothers. Many births and deaths happened there over the years. It served that purpose for about 20 years until it was forced to be shut down, and then it was sold to a family who lived there until 1970, when my father bought it for an unbelievable price. He still lives there today. The first prefacing experience is one that I only very vaguely remember, but my mom has told me in full detail many times, and my dad, who doesn't believe in ghosts, also corroborates. My mom was outside sunbathing, and my sister was inside with a friend of hers. I went into the kitchen and grabbed a butter knife and was holding it in a fist, with the top pointed to the ground, when I slowly walked into the living room where my sister was playing with her friend. I had a blank look on my face and was shaking, and I kept repeating, "Mommy needs help. She's fighting the devil across the street in a tunnel." My sister yelled for my mom, and she came into the house and asked me what was wrong. And I just kept repeating, "Mommy needs help. She's fighting the devil across the street in a tunnel." My mom kept shaking me and telling me that she was right there and to snap out of it. She said I was in that state for about an hour, where I was just staring off into nowhere, repeating the same thing. I finally snapped back into reality and started acting normally, but I didn't remember anything. My mom was convinced that I was possessed. Later that night, when it was bath time, she noticed I had 3 bad burn marks on my shoulder that she said looked like they were from claws. It's also important to note that my mother was abandoned as a child and adopted, and herself has always been spiritual. She has experienced being saved by a guardian angel when she was young, and found herself too far away from her rural house at nightfall and felt impending danger closing in on her. She can't explain what it was, but she knew she was in danger and was very scared. She closed her eyes and opened them, and all of a sudden, she was on her front porch, which was hundreds of yards away from where she had started. The next experience was from my younger brother's perspective. He's younger by a year and a half, and we shared a bedroom and bunks until I was 11. I slept on the top bunk, and he was on the bottom bunk. Our room was always extremely messy, with toys scattered all over. One morning at about 4 a.m., my brother woke up and said that he saw my mom crouched down cleaning up the toys. He only saw her back and her hair, which was a mix of gray and dyed blonde. My mother always wore a long, light blue flowy nightgown to bed, which was easily recognizable. He didn't think anything of it and went back to sleep. In the morning, when we both woke up, the room was spotlessly clean, and I asked him how it had happened. That was when he explained that he had seen my mom in there cleaning in the middle of the night. At breakfast, we asked her why she had decided to clean our room at such an hour, and needless to say, she told us that she had never been in the room. She went in to look and was amazed at how clean our room was, since it was never like that. Around this time, my brother started getting frequent night terrors that would scare the living crap out of me. I'd wake up to him screaming, standing in the corner of the room facing the wall and banging his head on the wall. Sometimes he would be apologizing to God over and over. Sometimes he would be sitting in the middle of the room with his knees to his chest, hands draped around his knees, rocking back and forth and saying things that didn't make any sense while bawling his eyes out. My dad would come down the long, dark hallway to our room and try to snap him out of it. Sometimes he would slap him hard just to see if he could get a reaction, but his demeanor would never change. Eventually, my dad said to just leave him be, because nothing seemed to wake him up out of it. And if you can imagine, this was terribly scary as a kid. I'd wake up in a living nightmare, scared out of my mind, having to watch him do this, sometimes for an hour straight, until he would just climb back in bed and fall asleep. I remember one particularly scary episode when I woke up. He was just sitting on the dresser, cross-legged, with his back to the mirror, covering his eyes and crying, and just saying, "No, I won't. You can't make me look." I would try talking to him, and sometimes he would respond, but with very simple answers. I grabbed him by the hand and told him that we should get some water. He got off the dresser and followed me to the bathroom, but refused to go in. I went in and turned the faucet on so he could drink out of it, but he didn't want to go into the bathroom because of the mirror above the sink. I finally pushed him in, and he looked at himself in the mirror and let out the loudest blood-curdling scream. He was so frightened at whatever he saw that he passed out. This continued for years and would happen probably once every 2 to 3 months, always in the wee hours of the morning. When I finally moved out of that room, down the long hallway to the big bedroom at around age 11, it was almost scarier walking up and down there alone, hearing my brother's fits down the hall. Waking up in a room by myself, hearing it from far away, had a different feel. A few more important details about this house that you'll need to know is that the electrical and plumbing systems were very old and had never been updated. As a result, many lights would never work, including the most important one for me as a child, the light in the long dark hallway outside my room, which connected to my brother's room, sister's room, and the only bathroom, which was straight down the hallway. When my brother was having his fits, I'd open the door and reach my hand to flick the light. It would rarely work. If I wanted to go check on him, I'd have to run down the hallway in the pitch dark, feeling the walls to get to his room. That was the worst. So many times I'd be too scared, and I would just stay in my room with my light on. Now, the old plumbing and piping in the house meant that when you turned on a faucet, not only would it sometimes be a rusty red color for a few seconds, and then turn into clear, normal-looking water, but there was a distinct whistle sound when it came on, which intensified with the stronger stream. Many times I would wake up, and down the hallway I would hear the whistle and the water on full blast in the bathroom. I'd have to sprint down there in the pitch-dark hallway to flick on the bathroom light and shut it off. Imagine that dread for a second. Not only do you have to sprint down the hallway toward the scary noise in the dark, but you think that anything could be in that bathroom when you flick the light on. Then I'd have to sprint down the dark hall again to my room. The worst part is that after I would shut it off and get back to sleep, I'd wake up an hour later to the same thing. This happened intermittently for years. My dad always said that it was just my brother doing it to scare me, but he always denied it, and it would be a pretty elaborate hoax to pull off for so many years. The last thing I want to preface before getting into the terrifying Ouija night, although I have a few more stories I could tell, regards one of my girlfriends in my adult years. I was dating a beautiful Venezuelan woman with long black hair. We dated for about a year before I learned of her childhood in Venezuela, where she gained local notoriety as an incredibly powerful medium. Some days she claimed as many as 30 ghosts would be trying to communicate with her, and through her. It got so bad that her mother had taken her to Zimbabwe to a witch doctor who was renowned for being able to reverse or suppress the powers that mediums have whenever it got too overwhelming for them. I know, I couldn't believe it either. But when I met her mother, she told me the whole thing, and she cried while telling me the story. My girlfriend also showed me the scars on her ankles, knees, and wrists, tiny little slits that I had never noticed before, where the witch doctor cut her to drain some of her blood for the ceremony. How did this topic of her being a medium come up? Well, we were staying at a friend's house for his annual party where we were playing drinking games, hanging out in his pool, and doing a bonfire. Everyone stayed in the house, but my girlfriend and I brought my new tent and blow-up mattress and stayed in his backyard. It was a pretty rural area, and his backyard adjoined to a big cornfield. In the morning, we were pillow talking, and I thought she was just trying to scare me when she said, "Did you hear the little girl outside the tent last night?" I played along and said, "Yeah, that was creepy, right?" She said that she circled around the tent a few times and then ran into the cornfield. The whole day I didn't think anything of it because I thought we were just playfully trying to scare each other that morning. Later that night, I told my friend Mark, who owns the house, that my girlfriend said that she heard a little girl hanging around our tent. His face went white, and he said, "Wait a minute, how do you know about the little girl? Are you serious?" I said, "What are you talking about? I thought she was kidding." Apparently there's some urban myth story on his street that a little girl who went missing decades ago in the cornfields sometimes comes out at night. He said he always thought it was bull. This is when I asked my girlfriend if she'd been serious, and she did say that she actually heard the little girl. That's when she came clean with the whole medium backstory. She said after Zimbabwe her powers weren't as strong, but she would still get periodic ghosts that would try to talk to her. After I corroborated her crazy childhood medium story with her mom, I had brought her to my dad's house where I grew up so she could meet my dad, and she could only stay in the house for a few minutes before she had to leave. She said that the dread she felt in there was the most overwhelming sense of dread she had ever felt in her life, and that she never wanted to return. So, to the Ouija board night. My brother is now 20 years old, and I'm 22. My mom lives in a house in our small city's downtown area, and my brother spends a lot of his time there because she lets him drink and smoke there. He'd been there with his girlfriend playing with a Ouija board all night when I got there after a night drinking with friends. The door was locked, so I knocked. He came flying down the stairs and swished open the curtain to see me standing there. He had the literal look on his face like he had just seen a ghost. I've never seen him so scared. He just tells me to come inside and that I wouldn't believe what was going on. He says that he and his girlfriend have been playing the Ouija board, and they have this very strong, evil spirit who calls himself AZ that's been talking to him all night. He's AZ because he encompasses everything and is omnipresent, apparently. He said that AZ had been spelling out, "Kill Mom," and saying evil things about her all night long. She was sleeping in the room next door through it all. AZ was also very vulgar. My brother said that he'd knocked down a crucifix off the wall and opened and closed the bathroom door just a few minutes before I got there. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up because I believed my brother and I felt the dread, but I didn't have proof that I had seen with my own eyes. I watched them playing, and the planchette was whipping around the board answering questions very quickly. AZ fixated on me and started by spelling out, "Brother." My brother asked if he wanted to talk to me, and AZ said no. He asked if he liked me, and AZ said no. I then asked my brother to tell him that I don't believe in him and that I need a sign. AZ spelled out, "Die." He then asked if he was going to hurt me. AZ said no, and then spelled out, "Mom." At that point, I went into my mom's room just to make sure she was okay, and she was. When I was in her room, I stubbed my toe and tripped a little. I came back out into the living room and told Dan that Mom was okay. My brother commanded him to leave my mother alone. He said that I wanted to see a sign, and AZ spelled out, "Trip." I started to feel a little wave of energy come over me, and I was thinking, did he just see me stub my toe? My brother asked him what he meant by trip, and I told him that I had just stubbed my toe and tripped in Mom's room. Then I said, asked him if he could hear me, and I started addressing him myself. AZ said that he could. I said if I write down a word on a piece of paper, would he be able to see it and spell it? And he said maybe. I asked if he would do it, and he said no. So I did something I probably shouldn't have done. I started to verbally abuse him a little bit, calling him a coward and some other names, and that if he really wanted us to know who he was and that he was real, he would do it. The planchette started to fly around the board without stopping anywhere, but eventually spelled out short. I asked if it wanted me to write short words, and it replied, yes. I went to the far side of the apartment with a piece of paper and a pen, and I wrote down sea, like the ocean. I came back, and my brother asked him if he saw what I wrote and to spell it. The planchette slowly circled around the board and landed on S, and then it slowly went to E. My heart raced and I almost started crying, but then it landed on X. My brother asked me if that was the word, and I said no. My brother started cursing at AZ, calling him a pervert and telling him to quit playing around. That was when the planchette promptly spelled out C. I said, "Oh my gosh." That's when the planchette slid off the board with a pretty strong force, and my mom's cat came running out of my mom's room to the living room. It jumped on the couch and scrambled across it, and then crawled under the table. It was terrified of something. I have goosebumps every time I recount this. When my brother got AZ back on the board, I proceeded to keep playing the spelling game. Next with ocean, and then cream, and then 3 or 4 more words. Each time I would go to a completely different room and make sure that nobody could see what I wrote except for me. I folded it up and put it in my pocket so nobody could see through the paper. Every time I came back to the living room, AZ had spelled out the words with ease, faster and faster. I left the house and told my brother to be safe, and I went to my friend's house up the road, because there's no way in hell I was going back to my dad's that night. I can't really explain the feeling you get when you just know without a doubt that they are real, things that are other than you. I was overwhelmed with every emotion at the same time. Make no mistake about it, folks. They do exist.
The Fairy Circle. I never believed in the paranormal. Ghosts, spirits, unexplained phenomena, it all seemed like nonsense to me. That is, until my solo hike on the Appalachian Trail last summer. I'm an experienced hiker, having tackled parts of the Pacific Crest Trail and the Continental Divide Trail in previous years. The Appalachian Trail was next on my list. I'd planned a 2-month trek, starting in Georgia and hoping to make it at least halfway up the trail before time constraints forced me to head home. The first few weeks were uneventful. I fell into a comfortable routine of hiking, setting up camp, and enjoying the solitude of nature. Sure, there were challenges, blisters, sore muscles, and the occasional bout of homesickness, but nothing I couldn't handle. It was about a month into my hike when things started to get weird. I was in the Smoky Mountains, having just crossed into Tennessee. The day had been grueling, with steep climbs and rocky terrain that left my feet aching. As dusk approached, I found a small clearing just off the trail and set up my tent. That night, I awoke to the sound of footsteps crunching on leaves outside my tent. At first, I assumed it was just a deer or some other animal, maybe even another hiker. But as I listened, the footsteps sounded distinctly human. Slow, deliberate, circling my tent. I lay perfectly still, my heart pounding. Who would be out here at this hour? Another hiker, circling my tent? A park ranger? But why wouldn't they announce themselves? The footsteps continued for what felt like hours, never speeding up, never slowing down. Just a steady, rhythmic crunch, crunch, crunch around my tent. I was too terrified to unzip the tent and look outside. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep from sheer exhaustion. When I woke up the next morning, the woods were quiet and still. I cautiously unzipped my tent and peered out. The clearing looked undisturbed. No footprints, no sign that anyone had been there. I told myself it must have been a vivid dream brought on by exhaustion. But as I packed up my gear, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the dirt next to my tent was a single, perfect footprint. It was much larger than my own foot, and the impression was deep, as if made by someone very heavy. The strangest part? The footprint was facing toward my tent, as though somebody had been standing there watching me sleep. I snapped a quick photo of the footprint with my phone and then hurriedly finished packing. Part of me wanted to turn back, to get off the trail and head for the nearest town. But I'd come too far to give up now. I rationalized that it must have been another hiker playing a prank, even though I hadn't seen anyone else on the trail for days. And there were other problems with that theory that I chose to ignore. As I shouldered my pack and set off, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The woods seemed different now, less welcoming, more sinister. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf made me jump. I tried to focus on putting one foot in front of the other, telling myself that the sooner I hiked, the sooner I would reach the next shelter, where I might find other hikers. Little did I know, that footprint was just the beginning of the strangest and most terrifying week of my life. I hiked hard that day, pushing myself to cover more ground than usual. I wanted to reach the next shelter before nightfall, hoping to find safety in numbers. As the sun began to set, I finally spotted the wooden structure through the trees. My heart sank, though, when I realized the shelter was empty. No other hikers, no gear, nothing. I considered pushing on, but exhaustion won out again. I set up my sleeping bag inside the three-sided shelter, built a small fire, and tried to calm my nerves. That night, I dreamt of being chased through endless dark woods by something I couldn't see. I woke up with a start, my sleeping bag drenched in sweat. The fire had burned down to embers, casting eerie shadows across the shelter walls. Then I saw it. A figure, impossibly tall and thin, standing just at the edge of the clearing. Its proportions were all wrong. Arms too long, head too small. It stood perfectly still, facing the shelter, watching me. I blinked hard, certain that I was seeing things. I shut my eyes tight, and when I opened them, the figure was gone. But a faint whisper drifted across the clearing. Soon. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I packed up quickly and hit the trail at first light. As I hiked, I kept replaying the night's events in my mind. Had I really seen something, or was my imagination running wild? The rational part of my brain insisted it was just a trick of the shadows, a hallucination, brought on by stress and lack of sleep. But I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. The forest, once a place of peace and beauty, now felt oppressive. The dense canopy overhead blocked out most of the sunlight, leaving the trail in perpetual twilight. Around midday, I came across something that stopped me in my tracks. There, in the middle of the trail, was a crude stick figure. It was about a foot tall, made of twigs, bound together with what looked like hair. Human hair. I stood there, staring at the thing, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. This was no random formation, no trick of nature. Someone or something had crafted this and placed it here deliberately. I watched as a gust of wind swept through the trees. The stick figure toppled over, rolling to the edge of the trail. And there, where it had stood, was another footprint. The same huge, deep impression that I had seen outside my tent. I ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, and then I walked as fast as I could. I didn't stop until the sun started to set, and I had no choice but to make camp. That night, as I huddled in my tent, I heard the footsteps again. But this time they were accompanied by something else. A low, guttural sound that was almost, but not quite, a voice. It seemed to be saying that same word over and over. Soon, soon, soon. I didn't sleep at all that night. By the time dawn broke, I was a mess of frayed nerves and exhaustion. I knew I couldn't go on like this. It wasn't safe. It wasn't practical. I needed to get off the trail and back to civilization. My phone showed no signal, but I remembered passing a sign for a small town about a day's hike back. I decided to retrace my steps. As I packed up camp, my hands shaking, I noticed something that made my stomach lurch. A circle of those stick figures surrounded my tent, each one facing inward. I hadn't heard anything placing them during the night. Choking back panic, I grabbed my gear and started hiking, leaving the creepy totems behind. The day passed in a blur of paranoia and adrenaline. Every sound made me flinch. Twice I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a tall, shadowy figure flitting between trees. But whenever I turned to look, nothing was there. As the sun began to set, I realized I had made a terrible mistake. In my panic and haste, I must have taken a wrong turn. Nothing looked familiar. The trail markers I'd been following weren't the standard Appalachian trailblazes. These were crude, hand-carved symbols that I didn't recognize. How long had I been following these? I was lost. The forest grew darker, the trees seeming to close in around me. I knew I should stop, set up camp, try to orient myself, but fear kept me moving. I couldn't shake the feeling that if I stopped, whatever had been stalking me would catch up. That's when I saw the light. At first, I thought I was hallucinating. A faint bluish glow flickered between the trees ahead. Hope surged through me. Maybe it was a campfire, other hikers. Safety. I moved toward the light, pushing through dense underbrush. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a campfire. The glow seemed to be coming from a small clearing up ahead. It pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. I reached the edge of the clearing and froze. What I saw there defied explanation. The light emanated from a perfect circle of mushrooms. A fairy ring, my mind supplied hysterically. But these weren't any mushrooms I'd ever seen. They were massive, easily as tall as my waist, with caps that glowed an eerie blue. I know how it sounds. It's like something out of a video game, but that's what I saw. In the center of the ring stood a stone. It looked ancient, covered in moss, and the same strange symbols that I had seen carved into trees, the ones I had at some point started following without even realizing it. As I watched, the symbols began to writhe and shift, as if alive, sentient. I knew I should run. Every instinct screamed at me to get as far away from this place as possible, but I felt drawn to the stone, my feet moving of their own accord. As I stepped into the fairy ring, the glow from the mushrooms intensified. The forest around me seemed to fade away, leaving only the stone and me. The symbols carved into its surface began to make sense somehow, forming words in a language that I somehow understood. "Traveler," they said, "you have been chosen." A sound behind me made me whirl around. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood the figure I'd been glimpsing all along. In the blue glow of the mushrooms, I could finally see it clearly. It was tall, easily 7 feet, with limbs too long and joints that bent the wrong way. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over an eerily human-like face. But its eyes were solid black, reflecting the mushroom's glow like dark mirrors. As it stepped into the fairy ring, its mouth opened in what might have been a smile, revealing rows of very sharp and strangely shaped teeth. "Welcome," it said in that guttural, almost voice I had heard outside my tent. I wanted to scream, to run, to wake up from this nightmare, but I couldn't move. As the creature reached for me with impossibly long fingers, the stone behind me began to hum. The blue glow intensified, enveloping everything. The last thing I remember is the creature's face, inches from mine, those black eyes swallowing me whole as the world dissolved into blue light. I woke up screaming. Sunlight streamed through the nylon walls of my tent. I was drenched in sweat, my sleeping bag twisted around me like a straitjacket. For a moment, I just lay there, gasping, trying to orient myself. I was in my tent. When had I ever set it up? It was morning. Birds chirped outside like nothing had ever happened. Slowly, the events of the night before came back to me. The fairy ring, the glowing mushrooms, the creature with its almost voice and 2 long limbs and needle teeth. Had it all been a nightmare? I unzipped my tent with shaking hands and peered outside. I was in a small clearing, the same one that I had camped in before my panicked flight through the woods. There was no sign of stick figures, no giant footprint, just a normal forest on a sunny morning. My phone buzzed. I had signal again. Dozens of missed calls and messages flooded in, mostly from my family and friends. I had been out of contact, it seemed, for 3 days. 3 days! I checked the date on my phone, then double-checked my trail journal. Somehow, I had lost 72 hours. The last entry in my journal, which I was religious about writing in every night, was from the night I'd heard the footsteps around my tent. Everything after that, the stick figures, the strange trail markers, the fairy ring, was just gone. I broke camp in record time and hiked to the nearest town. I told myself I just needed a hot shower, a cup of coffee, and a good meal, maybe to call my family and let them know I was okay. But deep down, I knew I was done with the trail. Whatever had happened, hallucination, fugue state, something I couldn't bring myself to believe, I wasn't eager for a repeat experience. As I waited for my ride into town, an older man with a scraggly beard who looked like he lived on the trail approached me. A trail angel, I assumed, one of the volunteers who help hikers along the AT. "Rough night?" he asked with a knowing smile, eyeing my disheveled appearance. I nodded, not even sure how to begin explaining. He studied me for a moment, then said, "You saw something out there, didn't you? Something that don't make sense?" My blood ran cold. "How did you—" He held up a hand. "You ain't the first. These woods are old. Them's got secrets." He paused, looking out at the tree line. "Some folks, they get chosen. Marked, you might say. For what, I don't rightly know." "Chosen?" I whispered, remembering the words on the stone. The old man nodded. "My advice? Go home, hug your family, try to forget." He turned to leave, then looked back. "But don't be surprised if them words call you back someday. They always do." He winked, then walked away, leaving me with more questions than answers. That was 6 months ago. I'm back home now, trying to put the whole experience behind me. I've told myself 100 different rational explanations for what happened. Stress, exhaustion, hallucinations. But some nights I wake up in a cold sweat, the sound of footsteps circling my bed. In my dreams, I see glowing mushrooms and shifting symbols. And sometimes when I look into the mirror, I swear I see a flicker of something in my eyes that I don't recognize. Something dark. Something hungry. I've started planning my next hike. I tell myself it's just to prove I can, to face my fears, finish the trail, but deep down, I know the truth. That man was right. The woods are calling, and soon I'll answer.